Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, January 13, 2026. And before we commence, I'd like to ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab. Select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu, and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. For in-person attendees, please complete a written comment card request available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the streaming platform. Public comments will be taken first from in-person attendees, followed by virtual participants. After each item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder, closed caption is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements. I'll hand it back over to President Aguinaldo.
Thank you, Christina. If you could continue on to the roll call, please, I'd appreciate it.
Love Adu. Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral. Amy Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Present.
Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Jesse Melgar.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio. Joseph Williams.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time that I would like to request Member Melgar to lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member
Okay, please
Melgar,
stand.
The floor is yours.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. We are going to shake things up a bit and head into closed session. We expect this to last for approximately 30 minutes. So we'll break now and see you all on the other side. Thank you very much, and we're back from closed session. Before we get started again, I'd like the record to reflect that Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis, Member De La Fuente, and Member Corral are with us at the meeting, so thank you very much for joining us. We have nothing to report from the closed session, so let's get into our standing orders. Item 1.4 is the President's report. Welcome to the first board meeting of the year. In the spirit of starting off strong, I started the year with what grounds me, time with family. So we did the unthinkable and went on a family vacation to embrace nature at Yosemite National Park, which is absolutely stunning in the wintertime. On the drive up, I think I did what any one of us on the board would do. I took stock of all our community colleges in the vicinity. Modesto, Columbia, and Merced, to name a few. So as we concluded last year on a note of gratitude, I sit in gratitude to our colleges for serving our students in every single part of our great state. As we begin the new year, I also want to take a moment to reflect on the extraordinary work accomplished by the Board of Governors over this past year and to look ahead with optimism and purpose. As I enter my second year as board president with a deep sense of gratitude for our collective leadership, and with great excitement for what lies ahead, I can almost promise you, this year will be just as intense as the last. This past year was marked by significant progress and thoughtful stewardship. Our February retreat at Santa Barbara City College laid the foundation for the Vision 2030 refresh, which the board formally approved at our July meeting. That work reaffirmed our shared commitment to equity and access, success, support, and workforce mobility, and it continues to guide our colleges. Throughout the year, the board approved several critical revisions to Title V regulations, ensuring that our policies reflect current practices and evolving understandings of teaching and learning. These updates better support working learners, student parents, and the diverse realities of today's community college students. Recognizing the profound impact of emerging technologies, the board dedicated time to an AI education series, reinforcing our early decision made in 2023 to identify artificial intelligence as one of our 3 strategic directions. As AI continues to influence every sector of society, the board demonstrated foresight by prioritizing both system-wide readiness and its own professional development in this area. At the same time, enrollments across our colleges are exceeding expectations, reflecting renewed demand and the growing trust Californians place in our system. We continued to advance credit for prior learning, expanding opportunities for working Californians to receive recognition for skills and knowledge gained outside the classroom. As the chancellor noted at our November meeting, the state of the California community colleges system is strong. We begin 2026 on solid footing, supported by the governor's January budget, which aligns closely with the priorities adopted by the Board of Governors in September and with the goals of Vision 2030. I will almost close by echoing Chancellor Christian's words from her New Year's message to the board. 2026 is going to be an epic year for the California community colleges, so buckle up, California, here we come. I share that confidence fully and look forward to another year of purposeful governance and collective impact. We also have a new member on the board, Jessie Melgar. Welcome. Jessie is from Palm Springs. Since 2023, Jessie has been a senior advisor at the UC Berkeley Possibility Lab at the UC Berkeley Goldman School of Public Policy, where he was Director of Engagement for California 100 from 2021 to 2023. Jessie brings incredible subject matter expertise in the communication space, as well as a lot of passion for community. We are so excited to have you on the board, Jessie.
Thank you. Excited to join.
This agenda, as usual, is very substantive. We will make necessary changes to the order of the agenda to accommodate our visitors who have traveled from other parts of the state to address the board. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Christian.
Happy New Year. It's unbelievable that it's January 13th. I'm looking out at the staff from the Chancellor's office. We tried to be a little low-key this holiday season, and here we are at it again, full of energy and excited to serve our students. It's good to see all of our board members. Welcome, Jessie Melgar. Was checking out your portfolio, and you're going to be tremendous on the board, and all of us at the Chancellor's office, we look forward to working with you. So I want to start my remarks with 2 recognitions. One, on long-term employees who have served at the Chancellor's office for over 25 years. You know, these employees carry institutional memory, they carry deep relationships and a strong understanding of the mission and culture that cannot be replicated quickly. Their continuity builds trust, it strengthens decision-making and provides a steady foundation that allows the Chancellor's office to grow, to adapt, and to lead with confidence over time. The stability that comes from these employees is a tremendous asset to the California community colleges. So I'm going to call out their names and we're going to celebrate them. Patricia Servin, Wendy Lozoya, Yvonne Lopez, Mary Beth Weeks, Gina Brown, Katie Roberts, and Todd Hoy. My second recognition today is for our retired General Counsel, Kathy Lynch, who retired at the end of last month, and we're really fortunate to have Jake Knapp step in and serve as General Counsel. For more than 6 years, Kathy served the California community colleges with distinction, bringing deep legal expertise, sound judgment, and a steady presence to some of the most complex issues facing our system. Her work often happened quietly behind the scenes, but its impact was felt every day. Kathy guided the leadership team with care, supported critical work across legal matters, contracts, policies, and compliance, and helped ensure that our decisions were thoughtful, responsible, and grounded in our values. Throughout her tenure, and especially as federal policy shifted rapidly, Kathy provided clarity when it mattered most. Her calm, measured approach brought stability in moments of uncertainty. Kathy is an exceptional writer, and I really value this trait. Good writing, you see, is often a reflection of clear, disciplined thinking. Her ability to distill complex issues into precise, well-reasoned guidance was invaluable. Just as important was her judgment, knowing when it was wise to lay low, preserve flexibility, and avoid unnecessary escalation, and when it was essential to step forward, push back, and defend the interests of our system. Time and again, her instincts were spot on. That combination of clarity, of restraint, and boldness made her counsel especially trusted during difficult times. So I have two sets of pictures here for you to enjoy Kathy Lynch. This one, you can see her in full form with our Deputy Chancellor, Rowena Tutamning, with the board. And then now you have her in this next slide in Hawaii with Callie and Ellie, as you can see, and favorite sunsets. I was texting Kathy for pictures, and she kept sending me pictures of sunsets and rainbows and her dogs. And it took me a lot to get that one picture with Kathy. So on behalf of the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, and colleagues across our system, I want to express our sincere appreciation to you, Kathy, for your service, for your contribution, and your dedication. Mahalo and aloha. Kathy is tuning in for this piece, so... All right, so now to move on to my remarks, I wanted to give you an update on the federal landscape. 2025 was a very active year on the federal higher education front. And from everything we are seeing, there is no sign that 2026 is going to slow down. Since we last met in November, I want to highlight just 3 of the many federal issues shaping higher education and what our team is engaged with. First, the Secretary of Education signed a series of agreements shifting the management of key functions from the Department of Education to other federal agencies. These 6 interagency agreements involve 4 departments: the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Interior, and Department of State. It's a significant structural change, and we are monitoring closely because it affects how programs are administered and how institutions interact with the federal government. My second highlight relates to the Department of Ed's recently, the department redefined which advanced degrees count as professional for federal student loans. And in doing so, degrees like nursing and physical therapy and public health were left out of this professional definition. So what does that mean? It means that lower loan amounts are available to students, less access to financial aid, and the impact is real. It creates uncertainty for students, it puts pressure on nursing and health programs, and it comes at a very difficult time when there are significant workforce shortages in these fields. And last but not least, on November 20th, the administration filed a federal lawsuit against the state of California, challenging our longstanding policy of offering in-state tuition to undocumented students under certain conditions. It is important to note that this policy is not new. In 2001, California enacted AB 540, authored by Assemblymember Marco Firebaugh and signed by Governor Gray Davis, allowing students who attended California schools for 3 years and met graduation requirements to pay in-state tuition regardless of immigration status. Earlier that same year, Texas passed its own version, the Texas DREAM Act, signed by Governor Rick Perry, making Texas the first state in the nation to do so. This has been a bipartisan, multi-state approach focused on student opportunity. Our team at the Chancellor's Office and our colleges are tracking developments carefully as we continue to ensure that our students are supported during these times. So moving my remarks from the federal landscape to our state and the governor's January budget. In fact, the governor did his State of the State address in a joint session, and our lieutenant governor introduced our governor for the State of the State. That was on Thursday, and that was followed by the budget release on Friday. So this year's proposed state budget is being shaped by some uncertainty, especially when we look over the next few years. Much of that uncertainty is driven by factors largely outside the state's direct control. On one hand, we are seeing a surge in state revenues. On the other, we are facing new costs tied to recent federal regulation, along with unknown long-term impact from higher tariffs and more restrictive immigration policies. When you put all of this together, balancing the budget over a multi-year period becomes more challenging. In fact, the Department of Finance is projecting a $22 billion deficit in the year 2027-28. The proposed budget also points to broader risks. Today's strong stock market is being driven largely by enthusiasm around a small number of technology companies. And the unpredictable federal policy decision continues to influence inflation, employment, and overall economic stability. All of this underscores the need for careful planning and for steady leadership as we move forward. Now, the good news is that the funding tied to Proposition 98, which supports K-12 education and community colleges, remains strong. Because of this, the governor's proposal continues to invest in priorities that advances Vision 2030, that helps students move more quickly towards their educational goal and preserves local flexibility for colleges. The budget also repays prior deferrals and uses practical short-term solutions to maintain services. So what does this mean for us? The proposed budget provides $327.8 million in ongoing increase to our base funding. This is the student-centered funding formula and also funding our growth. As you know, our enrollments, as President Aguinaldo pointed out, are off the charts. So we're just extremely grateful that the governor has prioritized growth funding. And you'll hear a lot more in detail from Chris and from David and from Linda. So beyond core funding, the proposal makes significant investments in the Board of Governors' priorities. So let me just read off a few. $120 million one-time to address deferred maintenance. $100 million one-time for an additional student support block grant. $100 million one-time for K-12 dual enrollment, and this is funded for the CDE, but in partnership with the community colleges. $36 million one-time and $5 million ongoing to fully scale the Common Cloud Data Platform. And you, in fact, in your contracts have an item for approval to continue to fund Coast Community College in a grant to support the development of the Common Cloud Data Platform. $35 million one time and $2 million ongoing for credit for prior learning. $14.3 million one time to support the California Healthy School Food Pathways Program. And $614,000 to support our office with additional positions. So we're hugely grateful for the governor's budget, and we will continue to engage with the administration as well as with the legislature as we go through the budget process for the state of California. So as I wrap up my remarks for today, I will conclude with a set of photographs to share with you my activities from since the November board meeting. It's been the holiday season, so I have 3 activities to share with you. I had an incredible league convention. Larry Galizio and his team does a fantastic job bringing in CEOs and trustees from across the state of California, faculty and other leaders. And the chancellor, does the state of the system address. This is a fun picture with 2 of our board members, if you can spot Bill Rawlings and Pam Haynes and our team. Next picture is from San Diego. We visited the San Diego region to continue our work with Vision 2030 and focusing on metrics and outcomes, because the board has made it very clear to our chancellor's office team that outcomes, we need to be laser focused. And again, great picture with the team, with Wested as well. And my last picture for you is from the Sierra Housing opening. This has been a priority for the Board of Governors, the student housing work. Again, the legislature and the governor's office, Department of Finance, have come up with a real creative way of funding this infrastructure need for our students. And if you can pull up the picture, I just want to point out, you can see Willie Duncan, president of Sierra College, just being so happy with Pam Haynes and with me, really showcasing the housing. And in our team, I want to particularly recognize Ronnie Slimp, who works with Chris Ferguson. And I had an opportunity to hang out with him and get to really understand all of our housing projects, including the joint projects that we've done with UC Riverside recently. So wanted to highlight it and continue to signal the importance of this priority of the Board of Governors. And with that, that concludes my report. Happy New Year, all.
Great. Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. It's always a pleasure to hear your thoughts and, most of all, the pictures. All right, let's go to our consent calendar. Item 3.1 is the November 2025 board meeting minutes. I don't think we have to pass to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning. We just put this up for a vote. Any board comments? Hearing none. Any public comments?
The public comment period on the consent calendar is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. You will be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much, Christina. At this time, I'll take a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
We'll get you next time, Harry. Christina, we'll take a roll, please.
Would you mind repeating who the first and the second, please?
The first was Vice President Rawlings. The second one was Member Haynes.
Thank you. Love Adu. Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown. Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Oh, excuse me, Pamela Haynes.
Thank you.
Aye. Thank you.
The motion still carries. Perfect. Thank you very much, Christina. At this time, we're going to move swiftly to our action calendar. Item 4.1 is the approval of contracts and grants, and for that, we welcome Interim General Counsel Knapp.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board. Before you is item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants. As you all are aware, under the standing orders of the board, there are certain contracts and grants that need board approval based on dollar limits and duration. I have with me this morning Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson, and the remainder of our executive team, and we're here to answer any questions that the board might have on the 6 contracts and grants that are before you for approval this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
And if I could add just a few comments on a couple of the contracts, specifically regarding the $12 million for the Common Cloud Data Platform. That's a continuation of a prior investment. We actually have a long-term plan that the Chancellor just mentioned is proposed for funding in the state budget so that we can take that to all colleges. We use a fiscal agent through Coastline who aggregates the services and helps bring on every cohort of colleges moving forward so we can get that system-wide real-time data, near real-time data system in place. The other that I want to highlight is there is an item for student fellows that would go to West LA College. We're really proud of the work that our climate fellows are doing in this area, and this would allow students to also participate in working with our climate fellows to help develop projects specifically at their campuses. So exciting work, and it's also the type of work that we really value in bringing our students along and helping them obtain those experiences as well.
Great, thank you very much. It wouldn't be an item on contracts and grants if we didn't call on Member Epstein. So, Member Epstein.
I just want to say that I'm not going to whine about anything. I actually think this is a great lineup of contracts. I think it's very well presented in bullets with goals and past experience. And I commend the Chancellor's team for putting this together. It's not just actually even just this agenda item, but the whole agenda is very clear. It's much shorter than usual, but very comprehensive. And I find that, and the PowerPoints that also come with it. So I commend the reforms that have been undertaken in recent years, and wish everybody keep it up.
I think that means we can all pack up and leave now. We have the Tom Epstein stamp of approval. Wow, okay. Member Melgar, try to follow that one up.
Well, no, I'm just going to, no. A question for you. So I'm joining from the California Volunteers Commission after 5 years, and we launched a College Corps suite of programs, including Climate Action Corps. I'm wondering if that Climate Fellows program is part of the College Corps, or is that a separate program that the campus is launching?
It is separate from what the campuses do through College Corps. That said, our colleges do participate in College Corps as well. I'd welcome my colleague, I believe she may be here, Carla Grandy, if she wants to provide a few specifics on the Climate Corps program that we operate. Yeah, if you could come up. But really, I'm sorry, it's not Climate Corps, Climate Fellow, which are a number of individual faculty that we have on campuses today that are helping advance the work of our broader goals system-wide, and she can also speak to some of those goals as well.
So the student climate fellows that are being discussed now are California Community College students that are being hired from across the 116 colleges to work on climate action work within the community colleges. So they're students who are hired as a part-time student climate fellow to participate in it, as opposed to the Climate Action Corps, which is a full-time program. We do have colleges that are working with that program and have Climate Action Corps students, but this is a separate for California Community College students.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. You'll be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. You have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I want to consider item 3, the grant for Common Cloud platform. It says incorporate additional real-time data sources such as Canvas and application data, and guarantees to see there should be guarantees to see real-time data for students. What data is collected, where it's stored, how it's processed, where it's transferred to. I believe this is against Vision 2030 for equity of access and equity of success, because we can only access our education if we allow the removal of our rights. Canvas is an opaque system, and their contract allows them to come into our classrooms and homes for mass data collection and surveillance. Through some of their analytics platforms like Impact, there is no consent from students. The state gains enormous surveillance powers against students. There is longstanding federal policy against the creation of centralized national database of students. But we've seen recently student records being requested by ICE, the Department of Education, congressional committees. We've even seen speakers here at the Board of Governors talk about some of these problems. There's disregards for the dangers to students. There's a refusal to acknowledge any students' rights. I'm talking about the rights under the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 12, the inferred rights from our National Bill of Rights, the State Bill of Rights, Article 1, our Student Bill of Rights. Instead of mass data extraction and surveillance, we should be taking this money and focusing on access to housing, medical, an educational environment that respects our rights, medical first responders instead of militarized police, better adjunct pay, cost of living adjustments for our faculty and classified staff, funding our equity programs and the centers under them, legal representation to fight against legal representation for students to fight
30
against
seconds.
these rights. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you very much. At this time, I'll take a motion and a second.
So moved.
I'll second.
Member Epstein moves. Member Perry seconds. Christina will take a vote, please.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Carrat.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Christina. We are moving now to item 4.2, the reappointment of Patrick Mulvaney to the Foundation of the California Community Colleges Board. Mr. Mulvaney is the chair of the foundation board and has been a longstanding member, a dedicated one, as evidenced by the fact that this would be his third four-year term ending in January 2030. So an incredible amount of work and passion for what we do, and especially what the foundation work is. I have a feeling that Member Perry is going to say something, so I will proactively call on her.
Following Tom's lead, which I never do, I'm going to say something nice. Patrick has been a remarkable member of the board. I mean, his commitment, his energy, bringing sort of the perspective of being in the food business and the workforce there and all of it. He's broadened the scope of the foundation's work in terms of what it does, in terms of supporting people who aren't getting enough food, in terms of culinary careers. He has a much broader depth and experience, and he brings that to that, along with just a wonderful, the kind of personality you would expect in the hospitality industry. He's warm, he's welcoming, he literally brings people to the table, and he's a real asset to the foundation. So I wholeheartedly support his reappointment.
Thank you, Member Perry. Member Legrand.
I was just going to add on to what Member Perry said, that Patrick is a quiet strength, and his commitment and dedication to the community colleges and the foundation and actually everything that we do is just amazing. And so I would like to second that nomination.
Do I need to?
That assumes that you're firsting.
I am firsting.
Okay. Thank you, Member Perry and Member LeGrand. Member Haynes.
So I just want to add my support for this particular vote. Patrick is a Sacramento jewel, and when I say that, there's not a, and he was on the Los Rios Foundation board for a number of years, and no matter where he is or what he does, he is willing to feed us all with wonderful, wonderful food. But he's a wonderful person, just in and of himself, and for him to give of his time in this way is just critically important. So he has my vote.
Thank you very much, Member Haynes. Chancellor Christian.
I too want to add my recognition and enthusiasm for Patrick Mulvaney. Our president of the foundation is here with us today. Keitha Mills, just wave. This past year, Keitha and Patrick actually opened up the restaurant. We had some planning meetings around advocacy items, and it was truly building community in the work that we're doing together. So thank you.
Wonderful. At this time, we'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to my colleague for virtual remarks.
Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Well, I want to say hello to Patrick Mulvaney and to express that we need members on the foundation that respect and fight for students' rights. There is college buys, the enterprise and procurement services. We have contracts with Proctorio up to 2029. We know that the service discriminates against students, doesn't respect our privacy. Even in our academic senate at Mount SAC recently, it was advised not to use technology like this because of how invasive it is. There's been many student protests over technology like this. We've even seen U.S. senators question these companies. We have other technology like Turnitin and HonorLock that also have contracts there. We have contracts with Axon right now. Just please read what human rights organizations say about these companies like Axon. Axon, with their taser services, they use pseudoscientific diagnosis like excited delirium to explain away their
Omar, are your comments directed towards Mr. Mulvaney's reappointment?
Yeah, there's a message for him.
Okay.
we have like Axon that explains away how their products are killing people using excited delirium. We have body-worn cameras that are that could operate in covert mode that could secretly surveil the student body. There's concerns about Axon's use of Fusus and even AI facial recognition in their body-worn cameras.
30 seconds.
Our in-structure contract isn't respecting our rights, and in Section 13, there's a CCPA obligation that is in violation. Another member I would like you to speak with, Member Baca, is involved in an email where he saw the CCPA being violated. These contracts aren't canceled and students aren't given alternatives. We need something else. I hope you could be a positive agent for change with some of these contracts and with student rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, Gary. All right, we have a motion from Perry and a second from LeGrand.
President Aguinaldo, I'm so
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. You have a virtual board member comment?
I do. Member De La Fuente.
No, just wanted to finish on a good note. Patrick Mulvaney, I've been to your restaurant and now I connect the dots. So great establishment in Sacramento and congratulations. You did a lot of great work for the foundation and very excited for your reappointment and thank you for your service.
Thank you very, very much, Member De La Fuente. Christina, the roll, please.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis,
Aye.
Harry LeGrand,
Aye.
Jesse Melgar,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Christina. Let's move to action item 4.3, proposed regulatory action credit for prior learning in high school course articulation. For that, I welcome Vice Chancellor Todd and Visiting Executive May.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, board members. Great to be here. Excited to be talking about our second reading of these regulations. I think the PowerPoint will come up soon. Great. And I have also my colleague, Sam Lee, who is heading up our entire project around credit for prior learning and our MAP platform. So we can go to the next slide. These went out for public comment as well. We had one I'll mention in the 15-day period, but this is our second reading on refining credit for prior learning and high school articulation. There are a couple next, and an item coming is the rest of those regulations around awarding credit through alternative means and exams. I will start with this. One of the things that Sam pointed out in our last meeting was that this is iterative. I think as we continue to deploy credit for prior learning, we're finding more and more ways that we might be able to engage more students, provide better access, think more about its transferability in the ways in which we're approaching regulations. So right now we have something that we feel very confident about that helps us align with statute and moves our credit for prior learning initiative forward. And we did some updates on the high school articulation piece. Primarily, the key points in the alignments here is to establish the need or the policies at local campuses to have a complete equitable CPL policy in place that is accessible to all students. It aligns our CPL policies with the new CalGETC standards for transfer. It prioritizes student completion and success by removing barriers to degree attainment. And I will say publicly in a few different arenas as we moved forward with the 12-unit residency requirement that CPL could actually, we were allowing it to be a local decision for those to account for that residency has been, I've received a lot of positive comments from the field in that. And also we've clarified that high school articulation agreements are formal agreements. And we can go to the next slide, and Ginny's going to go over the kind of changes we incorporated after comments from the field.
And good morning. It is still morning, right? Chancellor Christian, President Aguinaldo, and esteemed members of the board. So we went through these public comments quite extensively. We had a long afternoon meeting of a number of us meeting together to really engage in these public comments and make sure we were understanding what they were asking and making sure that we weren't providing any new regulation that would negatively impact our students. So one of the comments included we replaced credit given with credit awarded, and that aligns the definition of assessment of course outcomes in the course outline of record, which is the official record as written in Title V, and it clarifies minimum publication requirements for district credit for prior learning policies. Another area that we looked at was clarifying that high school course articulation agreement determinations must be grounded in the course outlines of record and determined by faculty. And what will not happen is colleges and districts that are currently following regulations will still be able to do the practices that they are engaging in. And with some of the requests that we had, we will be looking forward to possibly forming a task force to look at any changes that may need to take place that would be considered more substantive. And then finally, we made changes really to improve clarity and strengthen curriculum alignment without changing the scope, eligibility, or application of regulations as originally proposed. When you go through regulations and you want to make major changes, that's when we really need to engage in the field and look at unintended consequences for those regulatory changes, making sure that we're serving our student population.
Thank you, Ginny. We can go to the next slide. And I just wanted to capture a little bit about what we had with the public comments. There weren't a lot. There were about 12 that we received from the field. And as Ginny was mentioning, we had a thorough policy, legal and policy analysis that contributed to our work in the second reading. But we did meet with several of the groups. We had a number of commenters from our rural colleges who really rely on high school articulation agreements that raised some issues, particularly what was not changed in the high school articulation work, and I'll address that here in a minute. Primarily, what we've heard from the field is there are still ongoing concerns around UC acceptance of credit for prior learning, and I think those are intersegmental conversations we need to continue to pursue this year, and also analyze our regulations to see what might also better support credit for prior learning around transferability itself. We also had some other, two other comments, and this is in the end of the high school articulation. Right now, those courses don't count towards the 60 semester or 90 quarter units for the associate degree, and they don't count for the general education requirements for the associate degree as well. But what we're going to do, based on the comments that we have from the field, is to either get together a task force or a work group to further strengthen these regulations. One of the things that we want to make sure is that doesn't have implications for other regulations that we have currently, and really have a thoughtful analysis, both with our legal team and stakeholders, including ASCCC, CIOs, to have some further conversations around this. Additional comments included questions around transcript notation, advising, timelines, reporting. And so those can be addressed through a lot of guidance, but we'll also engage in this work group to see if there's other ways that we might be able to support that. Sam and I have had different conversations, especially around notation itself, which I think provides an opportunity to engage the field. There's also a little bit of comment on some comments around faculty primacy, and I think that Ginny addressed that as well. We've really thoroughly gone through to make sure that the importance of faculty primacy and shared governance, and understanding that decisions that are related to course equivalency, mastery, and awarding a credit are grounded in faculty-led curriculum processes. The only other comment that we received that I wanted to make a note on was a question around the residency, but there is clarification too that this is a local decision that colleges can make based on their own governance system, input from their members on their campus on how they want to award or see if CPL will contribute to those for students on their campus. So I believe that's, let me make sure I've got everything I want here. You have one thing, go ahead.
So regarding high school courses not counting towards the units, they can still use credit for prior learning and credit by exam, and that's what's currently being done. And when students, they have a portfolio, they use credit by exam. Once the units are awarded that way, it can count towards the residency units, it can count towards the degree units, it can count towards general education when the units are assessed that way.
Yeah.
Just not with course articulation, because high school courses aren't college courses, but they can get credit through credit by exam and credit for prior learning.
Yeah, I think that's what we heard from the listening sessions that we had, was as we come out with guidance, ensuring and promoting credit by exam and best practices around credit by exam when we have these high school articulations in being utilized by colleges with their high schools. That's going to be addressed through some of our guidance, but also if we have some input from the field where we might strengthen regulations, that's something we want to consider in the future as well. So for the most part, leaning into the comments with the field and having some conversations is actually really beneficial for us to think about what we might do over the next half a year or so. Any comments? So I'll take any questions or thoughts from the board.
Great. Member Haynes.
So I have to tell you, I was a little, a bit confused because I was trying to the dual enrollment. Is this to help support dual enrollment? Okay, so this is just
credit for
a student's knowledge based on curriculum that they are taking that will allow them to say it's above and beyond, and it would get college credit.
Do you want to take it?
And it's mostly for career and technical programs.
Okay.
So students may be in one of those programs in their high schools, and there's a community college that has a similar program. And so a lot of times the students will have articulation agreements with those high school programs and the college programs. But those articulation agreements need to be carefully crafted with the faculty involved. And because they are not college courses, they cannot count towards the degree. However, they are using credit by examination to get those units.
Thank you for that. And I'm hoping that the Academic Senate can, because I really would like to hear their perspective. So this is, let me tell you what my bottom line concern is. My bottom line concern is how is this changing what we've had in the past? Because many of the challenges that many of our students had was that from one, and our students are mobile, okay? They're mobile. And so one college would have a test, and another college would have a different criteria. And so I recognize that there's no implementation here in this, and I understand the why, that has to happen, and I'm eagerly awaiting that. Because that's the challenge that I have seen with credit for prior learning. We've had students who had a huge amount of workforce experience out of another country and it not be recognized because of the testing, because of the qualifications, because of how it's been perceived. And I'm not certain within the body of this that we get any closer to having something, and I don't want to use the word uniform, but something that a student can count on that is going to be recognized across, in many cases, 116 colleges. And that's always challenging, because, and the way this is written, I don't see any guardrails relative to that. And I'm hoping, you're nodding your head, I'm hoping that that when the advisory piece of this is written, that it's going to have to be hugely, I don't want to use the word prescriptive because that's not what but I'm hoping for some guardrails on behalf of our students, because no place in here do I see that in terms of an interpretation. And I would love to have our Academic Senate, because those are the folks who I was thinking of. I know that there's some contracts in what we've just agreed to, in which there are going to be some workshops and those kinds of things. So I recognize that there's that there, but I just have to tell you, I'm kind of deeply concerned relative to that.
Yeah. So both these regulations and the package that are coming in for the first reading are really trying to cover a variety, the assortment of ways in which we're able to award credit to students beyond dual enrollment, right? Which are, and I consistently go back to this. Those are college courses offered at the high school campus. What we're talking about with high school articulations are local. One of the things we've really made sure, and there hasn't been much change in those regulations from practices that are currently happening. We've just kind of cleaned up a little bit to make sure that those are formal agreements that are being made between high schools and colleges. But those are alternative pathways, which I think Jenny was pointing towards. Particular CTE paths, oftentimes there's some knowledge building that happens at the high school and articulated courses that lead towards degrees and entry points for local community college campuses. And so those are different than what we've had with dual enrollment, where students are immediately getting those college credits on their campus. And the comment, it's interesting, the comments that we received were primarily from some of our rural schools that oftentimes are dependent on building out frameworks for high school articulation coursework, where it's difficult to meet at scale some of the demand for what might have otherwise been dual enrollment courses. So we're continuing to lean into this to try to build as best structure as we can, to share best practices around credit by exam as well for those students that will ultimately benefit them, and also to look at some of the transferability issues that we noted on the slides.
And we're hoping that the strengthened credit for prior learning regulations will help with this high school articulation with using credit by exam, credit for prior learning, so that it is clear, it is supporting students and the work that the Academic Senate is doing in establishing those credit recommendations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Williams.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you for all the details that you put into responding to the public comment and incorporating the suggestions. I feel like you all are trying to do a lot in this, and I think my preference would have been that, well, when we talk about this, I think it's really important we talk about it from by student group, because high school students aren't going to experience CPL in the same way that traditional students. So when we have the conversation all together, it makes it kind of convoluted and confusing. And so related to the high school students, I think you should really be careful because the argument that we're making around just dual enrollment is that it's better than AP because they don't have to take a test. And then now you're saying for the CTE students, we want them to start testing. And so you got to be careful because these high school counselors are going to use that against the whole idea of promoting dual enrollment. And I think we need to perfect dual enrollment first before we start offering all of these other things. And then because you're putting a lot on the parents to have to figure out all of these requirements. And then the second part is I don't want to see CTE students get something less, because now you're saying, okay, well, you're in CTE, but your credits don't count towards a degree, and that's not fair. And so we really need to perfect CTE and dual enrollment before we start doing something else. We really need to see the CTE programs getting the general education courses aligned to their CTE programs before we add these other things that really, because I really don't see the value for our high school students to take, and then it seems like it doesn't really follow guided pathways, because now we're accumulating more units than we really need, and then what's the value of them if they don't count towards a degree? So I think we should really just think, your comments just made me think about that. I know you're trying to do a lot for students, but let's perfect the, just basic dual enrollment, and then let's perfect basic dual enrollment for CTE. I just don't want to see the CTE students get less than, what they should get.
I'd love to comment on that. I think you're spot on. We want to continue to transform our system and offer more dual enrollment. I mean, we have goals inside of that for equitable access for our students inside of Vision 2030, and we are continuing to try to find as many resources as we can, also work on our budget and our work across the state to try to have more funding to improve that. When you look at the package that we brought forward, First, we're aiming to try to make sure that all campuses or our districts have a comprehensive CPL policy, right? We're trying to make sure that we've aligned with CalGETC. We're trying to make sure that we've opened up the door for CPL to count towards local residency. And then in the high school articulation piece, we've mainly stated that it needs to be an agreement. And then I think what we've learned through these comments is let's get together to flesh out some of the other details that we can come back to the board for to improve regulations, improve guidance to the field, which is what our commitment will be. So if we put up the slides, I think the last piece is some recommendations for us, hoping that we can adopt what we have now. And then our intention would be to put out guidance and then also work with the field on a task force or working group and come back in 5 or 6 months to provide an update on what we learned with the field. I think it goes back to also what Dr. Lee was saying in our last meeting, was that I think this is going to be somewhat iterative. I think we'll see some further changes with CPL and with these regulations as we continue to make improvements with input from our constituents and our campuses.
And so in summary, 55050 is updating that section for compliance with Ed Code, with the recent changes in Ed Code. And then 55051, which is the high school articulation. There are no substantive changes to that section. It's just clarifying changes and making sure that it's much more clear and consistent with the previous section. So substantive changes for 55051, the high school articulation, would be the next step after we have a broader discussion.
Can I have a follow-up?
Member Costa was going to go first, and then Member Haynes.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to agree with you, Board Member Haynes. I don't have any answer to this. I think a lot of times, we've seen this before, the sort of the push and the pull of our governance system. And we certainly saw this when we implemented AB 705. So can you talk a little bit more about this iterative process? Because I want to be clear that I acknowledge and respect that each of our districts needs to put forward things that work for them. But I also want to make sure there's not wide variances for our students and ultimately, how their credit is viewed. So can you just talk a little bit more about the guidelines and this iterative process and how we try and kind of marry these two desires?
Well, I can use one example that was from the field. So I think the big piece to start with is what Ginny was saying, was that this is really getting in compliance with Ed Code to start with, requiring a policy for at every campus, allowing them to make some decisions around residency, and then strengthening a little bit around the high school agreements being formalized. Why this is iterative? Take the example of what we had where how we work on transferability with the UC system. That is not something that we get to regulate. But there are, ways we might be able to strengthen some of our processes. How do we know credit for prior learning, for example, might be in our field. But we really also want to work with the UC to see how far we can get with ensuring that when we award, and we've gone through a rigorous process to ensure that students have credit, that it's accepted. And it's a barrier right now across our campuses, especially when counselors or advisors are talking with students and they're thinking about where they may want to attend if they're transferring, that it's a barrier in terms of what they're recommending. And so the iteration is for our team to continue to work with the UC office as well across all our intersegmental partners to make sure that these, as a matter of fact, CPL is on an agenda for us with their own academic affairs unit tomorrow in an in-person conversation. We've got a few hours where Ginny and I are going to Long Beach to talk with them. But we want to make sure that we have that opening so that if we come back in 4, 5, or 6 months, we've talked with the academic senate, we've worked with our CIO colleagues, we've heard from the UC on things that might help to strengthen CPL acceptance in their system, that we can come back to make those recommendations. We also may get in a conversation with some of our colleges where the guidance that we're providing around high school articulation isn't enough, and we may need some nomenclature change inside of this regulation to support students. We would come back for that. I know Sam has a list. I think he's told me there's like 12 things. I wanted to say 10 that he wants to change in the future around CPL. And we'll work with our in our governance process to make those changes as well. But right now, what we have in front of you is, something that will help meet ed code and statute and provide, the next steps for colleges to be building their policy in ways that can incentivize students towards residency and using CPL, and make sure that their high school agreements are articulated and codified. So it's the first step in this bit. And, and in my office as well, we get a lot of conversations. It's great that I'm here. It was wonderful to hear from the field. I did not look at those comments that we got back as anything more than, oh my gosh, we've got to have further conversations. And it was worth every hour that we spent with commenters to learn from them about what they're trying to do with students. When you talk with a Shasta college that really it can't drive its a dual enrollment any further at the moment, it's great to hear from them, and so we'll collectively engage that work to make these better.
All right, we're going back around
Yeah.
to Member Haynes, then Member Williams.
So, thank you. So, explain to me the term, how the term residency is relevant relative to this discussion, because I'm kind of
There is you need to have 12 units of kind of taking coursework on a particular campus to get to be awarded the degree by that campus. What
Community
we're saying,
college
yes,
campus.
called community college campus.
Okay.
What we've allowed for previously, CPL could not be counted towards that. If a college awarded CPL, it wouldn't be able to be counted towards those residency units. What we're allowing is the permission for local campuses to decide that. Some campuses may decide that that's not what they want to do. They want to make sure that students take 12 units of their courses before they award a degree. But this is allowing that flexibility. As you all know, we are trying to incentivize CPL as much as possible. And so there are definitely instances we've heard from campuses where that might really help us get students across the finish line to award a degree. So the more I think we can put that in local control, the better.
So, staying on that a little bit, is there a bifurcation? It seems to me that is that more important to those the colleges are in rural areas, and less so for those colleges that are in urban areas, or is it?
That I'm not sure. It would benefit all. Yeah, Sam's saying it would benefit everyone. I'm not sure that there's a bifurcation there of what rural or urban on that particular issue. Where we heard the issue from the rural campuses is where it's difficult for them to have as much dual enrollment at scale at the moment as, and they've had a lot more historically high school articulation agreements that they want to have further conversations on how to improve those processes.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the majority of, I think, what you heard from the field, which we want to do.
And there was some change. It used to be residency had to be per campus, and then it was changed
Right.
to the college district. So at any one of the campuses in a college district for the residency. And now we really want to make it compulsory that, you have to allow those 12 units. But it was recommended as we went through the process that, okay, make it permissive. College districts, working with their governing board, can choose to award degrees based on those 12 units if they were earned through CPL.
We still continue to need to be student-focused on what the students need as opposed to the college, but I digress.
Member Williams.
Just for my own just remembrance, when you started talking about articulation, you're referencing like students that are transferring without a degree. You're not saying that the colleges it sounded like you were saying when you started talking about the UCs and then the high school students transferring their units, and you don't have control over how the universities accept. You're just only talking about students that are coming in without a completed degree, right?
What we were talking about is the CPL being recognized across all of our intersegmental partners
But if I
in the
transfer
same
that,
way.
but if I transfer in with a degree, they're not picking apart my units.
They
After
are.
I've already, I thought it's
They
just
are.
the achievement, you have your degree.
They
and-
are. Yeah, right now. So that's something that we're working on, and I think that that's, one of our priorities out of our office is to make sure the ways in which we're awarding credit to students, providing credit for students, is recognized across all of our systems. And that's a very complicated sentence that I just said, but I would say that our aim is to help articulation as much as possible and acceptance of credit as much as possible across all of our 3 public systems. Yeah.
So with the associate degree for transfer, if they earn that and transfer to a CSU, those are not picked through by the CSU campus. However, if they transfer to a UC campus, the UC doesn't care whether or not they earn a degree, and they don't have the same agreements with the ADT that the CSU campuses do, and they can absolutely pick through and decide, we'll take this course, but we won't take that.
Yeah, that's also part of, I think, and the CSU has a very front-facing policy on their CPL. It's, sometimes we end up in very different conversations with the UC than we do the CSU. So it's a priority for us. We want to find ways that we can increase access for our students and awarding of credit and transferability, and that's just something that is things we'll continue to tackle.
Yeah, Member Williams, you had mentioned credit by exam, and what we heard from the field is that they want to increase the use of credit by exam for high school articulated courses because there's no new exam involved. It's the same exam the teacher gives for the class. So there's nothing new involved there. It's an exam that's been agreed upon by the college faculty and the high school faculty as equivalent. Then when they take it by credit by exam, we can transcribe it as the college course, listing credit by exam as the CPL type. That is accepted by the UCs now, without question or review. It's the only type of CPL that's accepted by the UCs without question or review. That doesn't mean they won't accept other CPL types. Each campus, each department, each discipline at the UCs makes their own choice there. But that's the hill we want to climb moving up, is make sure there's equitable transferability.
You see how the argument of because we're saying take the dual enrollment course versus the AP course because of the exam. You see how that argument is.
Yes, I do.
Especially when you get to the what do I do level with a counselor. It's really political. Like when you talk about AP versus dual enrollment, and so if you add that layer, it's gonna be interesting conversations at the high school levels when you're sitting down with a counselor there, because folks want to teach the AP course. So if you add that, then it's going to be it's just going to be a different conversation. It changes our whole argument.
So the high school, the exam that Sam was referencing, it's an exam that the college and the high school have gotten together, and it's the final exam that the student takes at the high school generally. And so they're taking the exam anyway.
I'm saying upon enrollment in the on front of what advisement I get on what path do I take, that's where the conversations get in. And so the sale right now is when you take a dual enrollment course, you just take the course and you're awarded credit. And so that's how folks are selling dual enrollment versus do I go into AP? Because remember, recruitment starts in middle school. So it's the middle school conversation, and so it's the middle school counselors that are advising families, what do I do when I go into high school? And so if you add these extra elements, then it just changes the argument that we have.
It's a very good sales pitch for more dual enrollment, which I appreciate. Take them on tour.
I'm going to take Member Perry's comment, and I'm going to try to scoot this along because we have some time-sensitive issues to address. So Member Perry, make it quick.
Okay. I just want to commend you on your hard work. These are thorny issues. They're not easy to navigate, and the end goal is making things easier, better, and making education more accessible to our students. So I'm sitting here thinking, I liken this to you're trying to move things through a strainer where the holes are all different sizes.
Yeah.
And it's hard to make a cake when you're doing that. So thank you for all you're doing.
I'm going to steal that metaphor. Just thank you. All right.
Member
Thank
Perry
you.
is very good at that. Any other board member comments? All right, at this time, we'll take public comment, please.
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, I do not see any we have one in-person comment, so I'll hand it over to Vice President Rawlings.
Right, we have Latanya Parker Parnell.
Good morning. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I am Dr. Latanya Parker Parnell, serving as the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges President. On behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, I do want to acknowledge and express our support for the thoughtful development of this proposed regulatory action, amending the Title V, Sections 55050 and 55051 on credit for prior learning and high school course articulation. We deeply appreciate the careful inclusion of faculty expertise in shaping these updates, ensuring that assessment of prior learning, whether through work experience or other pathways, aligns with course outcomes and curriculum standards. These revisions also clarify high school articulation processes while preserving faculty authority. Most importantly, these regulations advance student success by recognizing the knowledge and skills students already bring, accelerating progress towards degrees and certificates, and promoting equitable access to educational and career opportunities. The Academic Senate looks forward to continuing to partner in implementing policies that support both faculty governance and meaningful pathways for student achievement. And then just for a moment, just a couple of points in terms of some of the concerns that were brought up. We do look forward to explicit guidance and continued crosswalk to enable a more equitable and consistent awarding of credit around credit for prior learning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'll take a motion and a second, please.
Move approval.
I'll move.
Thank you, Member Williams for moving and Member Perry for seconding. Christina will take the vote, please.
Thank you. And just for the record, no virtual comments were requested.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral. Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
With that, the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Christina. I just wanted to echo Member Perry's comments that I'm so deeply appreciative to the work of the thoughtful work of the staff here, as well as the engagement of the field. It was so great to see everyone chiming in on this issue. So thank you again. Let's move into Section 6, which is information and reports. Item 6.7 is on the baccalaureate degree program. We have a special guest with us, Assemblymember David Alvarez, who is here to address the board. I invite him to make his comments before the team does his presentation. But before he gets started, I also wanted to extend a note of gratitude to Assemblymember Alvarez for the deep and thoughtful collaboration you've had with the Chancellor's Office and with the Board of Governors. Thank you very much, Assemblymember, for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. It's good to see all of you again. It's really an honor to be before you today. As was stated, I'm Assemblymember David Alvarez. I represent the 80th District. It's easy to remember. We have 80 Assembly members, and I'm the 80th at the bottom of the state. Proud San Diegan, bordering the Mexico border with our region here, the Cali Baja region, which is what we call it. Again, thank you all for your service, and thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm thankful for the leadership that you all provide and the guidance to the Chancellor. Very thankful to Chancellor Christian, the work we have been doing since her arrival, literally, if it wasn't day one, it was day two that she reached out. And we have been working together ever since. My role is chair of the Education Subcommittee in the Assembly, and so obviously all matters relating to budget in the community college system come before the committee, and again, been a really good relationship. I am here today to speak in support of the work that you all have been leading on and doing as it relates to the offering of baccalaureate degrees to more Californians through your institutions. I am very, very proud to see that that work continues, now going on 10 years, and I think the work needs to continue. So I'm here to speak in support of two things in particular in my own backyard. First and foremost, in support of San Diego Mesa College's proposed physical therapy assistant program. Mesa College is an important asset to the greater San Diego region, and this program is vastly needed and as identified in the criteria in SB 850 and AB 927, documented on workforce needs that you all know so well about, affordability, geographical accessibility. There's limitations to our San Diego students, and this would definitely open the doors to many. I'm also here today to request that you support, and I will be presenting this bill before the Legislative Committee of Higher Education this afternoon, Assembly Bill 664, which I have authored. Assembly Bill 664 is focused in the same way as all the other work that's been happening through all of our districts on workforce needs and the geographical lack of access that so many Californians continue to suffer from, and that our community colleges are actually meeting. I would like to recognize Southwestern Community College and Dr. Mark Sanchez in particular for their leadership and vision in expanding access to higher education in the South County. Again, remember, at the very bottom of the state, including the establishment of the Higher Education Center, which today operates and has on that campus meaningful pathways for students who want to complete a bachelor's degree close to home on the college campus, with 6 more bachelor's degrees in partnership with universities, public universities, that will begin this fall. South San Diego County is in clear need of more of this access. Chula Vista, where Southwestern College campus sits, is the largest city in California, the largest without a local public university offering bachelor's degrees. As a result, many of my families, our community college students, do not transfer and are unable to complete a bachelor's degree. In fact, data that I received from Southwestern College, only 2% of our community college students ever leave the county to go to school. I think it's a statistic that you probably all know far too well from throughout the entire state. And so AB 664, offers a focused temporary solution. It allows Southwestern College to propose a limited number of workforce-driven baccalaureate programs, only 4 of them, fully subject to this board's existing approval authority, independent evaluation, and a program cap, like I said, of 4, and also a sunset of 2035. If it's not working by then, it actually sunsets by statute, and it would have to be reauthorized. It does not duplicate any CSU program or UC program. In fact, it's designed to complement and not replace the long-term planning for a future public university access to our community in Chula Vista. So it is for those reasons that I thank you for the opportunity to share about 664. It would be honored to have your official support as I go before the Assembly Higher Education Committee this afternoon, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Alvarez. Chancellor Christian, did you want to say anything?
No, I was just going to say we appreciate the work. The board is fully engaged with the BDP programs, including the Southwestern program that you mentioned and the MESA program at San Diego Mesa College. We're in that process. This board is very committed to workforce needs, and we will circle back with you and your office, Assemblymember Alvarez. It's kind of cool having you here at the board meeting. Thank you.
It's great to be here. Love hearing the discussion earlier on CPL.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Assemblymember.
Thank you all. Appreciate you.
To continue on this important topic, I welcome the members of our team, Vice Chancellor James Todd, Assistant Vice Chancellor Aaron Larson, and visiting Executive Ginny May back to the presenters table.
That was a powerful intro. Very excited to be here. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings. I know our Chancellor is in the back of the room, Chancellor Christian, board members, great to have you here. I want to start with a quick vignette of a learner many of us recognize. She's already working in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, public service, or information technology. She's skilled, trusted, relied upon every day in her workplace, but she's reached a ceiling. Advancement requires a bachelor's degree, one that is practical, applied, and immediately relevant to the work she's already doing. Leaving her job to relocate or enroll full-time elsewhere is not an option, and waiting years for relevance is not an option either. And so Vision 2030 asks us to do something bold and responsible at the same time, to expand opportunity for Californians, not someday, but now, while holding ourselves to the highest standards of quality, equity, and public trust. And so at the heart of that vision is a clear reality we can't ignore. For a growing share of California's workforce, a bachelor's degree is no longer a finish line, it's the starting point. And so it's the credential that opens the doors to advancements, to stability, and leadership in fields that sustain our communities and our economy. Vision 2030 is explicit that equitable baccalaureate attainment is essential to California's future. Certificates and associate degree programs must remain powerful, but they also must connect to something more, to pathways that do not stall just as opportunity begins. And so the community college baccalaureate degree program exists precisely at the intersection of access, aspiration, and workforce readiness. These degrees that we are looking at are built to prepare graduates to move directly into employment or advancement, not to pause their lives while education catches up to workforce reality. And this workforce practitioner-centered design is not incidental. It's foundational. Curriculum is built around competencies, around industry standards, around real-world problem solving so that students graduate not only credentialed, but job ready on day one. And so at the same time, Vision 2030 is requiring us and demanding discipline. Expanding baccalaureate attainment requires rigor, evidence, and collaboration across the system. And growth without purpose is not equity, and expansion without rigor is not stewardship. That's why our baccalaureate degree program approval process is intentionally demanding to meet statute. First, every proposed program must clearly demonstrate real workforce need, not projected, not hypothetical, but grounded in labor market data, employer validation, and evidence that a 4-year credential is essential for employment and advancement in that field. These are not degrees in search of students. They are responses to documented gaps in California's workforce. And at the same time, we must hold firm to a principle that protects the integrity of our higher education system. These programs must be distinct and complementary to existing 4-year offerings. While course overlap across institutions is natural and expected, and the programs themselves must serve different purposes, lead to different outcomes, and meet different workforce needs. That distinction is carefully examined through our comparative program review and intersegmental consultation. It's analyzed, documented, and refined through multiple stages, as you'll hear. Programs that do not clearly meet these expectations don't move forward. Others are returned for revision. In fact, I know Aaron's going to bring this up, but almost 40% of our applications from 2022 to 2025 were returned to colleges after the initial review stage. So the result of our rigorous process is now a distinct, meaningful portfolio of degrees that are targeted, intentional, and aligned with California's needs. And the impact speaks for itself. These programs are expanding bachelor's degree attainment among Californians who have historically been underrepresented at the 4-year level. Graduates earning family-sustaining wages, remaining in their regions, and filling critical roles in healthcare, technology, climate resilience, and public service. So this is Vision 2030 in action. It's not equity as an idea, but it's as an outcome. So what you'll see in the slides that come is not just a process, but a commitment on our behalf and our agency to meet workforce demand with precision, to guard against duplication with care, and to expand opportunity with integrity. This is really about not just of doing more, but it's about doing what matters so that when Californians are ready to go further, their community colleges are ready to meet them with rigor, responsibility, and resolve. So on that note, I'm going to turn this over to Aaron and really look forward to you seeing more of what has happened recently and our process.
Thank you. If we could bring up the slides. So I'm going to quickly kind of go through these because I feel like we've been here before, and I will just highlight for you that we currently have 54 approved baccalaureate degree programs in the California community colleges. We added 7 in 2025. If we go to the next slide, we can see that there are 44 community colleges that offer this baccalaureate. We added 6 colleges in 2025. And note that highlighted here are those colleges that offer more than one program. Then in 2014, those were the pilot colleges. If we bounce to the next slide, this is really an overview that shows the cadence of our application cycles and a summary of our application submissions. But the next slide actually will have more detail about those applications that we've received. So if we could bounce to that one. Next slide, thanks. So for this slide, since 2022, we've received 95 applications, and all were reviewed for that robust process that James had mentioned. These include working with, this process includes working with our academic senate on recommendations for readers for the review panel that takes a look at the entire package of the program and scores with us on the criteria outlined in the legislation. So you'll note that 36 were returned to colleges for a revise and resubmit, and or maybe they didn't make the top 15 that we are allowed to send for intersegmental review. But of the 59 that were sent for intersegmental consultation, there were no duplication concerns on 27 of those programs, so we were able to move those forward. Of the 32 that did receive those programs, I want to highlight that that had duplication concerns. There were 11 that were resolved or the objections were rescinded. This was achieved through the efforts of the colleges. They were able to work with the objecting institutions before we convened the campuses for the campus-to-campus meetings or shortly thereafter, just in collaboration with those institutions. We are in active review for the fall cycle for Cycle 7, which accounts for those 5, and then there were those 16 programs that still received duplication objections from the cycles 2 through 6. If we bounce to the next slide. This is a summary for, just to remind you that there are 2 application cycles each year. And yes, in a couple of days, we will receive our next round, Cycle 8, of applications. And the intersegmental consultation steps noted here have the statutory requirements. And then if we go to the last slide, I just wanted to highlight that these are the 16 proposals that we were reviewing from those cycles that from Cycle 2 through Cycle 6 that still have those duplication objections. But at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Ginny May.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, James. So what is program duplication? So many distinct or non-duplicative degree programs have overlap of courses and course topics, such as degrees in pre-med for veterinarians and veterinarian technicians. pre-law and paralegal degrees, and even engineering and engineering tech degrees. Yet, I think we would all agree that each of those program pairs are not duplicative programs. Furthermore, the nature of CalGETC and transfer agreements like the ADT creates intentional duplication at the lower division course level. Evaluating programs historically is critical. Evaluating programs holistically is critical in determining whether the course overlap or program similarity rises to the level of program duplication. The third-party review for cycles 2 through 6 provided analyses on upper division course overlap to help assess program similarity. A method called cosine similarity was utilized to assign a similarity score between two programs based on course language. For those programs that had similarity scores that suggested program duplication, the Chancellor's Office viewed this as a call for a qualitative program review and evaluation to assess the similarity, and did that similarity rise to the level of program duplication, holding firm to the principle that protects the integrity of our higher education. These programs must be distinct and complementary to existing four-year offerings. So I have two examples for you. Moorpark College's proposed degree in applied cybersecurity and network operations received duplication concerns from several CSU campuses. Only one of the campus programs rendered a similarity score that suggested program duplication. We found the math requirements at Moorpark were liberal arts focused, whereas those at the CSU campus were STEM focused. In addition, based on a suggestion from CSU, the Moorpark program is clarifying the applied and technical nature of their program, providing distinction with the CSU program. And then the second example is Southwestern College's proposed Transborder Environmental Design program. This is a 4-year Bachelor of Science Building Design program, specific to Southern California and Baja California Norte, and a technical program. The CSU campus is citing duplication concerns with their 5-year Bachelor of Architecture degree, a professional program that requires 500 hours of professional practice. Graduates from the CSU program are prepared to be architects. Graduate from Southwestern's proposed program are not prepared to be architects, yet they do have practical knowledge of architectural and environmental design, urban planning, and project management specific to cross-border sector. And with that, I turn this back to James.
So thank you so much for that. I hope you caught those last two examples. They're really important in showing some of the real differences that we're encountering when we talk through this kind of framework of what duplication might look like. And I also urge us to pause for a moment to look at these 16 programs and the titles of them and think about how they've really situated themselves in terms of local workforce need and ensuring that these are unique programs that complement what we have across our four-year partners as well. Applied cybersecurity network operations from Moorpark, regenerative medicine biomanufacturing technologies from Pasadena College, Santa Monica College with cloud computing, Saracosa with cybersecurity technology, San Diego with a physical therapy assistant, Santiago with digital infrastructure and location services, West Valley with land stewardship and sustainability. And they go on, police science, building trade management, applied advocacy and organizing, applied professional studies, field iron worker supervision, modern police science, health information management, restorative justice and rehabilitation, and transborder environmental design. And you heard about a couple of those already as we were going through this. So I emphasize, first off, understanding what has been applied by our colleges and getting back to these very particular statute needs that we have rigorously gone through to ensure that these are not duplicative, that they lead to very specific outcomes for our colleges. And as Ginny was mentioning, absolutely there are course overlaps that happen across all of our degrees, no matter what we're talking about when we look at our intersegmental work, right? Even just inside of STEM, when we have transfer students, those degrees draw on the same coursework across all of those, areas in science and math and engineering. But they end up with a unique program that prepares students for a very particular future. And that's what we've ensured here, responsibly, rigorously, and in service of California's future. So without me reading on, I'll just say personally, I have really enjoyed the work that we have had together as a team, and also the conversations that we've had intersegmentally to learn more about our programs. And I keep coming back to this resounding fact that we have done all of our due diligence in every one of these degrees that move forward to ensure we're working with our colleges to meet statute. And that's where we are right now. Let me just say one other thing too, the weight is the other piece I think that makes us so urgent about this. There are students out there that would benefit from these programs, and yet our campuses have not been able to offer them, even though we've done the work. And so we've got to figure out ways that we can provide opportunities for Californians after what has happened on campuses. And it is no small feat to have a chief instructional officer, a chief student services officer, academic senates, department chairs, deans, all in the process of putting together an application and reimagining their processes just to offer these very specific degrees for students. And it's time that they also get their decision as well.
Well, thank you very much to the team. I can attest to the rigor of the process. I reviewed the memorandums in particular, and just wanted to advise the board that I approved one program for the Cycle 3 Baccalaureate application progress for Santiago Canyon College's digital infrastructure and location services. I did see it mentioned in the slide, so I'm glad it made it in there, but wanted to call that out specifically.
Thank you.
So thank you. I see Member Haynes ready to go with her comments, so I'll call on her.
Okay, so first I want to commend this program and everyone who is engaged in it. To have 54 baccalaureate degrees in 44 colleges, have multiple baccalaureate degrees is a real success. I do wonder one thing, and that is that 44 colleges represents 25% of our colleges that have a baccalaureate degree. And I'm wondering if part of that is just the rigor. It's not the rigor, it's just the butting up against in particular the CSUs, and maybe to some extent minor the UCs. And is that a disincentive for many of the colleges not to do it? Or have you found it to be some other reasons? Or have you asked the question?
Yes. So I think in some cases, they express that when they do submit their applications, or they're thinking about submitting applications, but we encourage them to just rely on the fact that the degree that they want to offer will have an unmet workforce need that will be met through that degree. And so we just continue to encourage those folks that despite what any kind of duplication resolution meetings we would have to have with any objecting partners, that they are still serving the region and the students in their communities.
Member Epstein.
I want to talk a little bit about my journey on this subject because when I was a new board member, the first 15 programs were authorized under the bill that was passed in 2014. And I abstained from the vote. It was the first and only abstention that I ever had on this board. And I was concerned that they presented us with 15 programs without talking about all the process, or at least not in detail about the process and how they whittled it down. There were like 60 or something that were originally proposed. And I was also, frankly, a little skeptical that that community colleges might be taking their eye off the ball, and they've instead of focusing on the 2-year program, which wasn't having a great success rate, they're now going to try and do 4-year degree programs. But I've completely turned around. I've come to understand the geographic issues of traveling to get a bachelor's degree and so forth. I'm a huge supporter of this program. I was impressed with James's opening statement. I almost felt like I should have stood up and saluted. I think you put a lot of effort into that. And frankly, I'm a little disappointed that the lieutenant governor didn't hang around. She's like the one person on this board that actually could have more of an impact on the CSUs than the rest of us. But and I also wonder what these 5-year architecture degree students at the Cal State are going to do about San Diego sewage, which is what I'm sure that program is all about, the trans-border environmental issues. So I don't know. It just seems like the bureaucracy that's inhibiting this is unjustified, and that we should be very aggressive in moving ahead, Madam President, and approving these programs.
Thank you very much, Member Epstein. We have Member LeGrand, then Member Correll.
Yeah, I just want to also congratulate the work that the team is doing around this. And as I learn more about us being in 58 of the 59 counties throughout California, the ability for some of our rural places to be able to offer those degrees, I think, become even more important. I think similar to what Member Epstein said, some of the mileage people have to get a bachelor's degree to a 4-year school is really kind of untenable in many cases. So I think we should just continue to keep it the good fight, and let's try to get up to some of our more rural campuses being able to provide that 4-year opportunity as well. So again, thanks to the team for their work.
Thank you. Member Correll, then Member De La Fuente.
Well, on the heels of Member Epstein, I was going to say, I actually quoted you. I wrote it down, James. I was like, growth without purpose is not equity. So I really appreciated your opening statement as well. I'm also, I think, well, I always say I'm relatively new, but just really impressed by this program. And similar to Member Haynes, I had a question, but I'll flip it, which is, I guess I'm curious, of the 44 that have gotten these programs through, like, can you describe, like, what do you think has really helped propel them? Is it the leadership? Is it an industry relationship component or some geographic component that has really kind of helped to really move those institutions forward? In some ways, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, in addition to some of the challenges that the board members have raised, what else can we be doing to just, to try and help the rest of the colleges kind of move in this direction as well?
So thank you for those comments. The immediate thing that comes to mind is the passion around the faculty that are designing and working on these programs. I don't know, the one that sticks out is the mortuary science, and I remember Jolena was on this board, and the amount of work and passion and community connection around mortuary science that she had, I think really transformed that campus and designed something into something very, very unique, that's student-centered. This also, the opportunity, honestly, for campuses, Tom, when you were remember Epstein, as you were talking, like, these enable conversations that oftentimes our campuses are so busy doing so much work, but to sit in a room and talk about building, an academic program together, changing every bit of student affairs services, as well as the instructional components and meeting accreditation requirements. Those are those places where you start to see the momentum. And oftentimes what colleges just need is this signal to say, we understand you've done that process and now you can move forward. And I think that moment when these colleges receive notification that they can proceed, they put so much effort into it. That unleashes, and allows them to really have some aspirational thinking that brings together so many segments of the campus. So my immediate thought is the passion around the faculty that start to design something incredibly unique and valuable.
In addition, on the rural college tour that we took, we saw the students that were part of these programs, and that really keeps these programs moving. How it has changed their lives, not only the students in the programs, but the families of the students in these programs. And the communities just come alive because now they have these opportunities to advance socioeconomically. And they didn't have those opportunities before. And so that is critical in keeping these programs growing.
Quick shout out to our former board member, Jolina Grande, who's watching this meeting and who has watched virtually all the meetings since.
And who makes public comments on our regulatory items.
She's very engaged. So everyone wave at Jolina. She can see you. Wonderful. Member De La Fuente, and then Member Williams, and then it looks like Member Brown.
Well, Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And I think with our mission about affordability, access, and equity by offering bachelor programs, this is a wonderful opportunity for the students. A lot of jobs sometimes get blocked if you don't have a bachelor's degree and if you don't have that opportunity. And what better place than to, get a bachelor's degree from the California community colleges. So this is a lot of hard work that was put into it. So happy to see this come to light. And I think the reward will be in the years to come when we see the many students graduate and go on to have successful careers. So congratulations to all the people that put the hard work to make this happen. And I know there was challenges, but this is a great opportunity. So congratulations. I'm a big supporter of this.
Thank you, Member De La Fuente. We have Member Williams, Member Brown, then Member Perry.
I concur with all of the statements that were made. I think your opening comments felt like you were getting us ready for Sunday service, and for us, if we're really serious about meeting like workforce demands, these programs are really essential. And, I know, like, at least in the inland area, the high road training partnerships, a lot of the folks are using those to inform these programs. And, they're really trying to solve employer demands, and then they have worker voices included in these projects. And for years, faculty have been criticized for not turning curriculum around fast. And now that they're doing it, it's important that we, support them and allow them to be able to implement these programs. And so I think that it's essential that we probably need to encourage more schools to apply. And then when it comes to the objections, the one thing that I would hope that we're prioritizing is what the local community is saying the need is versus an objection that's coming from a service area that's not even really touching the area. I think that that's really important, that the local communities are having voice in what they feel like they need versus some other community saying, hey, you can't have this program. So I'm in full support of this effort.
Thank you, Member Brown, then Member Perry.
So I'm also in full support of this effort, and I think we need to keep pushing, but I'm actually taking a step back up to our larger umbrella goal of increasing baccalaureate attainment when I'm thinking about this, and thinking about how we can improve our relationships with our intersegmental partners. What are their pain points? Why are they seeming to get in the way, but not? They're advocating for something that's a pain point for them. So they have some issues with enrollment at certain colleges, and we have a lot of students who we want to earn degrees. And I'm thinking about how this has worked on a local level where community colleges will often do tours, taking students to visit different colleges, but they sort of just 116 different transfer directors picking 116 different things that they might do in a particular year based on their budget. But I'm thinking that there could be a more strategic effort if it were, let's say, a particular analysis of which colleges, which CSUs are having the lowest enrollment, which students might benefit, because there are some students who are geographically, stuck, but there are other students who could, if given the opportunity, go towards these programs, and if they were able to explore it. I'm thinking back to many different situations where, for example, we would send 5 students to go on an HBCU tour, and at least 4 of them would go to an HBCU. Had they not gone on the tour, would they have? Probably not. Santa Ana College sends 10 students to South Dakota. 9 of them went to South Dakota. So I think there's something we could be doing in terms of aligning, doing an analysis of which programs, especially because these colleges also tend to not have impaction. And so our students are trying to get in the door at their local college and not realizing maybe that there are opportunities for them. So I'm wondering if we could ease some of the CSU pain points with a more concerted effort in terms of matching our students that could go to those programs. And then maybe over time, once that's flowing, there will be less resistance for the other students for which these programs are really the only option. So I'm just sort of thinking about how can we partner better with CSU? How can we fill their seats, right? But also just give our students more opportunities, because sometimes our students aren't going to get in locally and then they just say, okay, well, I'm taking time off. And we don't want that either. So I just see it as looking for more win-win partnership opportunities, being more strategic, and maybe putting some dollars specifically towards efforts that will help with those gaps, as opposed to 116 colleges doing 116 different things just because that's what they feel like doing that year. And we didn't go there last year, so let's just go here, right? So that's just something I wanted to bring up, to take a step back and think about that, strengthening that, and strengthening our co-parenting relationship amongst the intersegmental partners. Thanks.
I'll just quickly say I appreciate all of your comments on that, and I would say as we engage our CSU partners, I think we continue to try to find win-wins. And the one thing that I love, in terms of working for the chancellor, and I say this publicly all the time, is like, I'm not sure that Sonia loves 2.2 million students. What Sonia loves is 3 million students. And the idea is that we are going to continue to try to increase our access, increase our graduates, and we want to partner with them to open up all these transfer possibilities and pathways and rethink and reimagine with them on the win-win of increasing public education and access to it. So we're fully committed to that. And I would also say the reason why we've spent so much time working with the colleges around these particular programs is that they are differentiated. They are providing different opportunities and are constructed differently to meet very local needs. And so we've prioritized that in our review in making sure that these are an added benefit for Californians to have, baccalaureates.
And I just wanted to add, absolutely. I think the idea here is just making sure that all Californians' needs are met when it comes to their education.
That's great.
But I did want to add, one of the biggest needs that I think would need to be a part of what I just described has to do with housing. Yeah. So one of the things that often happens when we would take these students on these college tours, they weren't just offered, hey, if you come to our college, you'll get, they could be offered scholarships, but they also would be guaranteed housing. And so I think if a student from an area that's heavily crowded gets told, hey, you can come out over here and study away from your family, that's actually a benefit to some of them to be able to focus better. So it's finding what's right for each individual student, and there is a type of niche student out there that could really benefit from that if we also have the housing partnerships in place. So when we think about our housing partnerships, I think we also need to integrate that into this equitable baccalaureate attainment plan that we're building.
Thank you. Member Perry.
Thank you, Member Brown, for calling out housing. I mean, something we worked on and made great progress, but we have a ways to go. So thank you for raising that to the level. It's an important piece of this. Thank you all for the passion you bring to this. It's very evident. And also, to your points, Member Brown, I don't want to see a repeat of what happened with the nursing degree, which was such an important addition to the work that we do. Was not duplicative in the sense of it went into different communities and provided opportunities for different students and met a very specific unmet need. So the degree that we can, as you called it, address the pain points and move forward with that, I thank you for making that point. And as you're talking, I keep thinking that, for me, I was thinking that really what you're talking about is opportunity begets opportunity.
Yeah.
Every opportunity we give the students begets another opportunity for them, begets another opportunity for the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.7 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. We received written comment on this item, which are available at the meeting entrance table. I'll hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we've got several. So we'll start with Alicia Nagpal, Claire Dungemore, and Latanya Parker Parnell. We'll start with Alicia.
Is your microphone on? Thank you. Sorry. Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Alicia Nagpal. I'm a community college student at Folsom Lake College, and I happen to serve as the Vice President of Legislative Affairs for the SSCC. I'm here in support of expanding CCC bachelor's degrees because they create real local pathways for students. Community college bachelor's degrees expand access, affordability, and equity, especially for students who are place-bound, working, or parenting. In 2021, AB 927 authorized community colleges to offer bachelor's degrees that meet unmet regional workforce needs, allowing colleges to respond directly to local labor markets. However, this promise has not been fully realized. 7 proposed bachelor's programs were blocked, even as many colleges already offer degrees that meet workforce and community needs. A state commission Wested analysis found that the objections relied too heavily on course-to-course comparisons rather than the intent of the original law: program relevance, workforce demand, access, and equity. Wested also makes clear that geography matters. A program should not be considered duplicative if the objecting CSU campus is not realistically accessible for students. During the rural campus tour, members of the SSCC met students who face unique challenges because of geography. A Lassen Community College student shared that he resides in Modoc County and is unable to receive a bachelor's in nursing because his closest CSU is Chico State, a 4-hour drive one way. Another student faces the same dilemma as the sole caregiver for her parent and 3 children. It's not a realistic assumption that all students can transfer to continue their education, and the need must be met at the community college. Their communities suffer from the lack of their educated workforce.
30 seconds.
Wested also found that the block programs had duplicative scores of below 0.5, showing that they are not the same programs offered at the CSU campuses. I respectfully urge the Board of Governors to continue their phenomenal support of CCC bachelor's degrees by centering workforce needs, student access, equity, and geographic reality. Thank you.
Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Claire Densmore. I'm a community college student at Sacramento City College, and I serve as the Region 2 Legislative Affairs Director for the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. I'm here today to express my strong support for expanding California Community College bachelor degree programs because they create real local pathways for students like me. I've felt firsthand how much location and cost can shape what feels possible. There was a point when I was mapping out my next step and realized that transferring or commuting long distances wasn't just an academic decision, it was a life decision. Between work responsibilities and the reality of tuition housing costs, I remember thinking, if the only way forward is to leave my region, I might have to pause my education altogether. Knowing there are bachelor's pathways that can be completed through a community college changes that equation. It turns a goal that feels out of reach into something practical and real. Not only are these programs directly aligned with local workforce needs, offering degrees in high-demand fields that our communities actually need, whether that's healthcare, information technology, or public service, but they also allow students to gain practical, career-ready skills without having to leave their region. Expanding California Community College bachelor's degrees also improves access for place-bound students, including working adults, caregivers, and veterans who may not be able to relocate or commute long distances to a university. Community colleges are often the most accessible and trusted institutions in these students' lives. Most importantly, these programs promote socioeconomic equity. By offering an affordable, high-quality bachelor's degree option...
30 seconds.
Thank you. We reduce barriers related to cost, geography, and opportunity, helping more students complete their education and contribute back to their communities. For these reasons, I urge the board to continue supporting and expanding CCC bachelor's degree programs. Thank you for your time and commitment to student success.
Good morning again, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I am Dr. LaTanya Parker Parnell, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. On behalf of AFCCC, I want to express our support for the baccalaureate degree program. This program provides, as many have stated, at rural colleges and across California community colleges, including working adults and military veterans, with access to high-quality baccalaureate education that meets local and regional workforce needs, and prepares students for in-demand careers. We deeply appreciate the meaningful input of faculty throughout this process, ensuring that curriculum maintain academic rigor, align with workforce requirements, and reflect the expertise of those closest to instruction. Most importantly, the baccalaureate degree program advances student access by creating equitable pathways to degree completion, accelerating progress into high-demand sectors, and expanding opportunities for students across the state. The Academic Senate looks forward to continuing to support faculty engagement and shaping programs that serve both students and California's workforce. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have David Graham, then Zanita Encarnacion, and Diana Arredondo.
Madam President and members of the Board of Governors, it is a pleasure to be here on such a gorgeous day. We get to live in California, which is amazing, right? And we get to be a part of changing people's lives. And that's literally what you're doing with the decisions that you make on a regular basis to help support the educational goals of our community, of our state, and frankly, people who are changing the world. So I'd like to start by thanking you as the Economic Development Director for the City of Chula Vista, as a former fellow at Harvard's Technology and Entrepreneurship Center, and a proud native of California, to thank you for everything that you do related to supporting education in our state. Now, why is somebody from the City of Chula Vista here even commenting on your baccalaureate programs or engaging in this? Because, let's be honest, Sacramento this time of year, it's decent, but not my exact favorite place to be right now. But I'm here with you because we strongly believe in the fact that the decisions you're making today related to helping uplift our communities with educational opportunities that are near their homes can literally change and support the future of not just them, not just their families, but the state. When we think about the fact that we are the fourth largest economy in the entire world, we also have to think about the fact that at a hyper-local level, every single opportunity depends upon access. And when you look at San Diego County, those who rely upon transit, 38% of them have zero access to a household vehicle. So, when we're looking at specific, targeted, focused opportunities at our community college level, being able to have access to those opportunities is absolutely crucial to people's success. And so we as a city would ask that you please support both AB 664 and continuing to provide that targeted access to well-paying jobs through educational opportunities at the four-year level as we, as the city of Chula Vista, continue on a path to higher education support and needs, because if you remember the phrase, location, 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 we please ask that you support continuing the access for those who frankly will be the next leaders and changers of the world on a regular basis. And finally, thank you for your support and your ongoing investment in our communities and the future of the people, not just of Chula Vista, South County, San Diego, but the entire state of California.
Good morning. I'm Zanita Encarnacion. I'm the Chief of Staff at Southwestern College, and I wanted to offer a personal and a policy perspective on the bachelor's degree program and AB 664 through the lens of Vision 2030, particularly its goals around equitable access and economic mobility. Southwestern College serves more than 500,000 residents, more if you consider our students who live in Tijuana because of the cost of living in San Diego. One student who works in our university center crosses the borders on Monday, a journey that takes hours, and sleeps in her car until her last class on Friday. And I want to ask you to remember that student because I'm going to come back to her. Since 2019, fewer than 2% of Southwestern College transfer students have enrolled in a university outside of San Diego County. The data tells us our students are overwhelmingly place-bound. They face extraordinary challenges just to attend Southwestern College, if you remember that student. UCSD and San Diego State are amongst the most impacted campuses in their systems. Transfer students who cannot access these often stop out of higher education, as you've learned and heard, altogether, or turn to private, often for-profit institutions, taking on debt that undermines long-term economic mobility for themselves and their families, if you remember that student. Southwestern College has spent years working alongside the City of Chula Vista, state leaders, and educational partners to plan higher education as a regional ecosystem, work that has already brought 8 high-demand workforce bachelor's degrees from UC San Diego State, and Cal State San Marcos to our university center.
30 seconds.
AB 664 operates alongside AB 927 framework. It's not in opposition to it. It offers a place-based pilot that advances equity, supports economic mobility, and generates insight into how academic infrastructure can be built in regions without access to a public four-year institution. Thank you for your leadership and your continued support of the California Bachelor Degree Program for communities like Southwestern College and throughout the state. This is not trying to remedy a state policy issue, it's trying to learn from locally based a pilot. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Diana Redondo. I serve as interim dean and professor of architecture at Southwestern College in Chula Vista, roughly 20 minutes from the southern border. I was the faculty lead for our proposed Bachelor of Science in Transborder Environmental Design degree, and lovingly known as TED, right? TED for short. And it was developed through evidence-based research, regional workforce analyses, and employer engagement to address the unique environmental, planning, and construction challenges of our binational region. Our students are the embodiment of resilience. Roughly 35% of our students commute, and they cross the border every day, sometimes 3-4 hours just to get to class. I've had a student share with me that they cross the border at 2 a.m., they drive to the local Walmart, they sleep in the parking lot until 6 a.m. when our gates open, they'll come to the campus, park, take another nap, just to make sure they can make it to campus on time to their class. Our students, they deserve a local, affordable, and high-quality baccalaureate degree. Earlier, I want to just make some comments. I want to address some of the comments that were made earlier. It was asked if the CSUs that opposed our proposed degree would address the San Diego sewage concerns, right? One of our former students transferred on to California College of the Arts and then went to Columbia University for her graduate studies. Columbia University has reached out to Southwestern, and we're going to be studying the Tijuana River Shed. They're going to be coming, a group of about 70 students who will be working and partnering with Southwestern College to study the Tijuana River issue and the sewage concerns.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much. In regards to strengthening relationships with intersegmental partners, in order to become a licensed architect, our proposed program isn't designed to graduate architects, right? But if any of our students are interested in becoming architects, there's a 4+2 program, which means they can complete our 4-year program and then go into a 2-year graduate architecture program to meet the education requirement. And Pomona offers a 2-year graduate program, so does San Luis Obispo. So we can partner with them. If we have our students complete our undergrads, then they can go and pursue the graduate degrees with them. And then also when it comes to university tours. Since 2012, the Architecture Club has been conducting university tours, raising funds to visit all 12 schools that offer architecture throughout the state. They'd visit half of them in the fall, the other half in the spring. We take a bus of 50 students and travel. And to build those relationships, because we want to give our students options as well. We recognize that not all of our students are going to want to do a 4-year degree in transport and environmental design, and that's okay. And we're going to help support them and help them understand what options are available, and we're going to help them as much as possible to get there and meet their academic and professional goals. So I'd just like to thank you for your continued leadership and consideration of supporting our Bachelor of Science in Transport and Environmental Design degree. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Sarah Thompson and then Larry Galizio.
It's still good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rollins, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I am Sarah Thompson, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. We appreciate we appreciate how rigorously the Chancellor's Office evaluates its baccalaureate applications in order to prevent duplication and send our most robust programs forward. We overarchingly support our expansion into baccalaureate degree offerings for California community college students because we believe the nimbleness with which our system can respond to changing economic and employment needs makes us the ideal sector of higher education to offer these degrees. So thank you all for all of your hard work.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, and welcome, Member Melgar. Just 2 words for you, go Bears. Larry Galizio, Community College League of California. I want to start with not so happy news and then end with a lot of really positive news that I wanted to share for the first time that we're sharing this information. But first, it's clear we have a policy failure in California. What used to be called and originally was unnecessary duplication has now become duplication, and duplication is being used as a delay tactic. And so we have programs that have needs and students and faculty that have been waiting for 2 years plus to be approved and authorized. So we have a clear policy failure, and I hate that we have to look to Florida or the state of Washington to see where they're allowing community college baccalaureate degrees where there's a workforce need, where there's quality and all the other accreditation elements. That is how you decide. Okay, so we have that. The good news, which as I should have been my lead, and let me begin though with this headline. 8 in 10 California voters favor allowing the state's community colleges to offer more baccalaureate degree programs with at least 2/3 support across nearly all demographic subgroups. So we as the league, we were unsatisfied with all the anecdotal evidence and untested assertions. So we contracted with FM3, which is a research firm, and they, from November 1st to November 9th, 2025, over 1,000 likely voters who would participate in the 2028 election took a survey in both English and Spanish, depending upon their first language. Margin of error was 3+1. Over 80% supported more community college baccalaureate degrees. You know, why? Affordability, quality, and people who are place-bound. You know who gets 80% favorability or recognition in this kind of polarized political environment? Puppies and ice cream. So we have a lot more to share. We're going to do that at the Community College Baccalaureate Association meeting, which is taking place in Long Beach in mid-February, where the pollsters are going to be there. They'll work over the top lines. But bottom line is, if this legislature is not going to deal with this policy failure and change the legislative criteria, which only California do we have this, where it's not student-focused, it's institutionally focused. We need to focus on what do Californians need, not what do the institutions need and what their concerns are. If this legislature doesn't want to do it, we're going to try to put a bill, then we can go to the ballot and we could pass it. All we need is a lot of money. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to the in-person comments. I think we have quite a few virtual commenters, so I'll kick it over to Christina to get that started.
Thank you. One of my colleagues, Gary, will go ahead and take over the virtual remarks.
Yes, we have 22 hands raised at the moment. Sandra, Mitchell, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
So before you get started, just a quick reminder that there's 2 minutes per commenter. And I'm getting chatter from the board that we should reduce that because that's 44 total minutes. So if we could actually ask the virtual commenters to limit their remarks to 1 minute, that would be fantastic. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Sandra Michelle, and I serve as the Deputy Director of Governance and Policy with the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board that works closely with employers and skilled trades professionals. We advocate for working adults who are ready to advance but need education pathways that match real-world timelines. We are urging support for the approval of the Field Iron Worker Supervision Baccalaureate degree at Cerritos College. This program fills a critical gap by preparing experienced welders and iron workers to step into supervisory roles that employers are actively trying to fill and that lead to meaningful wage growth. Right now, many skilled workers are stuck. They have the experience, they have employer support, but their progress is on hold while this program remains under review. That delay has real impacts: missed promotions, slower wage advancement, and ongoing workforce shortages. This program responds to a documented industry need. Moving it forward allows workers, employers, and our communities to move forward as well.
Please wrap
Thank
up
you
your
for your
comments.
leadership.
Next, we have Barbara Dunseith. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yes, welcome. I'm Barbara Dunseith. I'm currently the president of the Board of Trustees for the North Orange County Community College District, and I am the home of Jolene Grande and the Mortuary Science Program, which has already been approved. As a trustee, it's always good to know when bodies are coming and going on your campus. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the need for the nursing degree. Cypress College has a nursing program that is both quality and also a strong need in our local area, which is not far away. We are spitting distance from 2 Cal State universities that also have a baccalaureate degree in nursing. Let me first off say that
30 seconds.
The quality of the nursing degree at Cypress is very strong. In the last 10 reports, with the NCLEX passage rate, we received 100% passage in every one of those reports except for one, and that time the score was 96.8%. We've been ranked number 1 in NCLEX scores in associate degrees, number 1 in California, number 1 in the nation out of 2,232 different schools. Let me talk quickly about the local need for nurses. Currently, there are 10,000 job openings in the local area, and that is a 9% projected increase in jobs over last year. Cypress College has up to 600 applicants each semester. We're only allowed to take between 42 and 45 students, with about 10 extra in advanced. And again, that is still with the need of the local Cal States and Cal State Long Beach. So this is
Thank you so much for your comment.
Job.
Next, we have Julius Sokenu. you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you, Board President, Vice President, Chancellor Christian, and the board. I'm Dr. Julia Sukinen, President of Moorpark College. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of Moorpark College's application to offer a bachelor's degree in applied cyber defense and network operations. The comments you have received from students, veterans, educators, working professionals, and legislators all tell the same story. This program is not duplicative of CSU or UC. It fills a structural gap in California's higher education system that is leaving qualified, motivated students without a viable path to a bachelor's degree.
30 seconds.
The students writing to you are working adults of 30, 40 hours a week. Their parents, their caregivers, their veterans, their mid-career people. They cannot relocate. They cannot commute hours each day. The CSU program that requires daytime in-person attendance are functionally inaccessible to them, even if those campuses technically exist somewhere in the region. Moorpark College is already a center of academic excellence in cyber defense with a nationally ranked team, hands-on labs, and deep industry partnerships. I urge you to please strengthen California's cybersecurity workforce, support our military and defense infrastructure, and most importantly, give working students a fair chance to earn a bachelor's degree where they live. I respectfully urge you to approve Moorpark College's bachelor's degree in applied cyber defense and network operations. It reflects the law, it meets our workforce needs, and the students the California Community College system serves and deserve this. Thank you for your leadership and for your consideration.
Next, we have Christina Wallen. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Whalen, president at Foothill College, a college among the first community colleges in California to launch a bachelor's degree program in 2014. Yet the pathway to the next generation of bachelor's degrees remains far too slow, and duplication needs a different definition. Foothill's proposed building trades management, a Cycle 4 program, has been under review for 3 years. It is distinct as it serves an economic opportunity for those in a registered apprenticeship. As Jenny May and Larry Galizio and others have noted, because two courses share content in, for example, project management is not true duplication. The math track for the objecting CSU requires calculus, not the math requirement needed for the trades, and very importantly, not a single student from Foothill College has transferred to the objecting institutions in construction management. Not a single one. There's not an enrollment opportunity for the CSUs, but there is 3 years of lost opportunity for students, for our local construction industry, and for a state that needs skilled leaders in the trades. I urge you to reevaluate and to engage in advocacy over this issue.
Next, we have Sue Chen. Sue Chan. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Today, I am speaking as the president of the League Trustee Board, representing over 440 local elected trustees statewide. And I'd like to share with you what I'm hearing from the trustees throughout California. When a local business owner desperate for qualified employees asks us, why aren't we educating more dental hygienists than we currently graduate, or more nurses or cybersecurity technicians? We have no rational answer for them. The CSU university has a course 75 miles away. That's not a program. This is unnecessary duplication and only reinforces the stereotype that politicians and leaders in Sacramento have no idea what's going on in the real world, or they don't care. I know the Board of Governors and Chancellor Christian supports this in their Vision 2030 goal, and we urge the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, and all community college faculty, classified professionals, and administrators to continue to work together to advance the community college baccalaureate degree in California so that we can fulfill.
Next, we have Paul Marino. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, my name is Paul Marino. I'm the president and business agent of Ironworkers Local 433. And we're here just urging to get this baccalaureate program moving forward at Cerritos College. We have numerous members who I always try to push to enhance their careers once they journey out, to be new business owners, to step up and be new supervisors, just to better themselves. And we need this program started as soon as possible. So all help would be greatly appreciative. Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Levine. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Paul said. My name is Stephen Levine. I'm the curriculum chair at Cerritos College. I represent our working adults who are eager for the opportunity to advance their careers and strengthen our workforce. Please approve the Field Iron Workers Supervision Baccalaureate at Cerritos College. This program directly addresses the urgent need for quality trained supervisors in this field and aligns with the intent of the Community College Baccalaureate. Thank you.
Next, we have John Gutierrez. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Gutierrez. I am the current president of the Chamber of Commerce in the city of La Mirada. And I am here representing working adults who shouldn't have to wait years for advancements in their careers. We're asking to approve the Field Ironworking Supervision Baccalaureate at Cerritos College. A 2.5-year delay isn't administrative, it's economic. Delays, promotions, loss of wages, unmet workforce needs. We are asking for a timely decision so the workforce can be moved forward.
30 seconds.
Delays have real consequences for workers, employers, and our communities. This program meets a real documented workforce need. Thank you.
Next, we have Isabel O'Connor. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Isabel O'Connor. I am the president of the Chief Instructional Officers as well as the vice president of instruction at San Diego Mesa College, one of the original 15 colleges in the pilot in 2015. So we are very well versed of the enormous benefit of the bachelor's degree program to our students. In August 2023, as part of Cycle 3, we submitted a proposal to offer a bachelor's degree in physical therapy assistant and have been waiting ever since. Physical therapy assistants are essential members of the rehabilitation workforce.
30 seconds.
And Imperial County's demand is approximately growing by 42%. We are not meeting the current demand. The heart of my concern is, one, CSU campus raised concerns about duplication. And while it is true that in some of 3 courses specifically proposed in our programs, there is some shared foundational concepts with kinesiology courses, which is the program objecting to ours. Their application outcomes and scope are different.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, we have Erica Androjonas. You have control of the mic and can address the board.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Erica Androjonas, Superintendent President from Santa Barbara City College. We have had a bachelor's degree in health information management tied up in this process. Santa Barbara City College has had an associate degree in HIT online, 100% online since 1999. We have one of the best test rates across the country. And Cal State Long Beach is objecting to our program because they developed their bachelor's degree in healthcare management after the other 2 programs were approved at Mesa College and Shasta College. However, there's no duplication.
30 seconds.
Because in order for a student to do our bachelor's degree in health information management, they have to have already done the health information technologist degree, become a registered health information technologist, and potentially also have done cancer tumor registry. So the idea that it's duplicative is completely false, and none of our students who are on this program 100% online are going to travel 100 miles away to go to Long Beach State.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, we have Karen Spilsbury. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Karen Spilsbury, Executive Director of the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce. Community colleges play a vital role in California's higher education system by expanding access, affordability, and workforce readiness. By offering bachelor's degrees in high-demand fields, community colleges create clear and attainable pathways for students, particularly working adults, first-generation college students, and those from underserved communities. These programs are closely aligned with our regional workforce needs, helping our employers fill critical gaps while strengthening local economies. Cerritos Community College is located here in Norwalk, California, and our regional community construction needs in housing and business are a vibrant, ongoing process, and there is a great need for supervisory leadership in this industry. I would encourage you to fully approve the baccalaureate program for the Field Ironworker Supervisor Degree Program as soon as possible. Working adults need this opportunity at Cerritos College. Thank you.
Next, we have Carlo Flores Olson. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, board president and members of the board. My name is Carlo Flores Olson, and I'm a community college student at Rio Hondo College and serve as one of the 10 legislative affairs directors in the SSCCC. I'm here today to express my strong support for expanding community college bachelor's degree programs because they create real local pathways for students like me and other students I know. These programs allow students to gain practical career-ready skills without having to leave their region in most cases, while still being affordable and not putting students into crazy amounts of debt to obtain the education they need to fill their place in the workforce. There was a student who was a mom of one of my brother's friends. She had recently gotten a degree from LA Valley College whilst living in Downey, the other side of LA. On her commute to obtain an affordable degree as a student parent, she would need to pass 3 other community colleges during her hour-long drive, which is why it's so important that we expand baccalaureate pathways to make sure that the students are getting affordable ease of access to education, not having to spend 2 hours a day while taking care of their kids. Affordable degrees are also especially important in a day and age where community college degrees, especially in the CSU and UC system, are becoming increasingly expensive, with institutional barriers being laid down for financial aid and cuts for financial aid becoming more.
Next, we have Sunny Rothstein. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is Sunny Rothstein, and I am a dean at Cerritos College. I think it's so unfortunate that delays have resulted in stalled careers in our field ironworker supervision for our students, and it really has limited our ability to serve them. So we're asking for a timely decision so students in the workforce can move forward. Thank you so much.
Next is Sean Hancock. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Hancock, president of Saracoso Community College. Vision 2030 rightly prioritizes equitable baccalaureate attainment, workforce development, and learning innovation. For rural colleges, these priorities are not aspirational, they are essential. Large portions of our state remain educational deserts where geography, limited broadband, long travel distances, and sparse university presence sharply constrain opportunity. Saracoso Community College serves as such a region, spanning over 18,000 square miles with no 4-year options within 2 hours reach of our students.
30 seconds.
Students are place-bound working adults, veterans, first-generation college students, and disproportionately from underserved communities. They're eager to contribute to California's economy in fields with critical workforce shortages. Yet current baccalaureate eligibility criteria and program approval structures obstruct access, effectively denying rural students eligible pathways for bachelor's degrees simply because of where they live. I urge the board and chancellor to view rural colleges as strategic partners in achieving Vision 2030 and to ensure that policy frameworks expand, not restrict, baccalaureate opportunity.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, the username is Dr. Green from Cerritos College. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Dr. Green, do you want to go ahead and unmute, make your comment?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board president and members of the board. My name is Dr. Dawn Green, and I am the president of the Board of Trustees at Cerritos College. And I would like to urge the approval of Cerritos College's Bachelor of Science in Field Ironworker Supervision. The program received provisional approval back in October 2024, which we were very happy about, yet we are still waiting. Our college and our labor partners have worked to address a critical, documented shortage of supervisory leadership in the field. And we have the industry support, we have the student demand, we have already met the provisional requirements. I do
30
ask
seconds.
that the board prioritizes our workforce and grant final approval to the field ironworker supervision degree. Thank you.
Next, we have Brooke Haniff. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Brooke Haniff, and I am a faculty member at Cerritos College. I'm speaking in support of our proposed field ironwork supervision baccalaureate degree, which is essential to meeting the growing demand for highly skilled supervisors in this specialized trade. Delaying approval slows workforce development and equity goals, keeping qualified individuals from advancing and leaving employers without the skilled leadership they require. I strongly urge decision makers to approve this degree now to meet industry needs and create meaningful career opportunities for our students and communities. Thank you so much for your time and support with this initiative.
Next, we have Terrence Mullins. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrence Mullins, and I serve as the president of the Faculty Senate at Cerritos College in Norwalk, California. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Field Ironworker Supervision bachelor's degree. This program was carefully developed in collaboration with industry and labor partners to meet a documented workforce need and aligns directly with the legislature's intent for community college bachelor's degrees. That intent is to serve working, place-bound adults seeking advancement without needing to leave their communities. Continued delays regarding a final approval create real uncertainty for our students and our employers who are ready to move forward. Timely
30
decisions are
seconds.
essential for effective workforce planning, equity for our students, and economic mobility for the communities we serve. We appreciate the board's attention to this matter and respectfully urge progress towards final approval. Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Allen. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is Mike Allen, and I am serve as an instructor with the California Field Ironworkers Apprenticeship Program, representing locals 416 and 433. And I'm here speaking on behalf of 1,100 working apprentices who are seeking opportunities to advance into supervisory roles within our trade. Approving the Field Supervision Baccalaureate at Cerritos College will provide a much-needed bridge between skilled trade experience and higher-level leadership education. It aligns with workforce development needs and directly benefits the construction industry, our local economy, and the community that I serve in and work here. I appreciate your time and respectfully ask for your approval of this program. Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Nieto. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, board members. My name is Jennifer Nieto. I'm the program facilitator for apprenticeship programs at Cerritos College. I am speaking in support of the Field Ironworkers Supervision Baccalaureate degree. These students are pursuing their degrees not only to increase their opportunities for advancement into supervisory roles, but also to show their children that earning a college degree is possible. They want to be role models and break cycles where higher education can feel out of reach. Having a 2.5-year delay in approving the Field Ironworker Supervision Baccalaureate degree is a disservice to these students. I respectfully ask the board to prioritize the approval process of the Field Ironworker Supervision Baccalaureate degree at Cerritos College and prevent any further delay for these students who deserve the opportunity to pursue higher education, increase their chances for promotion, and meet workforce demands. Thank you and appreciate your time.
Next, we have Narjis Rakin. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nargis Rakin, and I am an instructional dean at Cerritos College. As a community college educator and manager with 26 years of experience, I represent working adults who are striving for better opportunities. These students need access to job growth and economic advancement. They should not have to wait years to advance their careers while supporting themselves and their families. I respectfully urge the board to please approve the Ironworker Supervision Baccalaureate at Cerritos College and to give our students a pathway that they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Next is David Booted. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is David Buted, and I work for Tilden Coil Constructors. We are a general contractor and construction management firm. As you are aware, there is a high demand for construction workers across the industry, including field ironworker supervision. The baccalaureate degree program, specifically at Cerritos College, is a program that is necessary to educate and prepare individuals in support of the high industry demand of construction workers. This program is a monumental stepping stone for individuals who look to grow their knowledge, experience, collaboration, and leadership for one of the many critical construction trades. As there's an
30
immediate need
seconds.
to increase construction workforce in the field and industry, we strongly support and recommend this program to advance and become implemented at Cerritos College. Thank you for your continued leadership and for your support to move this program forward.
Next is Dr. O. Lee Douglas. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding Long Beach City College's proposed bachelor's degree in aerospace cybersecurity. My name is Lee Douglas, and I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs. Our team has spent many hours thoughtfully designing a unique, non-duplicative program that meets workforce needs. We're uniquely positioned to deliver this program. Our existing aviation and cybersecurity programs provide a strong foundation. Our faculty have industry connections, and our student body reflects the diversity of Long Beach, ensuring we are developing talent from communities historically underrepresented in both
30 seconds.
aerospace and technology fields. This bachelor's degree pathway will allow students to complete their education locally and affordably without transferring to distant universities. And for our location-bound working students, parents, and those with family obligations, this accessibility is transformative. I urge you to consider approving these programs as they have a clear closing of a workforce gap and leverages our strengths and meets community needs. Thank you for your opportunity to share today.
Next is Adalia Leva. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Adalia, you have control of your mic, or would you like to make a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can now.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Adalia Oliva, and I work as a community education specialist at Cerritos College. I've had the pleasure of working with the Field Ironworker Apprenticeship Program over the last 3 years, and I've witnessed the life-changing impact that this program has had on apprentices and the community. I represent hardworking adults that shouldn't face barriers to advance their careers. I respectfully urge your approval of the bachelor's degree in field ironworker supervision proposed by Cerritos College. This program fills a necessary gap, and it sends a powerful message that the trades matter and ironworkers deserve the same leadership opportunities as other professionals. Thank you for your
30
leadership
seconds.
and support.
Next is Graciela Vasquez. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Dr. Graciela Vasquez, and I serve as the Dean of Continuing Education at Cerritos College, where I oversee apprenticeship programs, including the Field Ironworkers, Structural, and Reinforcing programs. Providing a bachelor's degree in field ironwork supervision delivers an opportunity that had been eluded for decades to this population of students, workers, employers, and industry representatives. Years later, we are still waiting a decision that would support this critical industry and strengthen California's construction trades. In the meantime, hundreds of students and field ironworkers remain unable to advance towards a bachelor's degree in the supervisory roles they are ready to fill.
30
Continued
seconds.
inaction not only limits workforce development, but delays meaningful, lasting outcomes for California's communities. I recognize that these decisions warrant thoughtful consideration. With that in mind, I respectfully ask that all appropriate steps be taken to fully and carefully consider support for the field ironworkers supervisor bachelor's degree. Thank you.
Next is Jessica Villatoro. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon. I am Jessica Villatoro, and I am a partner of Cerritos Continuing Education. I am here to express my strong support for the bachelor's degree in field ironworker supervision proposed by Cerritos College. I've been working alongside Cerritos College for the past 2 years, and I have witnessed the impact that hands-on training and apprenticeship education has on someone's career. However, opportunities to pursue higher education that directly relate to the work they do in the field have been limited until now. The bachelor's degree in field ironwork directly addresses a gap for leadership and supervisory responsibilities.
30 seconds.
Not to mention that this would be a pathway to a life for higher paying management positions, not only improving careers, but also improving lives, reducing poverty, and increasing quality of life. Specifically, I am excited for the diversity impact this can have with women graduating from higher education at increasing rates. This degree would allow for women to enter this field by leading it, leading to gender equity and representation in the trades. I highly encourage the board to support the approval of this degree as it represents the future of the workforce and also community growth. Thank you.
Next, we have Johnny Escobedo. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Johnny Escobedo, and I'm a business agent for Ironworkers Local 416. I represent adults who shouldn't have to wait years to advance their career. Please approve the Field Ironworker Supervision Baccalaureate at Cerritos College. We urgently need trained supervisors in our field. Bachelor's program prepares industry-specific supervisors, educational pathways installed for experienced workers. Part of our problem with our workforce is that we haven't had the ability to train our workforce to supersede and excel in other areas of our workforce.
30
I
seconds.
urge you to please approve this program with Cerritos College. Thank you.
Next, we have Tyler Bird. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Bird. I'm the president of Ironworkers 416, representing 3,200 members and a current Cerritos College student, just 2 classes away from my associates in reinforcing. I represent hardworking adults who are ready to take the next steps in their careers but can't because the pathway stops short. The Field Ironworker Supervision Bachelor's program would let skilled tradespeople move up without leaving their communities or a family behind. Right now, the delay isn't just paperwork, it's costing real people opportunities for promotion and better wages. Our workforce is waiting while the need for qualified supervisors keep growing, especially in rebuilding efforts and major infrastructure projects. As someone eager to continue my education, I'm looking forward to starting my classes for the bachelor's degree as soon as the program is approved. Approval would give dedicated workers like me a fair shot to advance and support our families while strengthening California's workforce. We're ready to get to work. We just need the green light. Thank you.
Next, we have Mariana Pacheco. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. Good morning, or I guess it's good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariana Pacheco. I am a board of trustees at Cerritos College. I represent the working adults who shouldn't have to wait years to advance their careers. There is no other program close to us that could offer this bachelor's program. I ask of you to please approve the Field Ironwork Supervision Bachelor's program at Cerritos College. It would be a great improvement and benefit to all our students there. Thank you so much.
President Aguinaldo, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, Gary and Christina and Andrea, for managing that process. We are going to break now for lunch for approximately 20 minutes. We'll get back at 12:45. Pam, you're going to have to eat fast so we could get back on track. 20 minutes. All right. See you then. All right. Great. Thank you, everyone, for coming back after a hearty lunch. We wanted to thank the public comments again for being engaged with that item. So grateful for your engagement. Let's move to item 6.1, which is the 2025-2026 Exemplary Program Awards. And I am passing that one off to a very familiar face to this meeting, Vice Chancellor Todd. Welcome back. Okay. Okay, we're pausing for a second. Do you want to? All right, please hold while we figure out our next item. We're waiting for some of our speakers. All right, fabulous. Little change of plans, y'all. We are moving to informational item 6.2, the Foundation for California Community Colleges Annual Report. I will pass it off to the president of the foundation, Keitha Mills, and buying her a few seconds of time because she got about 2 seconds notice that it's her turn. She's good. Welcome, Keitha. She can handle.
Hi, good afternoon, President Algonado, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I thank you for the opportunity to come and present on the Foundation for California Community Colleges annual report. I see there is a presentation up. If we can go to the next slide, please. That doesn't look like the first slide. We could start here. Well, is that the first slide? Okay. Okay. So we are, we are your official nonprofit auxiliary, and we have been around for about 27 years. So we were formed in 1998, and over that 27-year history, we've raised over $1 billion to support our students, our colleges, and our communities. And we have grown over that period to operate over 70 unique programs and services that are all designed to support our students, our colleges, and our communities. If we can go to the next slide. So our mission is very broad: to benefit, support, and enhance the missions of the California community colleges. And our vision is to serve as a hub for innovation and an intermediary for transformative change at scale. Next slide. So I want to say a special shout out and thank you to Member Perry and Member LeGrand, who pulled double duty. So not only do they serve on the Board of Governors, but they also serve as very supportive and important members of the Foundation Board of Directors, really playing an important role of ensuring that our work is fully aligned with the priorities of the Board of Governors, the Chancellor, and the Chancellor's Office, and really supporting and championing our work in the system. So thank you, Member Perry and LeGrand, for your service. Next slide. So our work, if I think about our work, the big picture, I think about our role is really to build partnerships and bring in outside resources that are meant to really braid in with the Prop 98 funding that our system enjoys, and really kind of accelerate innovation, bring kind of local best practices to scale, and really provide that kind of margin of excellence for innovation and education. So our work is made possible by very strong partnerships with lots and lots of different partners. And so if we bucket those partners, we think about it as our philanthropic partners. That's both individuals and larger foundations. That also includes corporations, kind of span those buckets, because many corporations will have a philanthropic arm. But we also work with a number of corporations that are employers through work-based learning experiences, and also vendors through our Enterprise Procurement Services division that helps to drive down the cost of common goods and services. We work with a number of educational institutions and systems. So not only do we work with all 116 colleges within our own system, we're working with the UCs, we're working with the CSUs, we're working with the independents, we're working with education institutions both within and outside of California to share the great work that's happening here in our state. We also work with government agencies, and that includes federal, state, and local government. So really anybody who has money that's trying to reach into underserved communities, that wants to help students, that wants to help our colleges and our students achieve their educational goals, we want to partner and help achieve our joint goals together. Next slide, please. So what do? We do a lot. I'm not going to read all of these icons. But really, what we serve the largest institution of higher education in the nation, and there are a lot of needs. And so what we have done and focused on within our organization is ensuring that we have a very broad a range of skill sets and expertise and programs and services that are really designed to meet the need of our colleges and our students. So there's not much that we can't do. And if there is an opportunity that comes across our lap that we don't have the expertise for, we will go get that expertise because we are here to help meet the needs of our colleges and our students. And so we want to make sure that our organization is well equipped to do that. We go to the next slide. So I'm going to move into, so that was a little bit about the foundation. And so I want to move in now to our annual report. So this section will really cover just this past year. So our fiscal year ended June 30, 2025. And so if we go to the next slide. This particular report, we really focused on centering communities and how our work really impacts communities. And it really spotlights how our California community colleges are anchor institutions and really trusted institutions that are embedded in the lives of their students and their families and really the regions in which they reside. This report also works to highlight the support of Vision 2030, the Board of Governors goals, Chancellor Christian goals, our system goals, and how we achieve that through our 5 areas of impact. We're also this year celebrating the early completion of our current 5-year strategic plan. Actually, it was meant to be an 8-year strategic plan. We completed 3 years early and are in the process of developing a new strategic plan, and I'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the presentation. This report also works really hard to recognize those partners and funders that make this work possible. As I said before, our work is not possible without those partners and that funding. We're not a line item in anybody's budget. We have to beat the pavement every single year to bring in resources to get those resources out to our colleges and our students. And so these partnerships are super, super important, and we're so grateful for all of the partners that entrust their resources to our system and our organization to ensure that we achieve our shared goals. Next slide, please. So over this last year, our annual revenue achieved a new milestone of $217 million. We are so proud of that. I will say that not many nonprofit organizations achieve that scale. I will also say that we are just scratching the surface of what we should and could be doing to support our students, colleges, and communities. So while we are very proud of this milestone, we know there is much more work to do, and we are continuing to focus on growing those resources to ensure our California community colleges receive their fair share of the resources available to help them achieve their goals. So for every dollar that comes into the organization, 86 cents of that dollar goes into direct program and service delivery. We are very efficient, we are very lean, and we pride ourselves on that statistic. If you look at national statistics for nonprofits, that number can be anywhere, the admin rate could be anywhere from 30 to 60%. So the fact that we're 15, 16% is something really to be proud of, and something that we work really hard to make sure that we are super efficient with the dollars that are entrusted to the foundation. That third number there is a multi-year fundraising number. So as I mentioned, every year we have to raise money every year to fill that pipeline. And this year we raised over $220 million in multi-year revenue that will count towards years to come. Next slide, please. So this shows our trajectory over a period of time, and you can see we were in growth mode. When we embarked on the strategic plan that we were currently under, we very intentionally named it our Double Impact Strategic Plan. So if you backed up 1 year from that, we were about $50 million when we were developing the plan, and we set what we thought was a super bold goal. We want $100 million. We want to go to $100 million. 5 years later, we're at 217. So this was a very intentional strategy. As I said before, we know we're still just scratching the surface of what we could and should be doing for our students. It was an intentional mindset shift across our organization. This growth didn't occur through one program or one partner or one area of impact. It occurred across the board, and you could see there at our areas of impact on the right, we're pretty evenly distributed. So it was a mindset shift throughout all of our programs and services, throughout every leader in our organization. We knew 5 years ago that we were ready, and that we were ready to grow, and we've achieved, I think, more than we ever thought we would. So super proud of that. If we could go to the next slide. So we also manage endowment funds. These are all restricted, mostly for scholarships. The largest one, $88 million. That's the California Community Colleges Scholarship Endowment. That was made possible by a very generous gift from the Osher Foundation. Every single college participates in that initiative, and that distributes over $4 million a year in scholarships for our students. We also manage endowment funds related to nursing education, real estate education. We have a board-designated innovation fund that we're really proud of. And really happy to kind of have these resources available that do provide kind of an annual support to our system. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight two specific programs that really show and illustrate the partnership both with the Chancellor's Office, but also with the system as a whole. The first is the Wildfire and Disaster Relief Fund. I know many of you also contributed to this fund, so thank you for your support. When the wildfires swept through around this time last year in LA, we had 11 community colleges and more than 11,000 students were impacted. And we were able to raise over $1.2 million to support our colleges and students in need. Two particular major gifts I want to highlight was a very significant gift from the J. Pritzker Foundation, who also funded the Finish Line Scholars Program. We're so grateful for their support. We also have a new funder in the Walgreens Foundation came out and supported this effort, and really grateful for their support as well. And so in addition to the money that was raised about a year ago and distributed at the time of the fires, we are making a second round of grants that I think are going out this week. So if you think about the recovery doesn't just happen in a week, or 2 weeks, even a year. So we still have our colleges and students that are reeling from these disasters. And we're really happy that our partners were able to come through and were able to continue to help and support this recovery. Next slide, please. This next gift is really exciting, and I want to send a shout out to Don Daves Rougeau. This was a partnership that was made possible through a connection that Don had at Salesforce. So Salesforce is a new donor to the foundation and the system, and made a significant $2 million gift to really financially launch the California Community College's Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. And I love this example because it really shows the power of having those introductions made and having a network of folks that know people that can make those introductions. And when we can come together in that way, we can make really big things happen. So we're really grateful for Don. I will say to each and every one of you, we all know people. If you know someone that you think might be a good partner, that has resources, that's trying to reach into underserved communities or help students, please let us know. We're always happy to have those introductions. And I'll say 9 times out of 10, we can take those introductions and make something big happen for our system. So really excited about this new partnership. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move quickly into our areas of impact. So student success is the first area of impact, and this work is really done very collaboratively with the Chancellor's Office. The thing that I'll highlight here is the work of the Success Center around competency-based education and shortened courses. I'll also highlight our work with Program Pathways Mapper. You guys may recall that Program Pathways Mapper started at Bakersfield College under the leadership of Dr. Christian. It's another example of like a best practice that starts at the local level, and then we're able to take it and scale it statewide. So not only are we now scaling that to our community colleges and community college students, but it's now available to CSUs and the UCs, and we're looking at even beyond California. So it's now serving over 1.4 million students, and all started at Bakersfield College with a great idea by our very innovative chancellor. If we go to the next slide. Workforce development is our second area of impact. A couple of things I want to highlight here. That middle number, one of the major programs within this area is our Career Catalyst program that provides work-based learning experiences to students. Those are paid work-based learning experiences. We serve nearly 5,000 students in paid work-based learning experiences just in this past year alone. So really proud of that. Next slide, please. Our next area of impact is our equity portfolio of work. One thing I want to highlight here is our Student Ambassador program. This is a program where we engage students throughout the system. We partner with colleges to engage students throughout the system. And it's peer-to-peer kind of information about the different resources that are available for our students. So it's everything from food security, low-cost auto insurance, mental health, the crisis text line, free immigrant legal services. So these are student-to-student services where our students are engaged, they receive a stipend, they learn all about the resources that are available, and then they are charged with getting the word out, not only to their fellow students, but also to their families, their communities, and really proud of that work. As well. One other thing I'll mention on this slide, that last statistics, this is a new program for us where we're now administering a grant program to create a new profession that's the certified wellness coach. And this will create new positions within our schools that are really focused on the wellness of our students. And this year we were able to distribute nearly $5 million to 20 community colleges that are working to develop this new pathway. If we go to the next slide. Our community impact portfolio is our next area of impact, and this is really where we're reaching into the communities and connecting Californians to resources. There's a lot of overlap here between our community impact and our climate work as well. The statistics here are mostly related to both climate and our community impact. That first number there, about 6.2 million in clean vehicle vouchers. We have a call center that we operate that's anywhere between 300 to 500 person call center that works to support a variety of programs in different portfolios. And we reached over 300,000 community members and invested nearly $500,000 directly into our colleges for our small check referee centers. If we go to the next slide. The next slide highlights a couple of things specifically related to climate. Climate does, we call it our own area of impact, but it really impacts all of our areas of impact and woven in. A couple of convenings here that we're really proud of. One is in fire and forestry, careers and pathways, and then the other is the C3 Converge Summit, where we convened folks to talk about, in general, the community college's role in climate action and climate resiliency. And then we also launched a new program this year that 6 community colleges are participating in. That's a workforce training program around zero emission vehicles. So super excited about that. Go to the next slide. System support is our last area of impact. A couple of things I'll highlight here. One is the scholarship programs that I talked about, both the Osher Scholarship Program and the Finish Line Scholarship Program. We distributed over nearly $11 million in student scholarships. Every single college participates in one of 2 of these scholarship programs, and really excited to see that number continue to grow. The other number I will highlight is the one on the right, and that's the savings from our enterprise procurement services. You guys probably recognize College Buys as one of the long-standing programs that we operate. So those programs really work to drive down the cost of common everyday goods, and we were able to save our colleges and students over $144 million just over this past year alone. We go to the next slide. So I'm going to quickly run through a couple of slides on this. These are snapshots of the actual report. There is no hard copy of the report. It's all online. There'll be a QR code at the end. I encourage you guys to check it out. I want to say thank you to Chancellor Christian for providing a lovely quote and recognizing the partnership between our organizations. If we go to the next slide. There's some really great stories and stats. There's a video, and you could see Patrick Mulvaney. Thank you all for approving his reappointment. He's an amazing advocate and was part of our annual video this year, so I encourage you guys to check that out. If we go to the next slide. There's the stats that I went over. If we go to the next slide. There's a lot of really great storytelling and really trying to center in the impact on our communities and our students. If we go to the next slide, so I think there's just a couple pages of example of different stories in the graphics. It's actually really enjoyable to read and to go through. So I encourage you guys to do so. If you go to the next slide. This is the page that really highlights all the partnerships. Nearly 300 partners are highlighted on this page. So I really encourage you guys to take a look at this page. If there's a potential partner that you don't see on that page, call me because we want to partner. And so we're really proud and so grateful for all of our partners and being entrusted with these resources to make really important things happen for our colleges and our students. We go to the next slide. So I encourage you all to please read the report. The QR code is there. You can scan it and find it. You can also find it on our website, foundationccc.org. Thank you all for your partnership. And I, again, really appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you all today. Thank you.
Keitha, this is a magnificent body of work. So thank you very much to you and your team for pulling the report together, but for also everything that went into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member Williams.
Yeah, great report, and the online version is really impressive. It's really engaging, and so Vice President Rollins and I, and now Member Brown, we've served on the QuibJAC, it's the California Workforce Joint Pathways, and the workforce development work that you are engaged in, a lot of districts, and I'm talking about K-12 districts, they struggle with the paid work-based learning because of the workers' comp and all of those different types of things. And so when the foundation steps in like that, I know you all work with organizations like Tomorrow's Talent. And I think in our district where I work in Rialto, we got about 30 students that are being paid through the foundation to do their work-based learning. And just wondered the capacity to scale that up and to serve more districts. In the committee, we've been pressing for, like I've been asking every high school student or every high school senior should leave with at least 100 hours of paid work experience, like if they're in a pathway. So the capacity to grow that and do more, is it there, or are you kind of at at your limit?
We absolutely have the capacity to scale. The biggest challenge is the resources, finding the resources to fund the work-based learning experiences. But we absolutely have the capacity to scale. 10 years ago, we were at about 5,000 students, and the number is now 500 students, and the number is now in that nearly 5,000. And so we share your vision. Every student should have a work-based learning experience. It's so powerful. And, so many times, like, students struggle with, like, they can't get a job because they don't have any experience, and it's so crazy. And so these types of experiences where they can get their foot in the door and get experience within their field of study is just so incredibly powerful to their success. So we absolutely have the capacity, and the team has done a really great job in like partnering with colleges and partnering with partners to get creative about how do you cobble together the funding? How do you kind of make this happen in your district, and also with employers. So super happy to have those conversations and to help us all be creative in making that happen for our students.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Perry, who is also vice chair of the board of directors of the foundation. So Member Perry.
Well, as you've all heard, I think the foundation can be described as a lean, mean fundraising machine, all of which goes toward the work that you all do on the day in and day out, every single cent of it. And it's kind of remarkable to have this engine and this arm that can look at what the community colleges do and help emphasize things that need emphasizing, add resources to directions that we want to go, and maybe constrained because we're set up under a different structure. And it's remarkable how our whole team dedicates their days to improving the colleges and the work they do, and helps work with the agendas we've set and then build some agendas together. They have a 92% still success rate in writing grants, which I challenge anyone to meet that. And I think it's testimony to Keitha and the organization that the majority of the team has also been there for 10 plus years, something like that, Keitha. So that tells you the kind of organization that she's built, and the people that are coming up within that organization, they're getting nurtured, and they're getting promoted. And every day, every time I'm in a board meeting, I learn about a new program. I don't know how she does it. I have trouble. It's like, okay, there's college buys, and then you're doing wildfires, and then you've got scholarships, and then there'll be some new need that may have emerged through conversations with the team here, or that they've seen in the community, like the hunger relief efforts that are being done. And what the foundation does is it said, there's a need, great. We're going to go out there, and we're going to put the resources and the energy behind addressing that need. So she makes it very easy to sit on the board, because Harry and I just get to sit around and brag about the work that they do. So thank you, Keitha, to you and the team, and for all you do for all the work here, and uplift it.
Thank you.
No brag, just fact. Member Epstein.
Yeah, I just want to echo, I think, what Member Perry just said. And, it's amazing, having been on the board a long time, how much it's grown in the last 10 years. I mean, particularly in the last 5, it seems like it's really skyrocketed, and that's a real testament to your creativity and effectiveness. There was one thing you said that I'd like to learn a little bit more about. You said there's a 300 to 500 person call center that the foundation runs. I was not aware of that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's a fully remote call center. So what's really cool about that is that we are employing Californians from every nook and cranny of California, and bringing good jobs into places that may not otherwise have these types of opportunities. And the call center serves a variety of different programs and services, and it may serve programs and services from time to time. So one of the programs it serves is a food security program that runs over the summer. So it's a seasonal program that we ramp up and help. If you think about the kids are not in school, so they're not getting the food and the lunches that they would get in school. This program provides resources to those families and those kids for food security purposes. The call center helps community members access those resources, so that one kind of ramps up and ramps down. So that's the 300 to 500. Sometimes it's 300, sometimes it's 500 plus, depending on the programs and services. But the center it benefits numerous programs that's about helping provide communities with information. A lot of times it's like a second tier call center to another larger entity, to some of our partners that have, kind of larger call centers, but we're like a second tier to help really problem solve and dig a little bit deeper. But really proud. I think it's, again, kind of a testament to kind of the creativity and the flexibility of our team. It started with just a small, maybe 50-person call center for the Bureau of Automotive Repair. We've run the Smog Check Referee Center for the Bureau of Automotive Repair since our inception, and it had a little call center that was serving the communities, and we've really kind of taken that expertise and expanded it to serve other programs and other partners in a variety of different ways.
Is it like a 8 to 5 kind of thing, or is it 24/7, or is it change over depending on
It's
what's
currently
happening?
8 to 5, California-based. Yeah, so it does not serve after hours at this point. Mm-hmm.
Member LeGrand.
Yeah, I just want to put a shout out to the great job Keitha does with managing the foundation. I mean, it's a group that really works well together. As Jennifer said, it makes our jobs really easy just to sit back and list all the wonderful things that they're doing. I mean, the fact that the call center is not based in Sacramento, that it's able to serve all of California has been, as I said in the last board meeting, and we were talking about just the breadth of areas that we're able to reach and some of the places where you wouldn't find a high income paying job, but you're actually able to participate at our call centers and make a decent salary. And so that's really important. And the other thing, I actually serve on the DEI subcommittee of the foundation board, and I just want to say that it's also very still committed to the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that there's a lot of good work that goes on there. And they really try to showcase that and bring that to the staff by having presentations, sometimes by board members, but sometimes by outside presenters too, to continue to say that it's still an important value that we have as a foundation. And so I just want to give a shout out to that as well. It's a great. I'm so glad I got appointed to it. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Andrea, let's go to public comment, please.
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. There are no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for virtual hands raised.
We have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. There's an innovation impact report, but we should have a students' rights impact report. Innovation should not come at the expense of students' rights. I want to ask help from the foundation in restoring my essential rights. Our Canvas contract has a section about how suppliers should not access data without prior approval. Instructure has hundreds of partners, like what I've seen in my school being used, copy leaks. Please look at copy leaks privacy policy. We could store some of our most sensitive documents, like our homework, our essays, and train AI models off of this. This is not in correspondence with our contract. And it's not approved by you guys. Even at my school, Mount Sac, we have K-16, which is not copy leaks, but that's still being used in our classes. And it's because of Canvas, your contractor works with these partners. This breaks Student Bill of Rights in improper academic evaluations. This hurts our CCPA rights, which are also in the contract, because we don't know who Canvas is giving our data. There's also contracts with Axon. You could look at Mount Sac's draft policy for body-worn cameras. These are going to be microphones and cameras going around the school spaces with students, teachers, or student government. There's a covert mode that disables, I'm reading from it, disables the red line indicator light, sound indicators, and display backlight. If I were to film like this, I would be a disturbance and maybe kicked out. They're trying to normalize mass surveillance in our schools, these contracts we have. It's an attack on our freedom to learn. It's worse than Bentham's panopticon prison because we know we're under surveillance and under record all the time. Axon gives free services to expand the surveillance.
We have no other comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going back up to item 6.1. Vice Chancellor Todd, are you ready to go?
going to give the main chair to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Parker Purnell from the ASCCC, and she's the president. So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Wallings, Chancellor Christian, esteemed members of the board. This item is a celebration of the incredible work that's happening on our campuses. The ASCCC helps us select get nominations for the exemplary award winners. And over the last few months, they've been reviewing applications and are here to make some awards and some honorable mentions for the incredible work that our campuses and our faculty are doing to serve students. So I will gladly pass this over to President Parker Purnell.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for having me before you again. I'm Dr. LaTanya Parker Purnell, ASCCC president. On behalf of ASCCC, I am pleased to present the recipients of the 2025-26 Exemplary Program Award, established by the Board of Governors in 1991 and sponsored by the Foundation of California Community Colleges. This award recognizes outstanding programs that embody the mission and values of our system.
Good. Next slide, I think.
Next slide, please. This year's theme, Voices of Resilience. Slide 2, please. Thank you. This year's theme, Voices of Resilience, highlighting programs that uplift student voices and create spaces for lived experiences in education. It honors programs that elevate diverse student voices, fosters meaningful engagement, and demonstrate innovative approaches that improve students' outcome. Next slide, please. The Academic Center for California Community College is pleased to recognize College of the Canyons. I haven't even got it out yet. Rising Scholars Program as the 2025-26 Exemplary Program Awards recipient. Next slide, please. In alignment with this year's theme, the program exemplifies equity-centered innovation by supporting individuals impacted by the justice system through accessible non-credit education, workforce preparation, and comprehensive reentry support, serving more than 7,100 students. In 2024-2025, the Rising Scholars Program has helped hundreds earn certificates that support courts compliance, early release, and career advancement. Through strong partnership, including with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and coordinated on-campus support, the program models a scalable, student-centered approach that strengthens equity and workforce development across our community college. As you review the next slide, and it's for the spotlighting of the many things that bring them here today as they stand as the exemplary program, I want to welcome to the mic the awardees or those who are present today. We have Diane Avery, Dean of Academic Innovation and Continuing Education, Garrett Reek, Non-Credit Faculty Coordinator, and Thea Alvarado. Following their spiel, I'm also going to announce the honorable mentions.
Hi, thank you. I want to introduce myself first. My name is Garrett Reek. I'm the faculty coordinator for our Rising Scholars program and the director of our non-credit program. I also teach in our Rising Scholars program. I'll be flying out tonight so I can get back to teach tomorrow morning at Pitches Detention Center. But I appreciate you having us, and thank you so much to the Board of Governors and the ASCCC for this award. It's a great honor. There's some information up on the slides. That's actually me and one of them teaching a CPR and first aid certification class at CRDF. It's a women's jail in the Linwood-Compton area. We're just really proud of all of the efforts our college has put forth with making our Rising Scholars program what it is at COC. I've been teaching in higher education for over 10 years, and I have to say my involvement in Rising Scholars is by far the most fulfilling experience of my career. Students are eager to learn. They're excited for the opportunity to be there. They want to improve their current situation. And as an added bonus, they can't use AI to complete assignments. Study after study has shown that the more education you offer in a jail or prison, the more and more that you can reduce recidivism, which is obviously great for the students, but it's also even better for their families, for their communities, and for society as a whole. And I'm just so proud to be involved in this program and excited for this award because it really places a spotlight on what I see to be one of the most important programs we have in the community college system. I do want to accept this award on behalf of our college, but specifically our Rising Scholars students, our faculty, administrators, and staff that put in all the extra time and effort needed to make this program a success. It's not easy. Our faculty, for example, have to drive an extra distance. They have to get through security checkpoints. It's a lot of work, but for most who are involved with the program, they return over and over again because just like me, they find it incredibly fulfilling. And then a special thank you and shout out to the LA Sheriff's Department for their commitment to education-based incarceration. It was mentioned earlier, but they have committed to giving students milestones for every 60 hours of education they complete, and that goes toward early release time, which is incredibly important. And then there's also certificates that are court mandated, such as anger management and parenting, that allow for them to be released and get their kids back as well. So it makes a huge impact. We're all really proud of these efforts, and then I also want to shout out to all the Rising Scholars programs statewide who are also doing great work. I think another one was an honorable mention for this award as well. So we just want to accept that on behalf of everyone involved.
I want to thank you guys also for this award, and not only for the statewide Rising Scholars efforts that are going on, but also to our college president, my CIO, our faculty, our staff, everyone who has really embraced our Rising Scholars program. It's one of the ones that, even though there's extra hoops and a lot more workload, it's one that we find people wanting to be a part of all the time, and there's a lot of buy-in at our college for it. And our collaborative relationship with the Sheriff's Department is one that we covet and we hold very dear. They walk hand in hand with us. If there's a barrier, they're there to help us try to figure that out for students, and they're always looking for what we're doing for students and how we're serving them and how we can better serve them. We've developed curriculum specifically for the Rising Scholars program, and a lot of it has been requests from the Sheriff's Department where they see a need that the students have, and we're able to fill that. So. And Garrett knows I don't speak about it very much, but for me it's a special place in my heart because I was a deputy sheriff with the Sheriff's Department, so being a part of this program has made it a huge passion project and to see the students thrive. So thank you very much.
In addition to this year's award recipients, the Academic Senate would also like to recognize 3 exemplary programs. These programs have received honorable mention for their outstanding work and meaningful contributions to student success. These programs reflect the same commitment to innovation, equity, and elevating student voices that define the 2025-2026 Exemplary Program Award theme. The honorable mention programs are City College of San Francisco's Photography, Miracosta's College Transition Scholars Program, and Santa Monica College's Architecture Program. Next slide, please. Oh, you're there. Thank you. You were there. Thank you. The City College of San Francisco Photography Program exemplifies equity-driven excellence by providing accessible, affordable, and high-quality education to a diverse student population. The program removes financial barriers through innovative supports such as Equity Kits, peer mentoring, exhibitions, and internships, while offering hands-on industry-aligned training. Students can earn degrees and CTE certificates that align with workforce and transfer goals, and their voices and professional identities are amplified through public exhibitions and portfolio events, which lead to paid placements and career opportunities. by leveraging blended funding models and centering students. The program offers a scalable and replicable approach for equipment-intensive programs across visual arts and media disciplines statewide. We have a couple of leaders present who should stand at this time and be recognized. Do we have any representatives? Next slide, please. Another honorable mention recognizes a program that centers belonging, healing, and student voice as essential to student success. The MiraCosta College Transitions Program, thank you, supports justice-impacted students by addressing barriers. Oh, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, that was on the roll. I'm trying to get through this. I was on the roll. Such as housing insecurity, stigma, and trauma through a trauma-informed relational approach by prioritizing stability, connection, and student voice. The program has significantly increased enrollment, improved grade point average outcomes, and double degree attainment. That's to be noted. Through strong partnerships with Student Equity, EOP&S, and community organizations, the Transition Scholars Program provides coordinated wraparound support and creates meaningful platforms for students to share their stories. This holistic, equity-centered model offers a replicable framework that can be adapted across community colleges using existing services and funding. Will the leaders represented today for MiraCosta College please stand and be recognized? We have Dr. Adrian Askernes. Next slide, please. Finally, we recognize an honorable mention program that is shaping the next generation of architects through equity, inclusion, and real-world experiences. Next slide, please. The Santa Monica College. You started it. The Santa Monica College Architecture Program advances diversity, equity, and inclusion by centering its curriculum and marginalized communities, social impact, and accessible design. The program fosters collaboration, mentorship, and industry engagement, enabling students to achieve historic success in national competitions, secure university transfers and scholarships, and gain hands-on experience. By providing a safe and equitable learning environment, the program offers, again, replicable, cost-effective model for other community colleges seeking to cultivate inclusive professional practices. The ASCCC presents to you the leaders Sheila Cordova and Javier Cabron, who are present on today. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you all for your attention. Next step, please.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can take the moment to honor them with some memories and some photos right now.
Honorees, please come forward.
Wondering if we should take board comment or public comment first before we do photos. So let's do that. Any board comments?
No.
Oh, yes.
Just a second, sorry.
Hip hip hooray.
Member Bessa.
Well, we should say congratulations. I mean, just exemplary, all the passion and commitment that you're all showing and that you've talked about so much on throughout today's agenda, Vice Chancellor Todd. So congrats, everyone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, huge thank you for this presentation. And I especially wanted to highlight the Canyons Rising Scholars Program because I'm personally very passionate about taking a more rehabilitative approach when we're talking about things like the criminal justice system. And as one student who's had the trajectory of their life changed by community college and by the programs that it's offered, the only reason I'm sitting here today is because of community college, especially since I was given a second chance, not having the best academic history. When I think about that and I see thousands of students' lives are changed, right now I'm sitting here, that's just one story. Think about the thousands of stories that are different now and the trajectories of people's lives that are improved for the better because of those programs. And you would be having students talking for hours about their stories. And I think that makes me so emotional to think about, and that makes me so grateful to be serving in a system like this. So I think it's truly reflective of the California community college system and our values. So thank you so much.
Thank you, member, please. Member Melgar.
Thank you. Yeah, no, just congratulations to everyone, and in particular, the Rising Scholars Program. I followed that program for quite a while now, and at Berkeley, at our lab, we have a few underground scholars, so folks who started in the community college system and are now at the UC and who are interns and fellows at our lab. So been able to work with several of them. They've talked about how important that program has been in their lives. So just want to give a special shout out to folks doing that important work.
Thank you very much. Andrea, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period in item 6.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have one, Wendy Burrow-Wynkoop.
I know you guys thought you heard the last of me, but I couldn't help it. Wendy Burrow-Wynkoop, past president of FAC. I want to say congratulations to all the awardees today, but I particularly want to say congratulations to my own college, College of the Canyons, and Garrett Reek, who I was on his tenure committee. I was chair of his tenure committee. So I think I made a good decision with you. He's awesome, and I just wanted to say congratulations to them, and thank you for all your work. Thank you to all the faculty awardees and all their work. Thanks, guys.
Madam President, this concludes comments.
Thank you very much. We will now move to photographs. Give us a second to set up here.
Yeah, if I could acknowledge the honorees who I did not name. We now have their names. My apologies. Dr. Kimberly Messina, Chancellor for City College of San Francisco. Is it Dr. S. Aaron Dene, Dean of Arts and Communication? Professor Erica Gentry, Department Chair for Photography. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to photos. Item to another with item 6.6, where we're going to talk about an exciting Chancellor's Office partnership. And for that, I'll pass it off to Vice Chancellor Cordova and Senior Advisor Grandy.
Hi, good afternoon, President, Vice President, Chancellor, and members of the Board of Governors. Appreciate the opportunity.
Microphone.
Microphone's on. Is this the first time that you can't hear me? What's going on here? No, the mic's on. Is it not up? Oh, okay. I couldn't hear myself. So thank you for allowing us to have the opportunity to present to you the partnership with Port of LA and Alta-C and doing the MOU signing. This presentation today represents years of engagement, conversations, dialogue, engagement with the Port of LA, and is leading the way in the decarbonation and then recognizes the value of California community colleges and the system to train the workforce itself. The Port of LA is an economic engine that for the nation, and it sits at the nexus of the global commerce, logistics, and the climate policy. Am I already shut off already? You shut me down, Pam. The port complex is a recognized industry leader in the environmental stewardship and decarbonization, cybersecurity, and the workforce development. And it seeks to develop the partnerships that create opportunities for economic mobility through its decarbonization advancements. The port is committed to developing new and innovative ways to develop its workforce, training opportunities, and through efforts such as the Port of LA Teach, which has already engaged with 13 California community colleges, plus the career pathways that opportunities and improving the job seeking to high demand and high wage careers. Alta-C has history of partnering with California community colleges in the region, as you will hear more about that today. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize some of the WED team members that have been intimately involved in the engagement in developing this. Dr. Linda Bermudez, Dean of Workforce, Dr. Sandra Sanchez, she's the lead for our LA recovery work and lead for the demonstration project, and also Dr. Patricia Ramos, which is also the co-lead in the demonstration project of building out the partnership with Alta-C. Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Carla Grandi, which is our senior advisor on climate and the lead climate fellow who has been working on the BCAP demonstration project itself. Carla?
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board, Chancellor Christian. I'm Carla Grandi. I'm the Senior Advisor on Climate at the Chancellor's Office, and I'm pleased to introduce our partners and our partnership with the Port of LA and Alta-C at the Port of LA. This collaboration seeks to accelerate workforce development in the emerging blue economy and support critical decarbonization goals for the state of California. The blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth and employment and ecosystem health. The blue economy is a major economic driver in California and beyond traditional marine sectors. New opportunities are emerging in ocean-based renewable energy, regenerative aquaculture, marine robotics, and port electrification, fields that will define the future of our regional and state economy and are in full alignment with our Vision 2030 goals for climate action and equitable workforce and economic development. In 2021, the blue economy in LA County provided over 105,000 jobs across nearly 4,000 establishments and contributed over $14 billion to the county real GDP. Statewide, it's estimated that the blue economy supports more than 1 million jobs and contributes $44 billion to the state economy. Alta-C at the Port of Los Angeles is dedicated to advancing an emerging blue economy through business innovation and job creation and inspiring the next generation of ocean advocates for a more sustainable, just, and equitable world. Alta-C's Deep Blue Decade initiative aims to build and connect global networks advancing ocean-based climate solutions and supporting clean energy transitions at ports worldwide. Alta-C is at the cutting edge of development, making a sustainable ocean also economically positive, and the partnership with the Chancellor's Office gives us a seat at the table as this cutting edge research develops so that we can ensure we're building workforce programs to support the needs of the growing economy, thereby ensuring our students are positioned for high-paying AI-proof jobs of the future that will support both the economic viability of the state as well as the decarbonization and climate action efforts. Through this partnership, we intend to work collaboratively to elevate awareness of the blue economy as a source of sustainable, well-paying, and AI-resilient jobs across California, and to align workforce development to expand economic opportunity in emerging ocean-related fields. This collaboration is a model for how the California community colleges can engage with complex multi-sector ecosystems to address our state's most pressing challenges, workforce shortages, climate change, and sustainable economic growth, simultaneously while at the same time meeting our Vision 2030 goals. So I'm happy today to be joined by some of our partners in this work from the Port of LA and Alta-C. Aveen Sharma, Senior Director of Workforce and Government Affairs at the Port of Los Angeles, Terry Tamminen, CEO and President of Alta-C, and Derek Kirk, Senior Advisor of Business and Economic Development at GoBiz. Thanks.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, Chancellor, and rest of the governors. My name is Aveen Sharma. I'm the Senior Director of Workforce and Government Affairs at the Port of Los Angeles. In my role at the Port, I work to help the Port be a positive force for economic mobility for our region and for our state. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's an honor, so thank you. By way of history, 118 years ago, the state of California gave the city of Los Angeles land to hold in trust to form a port. And so our commercial name is the Port of Los Angeles, but our official name is the City of Los Angeles Harbor Department. We are trustees As trustees, we are basically landlord to 300 leaseholders that help the Port of Los Angeles to be the busiest port and the biggest container port in the country. Actually, we are the biggest container port in the entire Western Hemisphere. We have moved 10 million container units for the last, each year for the last 2 years. No other port in the United States has moved 10 million container units, period, and we have now done it 3 of the last 5 years. The cargo and the workers that move the cargo, we believe, is the lifeblood of this country and our national economy. Cargo that moves through the Port of Los Angeles moves to all 50 states, every single county and congressional district in this country. $1 billion of commerce moves through the port every single day. And so the Port of Los Angeles is not just an economic engine for Los Angeles, it's an economic engine for the state of California and for the entire country. And because of our size, to put it into perspective when it comes to the workforce, 1 in 8 workers in the 5 counties of Southern California are tied to our port complex. And so, that being said, historically, the Port of Los Angeles has not played a role when it comes to workforce development. As I mentioned, we are not, because we are the landlord, it is not our workforce. So historically, we were not active when it comes to workforce development. That's changed. That's changed for the port. And, I mentioned a second ago, 1 in 8 workers. Today, we're focused on those 1 in 8 workers. What, as a public entity, are we doing for those workers? And what, as a public entity, are we doing for the communities where those workers come from? And you may ask, how are we as a Port Authority going to tackle this challenge and tackle this? We are looking, the way we see us tackling this is how we, 25 years ago, began to look at our role as environmental stewards. 25 years ago, the 2 ports, Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach, began down a path and created an initiative to see what they could do about reducing emissions in the region. And we've embarked on a 2+ decade journey that has been successful in reducing particulate matters, in some particulate matters by more than 90% at the port. But at the same time, cargo has grown. So we've been able to do that when we do not own the equipment or even operate the equipment. And so we were able to do that because we are trusted and respected partners for our industry. And so taking that same principle is what we're looking at today when it comes to workforce development. We're not the employer of record. There are 50,000 workers at the port complex right now, and we are hardly the employer of record for any of them. And so, but the way we moved in bringing down emissions and working to be a leader for the industry, we are looking at applying those same principles as we think about workforce development and the role that we play in workforce development. And so, that is where the MOU that we have with the Chancellor's office is critical for us. We thank the Chancellor for her leadership in the MOU, and it's specifically from her office, Vice Chancellor Cordova and Dean Bermudez and Dean Sanchez, to really help us get this MOU, which just passed its 1-year anniversary. So we're really excited about that MOU that's in place between the Port of Los Angeles and the Chancellor's office. And for us at the port, we see our contribution to economic mobility in terms of in terms of making sure that the technology that we are testing and looking at to help us reach our climate goals, that there's opportunities for training to take place for these new technologies. This is very real for us at the port. The port has committed that by 2030, all the cargo handling equipment at the port complex will be zero emission, and that by 2035, the 20,000 trucks that come to the port every single day will be zero emission. And so for us, it's not a abstract exercise. There are dates circled on calendars and what we are looking forward to. And so because we have these goals, these 2030 and 2035 goals, the port is often a test bed for trying new cleaner technologies and new zero-emission technologies. As the Port of Los Angeles, we have a technology advancement program. So for new technologies that companies may want to test out and deploy, we actually provide grant funding for that to help them get off the ground, to test it, and so forth. For technologies that are further along in their advancement, say a zero-emission heavy-duty truck, we offer grants to companies to help subsidize the cost of purchasing this zero-emission technology. And so for us, we really feel that we're not just talking about it, we're actually using our resources to help drive this industry and help change it. And we feel as though the community colleges need to be with us, right next to us, as we're creating this whole new change in the industry by principles we're adopting, by resources that we're putting into it, financial resources. And so this MOU is important to us to make sure that all of our community colleges are there with us. And where we think it's beneficial is that, as I said, the new technology is being tested at the port. Once it's being tested, it's going to be commercially, because it's tested at the port, it's usually commercially deployed for the first time in the country, sometimes even first time in the world, at the Port of Los Angeles and used at the Port of Los Angeles. But we believe at the port that the day will come that either by voluntary action or possibly by state regulation, that this zero-emission technology, this cargo handling equipment and these trucks will need to be in every truck yard, every rail yard, and every warehouse in the state. And like I said earlier, cargo from the port reaches every single community in this state and every single community in this country. And so it's important, and by having the community colleges, in our mind, be with us when this technology is in its early stages, get a chance to see the technology. Vice Chancellor Cordova talked about the Pola Teach program, and that's the program we have to bring the campuses to see this, literally look under the hood, kick the tires, so that way you can take it back to your campuses, develop curriculum that's appropriate for your communities and your campuses. So the technology is here at the Port of Los Angeles today. It will find its way through the rest of the state in 2 to 3 years. And so when it does find its way to the different college districts across the state, the colleges will have already had that experience working with the technology because they saw it as it was starting at the Port of Los Angeles. So that's how we look at it being an important part of the work that we do as the Port of Los Angeles, and to bring in all of our community college partners, thanks to the leadership from the Chancellor's office. And lastly, I'll say is that the Port of Los Angeles, along with the Port of Long Beach and the International Longshore Warehouse Union, the Pacific Maritime Association, their employers, and the California Workforce Development Board are moving forward with building the nation's first goods movement training facility. It's a 20-acre state-of-the-art training facility that will train on longshore, trucking, and warehousing occupations. There's no other facility like it in the nation. And we, thanks to the governor's leadership and the legislature's leadership as well, the state of California has provided $110 million towards the construction of this campus, and the campus is scheduled to be completed in 2030. And so we are moving forward with this. At the port, we do a lot of things well and have a lot of experience in building things and moving cargo, but we look to our relationship and our partnership through this MOU with the community colleges and look to your leadership and expertise to see how we would operate, how we would run, what is the best way to collaborate to run this state-of-the-art facility. And so we're looking forward to that relationship and those conversations as we move forward. And so, again, I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity for me to provide you with an update about the MOU that we have in place. To have an MOU with the largest port in the country and the largest higher education system in the country is a great relationship, and we look forward to continuing it. Thank you.
A hard act to follow, but I'll try. I'm Terry Tamminen, the president and CEO of Alta-Sea. I was secretary of the California EPA for Governor Schwarzenegger and then his cabinet secretary, so I have a little experience with a number of different topics that we'll cover today. And I should also just mention, by the way, that I am a proud Cal State Northridge Matador, but I got some of my credits at Pierce College, and am a bit, yes. And when I talked to Governor Schwarzenegger the other night and told him I was going to be doing this and told him about the MOU, he reminded me that he is a proud alum of Santa Monica College, and he said to give his regards. And he wants to read the MOU and figure out how he can be helpful. So that's my challenge to all of you. But you know what a port is, and you know what community colleges are, but you may not know what Altasea is. So I'm going to take my few minutes to show you. If we could go to the next slide. So we're a nonprofit that took over a 35-acre campus in the Port of Los Angeles, which you'd be seeing now if we could go to the next slide. There it is. In the upper right-hand corner there, you can see the peninsula on the left. That has 250,000 square feet of 110-year-old warehouses that were originally built to take cargo from the brand new Panama Canal and were then used by the Navy in the 2 World Wars and then, of course, for cargo handling until something called containerization came along and nobody needed those kinds of cargo sheds anymore. So they sat empty for a long time. That long line of warehouses you see are what we then spent $50 million renovating 180,000 square feet of the 240,000, and there's a little bit more to come I'll mention. And then on the left of that upper right-hand picture, you'll see what looks like old round circles. That used to be a tank farm. The tanks are gone, but the port is going to clean up that soil and turn that over for our future development and future growth. Let's go to the next slide. And it's important to understand exactly what we do there. Why did we start a nonprofit, raise all this money, and renovate this into a blue economy development center? First of all, for education, because we want kids to understand this is an ocean planet. Not only is 70% of the surface of our planet covered by ocean, but I asked researchers at UCLA to tell me, you know, the real ecosystem of the ocean is not just surface, it's depth. So if I took all the water from the 70% of our planet and put it on the 30% that is land, how deep would my swimming pool be? And the answer was 5 miles deep. That's the real ecosystem that drives our planet, that drives sustainability or our ability to live on this planet. So we want kids to understand that and then to see what are the sustainable uses of the ocean where they could become researchers, entrepreneurs, or workers in the future. So as you see that virtuous circle, it starts with the research, the education, and then businesses. We hope many of them will become our partners in creating these sustainable blue economy businesses from the ocean. And let's go to the next slide, because that shows you when we talk about the blue economy, what are we talking about? Regenerative aquaculture that puts more back into our ocean than it takes out. So things like growing kelp, giant kelp, which grows as much as 2 feet a day, growing it in farms off of our coast. And from that, our researchers have shown you can extract bionutrients for restoring farmland, degraded farmland. You can extract food and pharmaceuticals and industrial materials. Just an amazing array of products that can come from seaweed of all kind, but particularly California kelp. And then secondly, renewable energy. We sponsored Senate Bill 605 2 years ago to incentivize wave and tidal energy. There's a tremendous resource in those waves and tides that can become the next source of our clean, renewable energy. And so now we have demonstration projects at the Port of Los Angeles, at Altasea, showing how that can be done. Also showing universities that are researching ocean carbon dioxide removal. You may have heard of direct air capture, trying to pull carbon dioxide out of the air. But the fact is that's very expensive energy and very difficult to do. But it's a lot easier to do the electrochemical processes of taking it out, or enhanced weathering of taking it out of the ocean. So much more efficient way to pull back some of that carbon pollution we've pumped into the atmosphere that's gone in the ocean. And UCLA, their version of this, the byproduct is green hydrogen. And we know that hydrogen, going to what you heard about the port report a moment ago, needs to electrify, and it can't all be done with batteries and an aging infrastructure system for the grid. So we know that hydrogen, sustainable and renewable hydrogen, has to be there as part of the electric mix in the future. And then finally, underwater robotics. Bob Ballard, who found the Titanic, has a workshop at Alta Sea. I invite you all to come see this. And he builds these robots that he goes out and finds more Titanics, and he teaches science to the kids who are there in the science and the math that they need to learn as part of our education program. So port decarbonization, anything to do with the ocean economy, the sustainable ocean economy, has a home at Alta Sea for the researchers, for the businesses that can perfect these businesses and help them grow, find investors, and so forth. And let's go to the next slide. We believe the blue economy has tremendous potential to be the next Silicon Valley type driver of the economy because the ocean is so large and we've got 1,100 miles of coastline and so much potential. We have a study that's coming up that we'll be talking more about that very soon, but these are some numbers from a couple years ago. Let's go to the next slide. And workforce development is really the thing that honestly keeps our founder, Jenny Crusoe, and me awake at night, is that we're not going to have the trained workforce for these new jobs. But thanks to the chancellor, thanks to this MOU, thanks to all of you, I believe we will. And that's because we work with our community colleges in the blue economy Carbon Action Pathways program to go all the way from those K through 12 field trips that we have right into community colleges where students can, while they're getting their associate's degree or other credentials, they can get a certificate in aquaculture. Today at Santa Monica College, there's students enrolled in that program. When they come out, they can find good jobs in the aquaculture sector as a result of that. We're working on another one for hydrogen in the maritime economy because, as I mentioned, that'll be used and become a big thing, but a new fuel. And another one on underwater robotics, construction and so forth in the maritime economy, the ocean economy, and more to come thanks to all of you. We believe this is how we're going to train this workforce and get them excited about these jobs. And you may have seen the recent op-ed that the Chancellor and I co-authored. These are jobs that can't be replaced easily by robots or at all by AI. These are jobs that real people are going to do for decades to come. So we're very proud of this program, and it really is the most important thing that will drive this blue economy and make it realize all of its potential. And let's go to the next slide. But it's not enough. Our mission as a nonprofit is climate solutions from the ocean at scale fast. We want to solve the climate crisis as you do. And so if we do it in California, that's nice, but it's not enough. So we're trying to create affiliates in different parts of the world where we can share what we learn. And of course, sometimes doing things in California gets you the scale or de-risks it or finds investors. You can then take that to other parts of the world. Similarly, we'll learn from others. So with that Senate Bill 605 I mentioned, we created a coalition of 30 wave and tidal energy companies from around the world. Only 4 of them are American. The rest are from other parts of the world. So we have learned and will bring to California that knowledge and that ability, and then obviously create the workforce for these industries all over the world. That's our Deep Blue Decade initiative that you heard mentioned earlier. And then the next slide is just how to contact us. We look forward to working with all of you, and we look forward to your suggestions because we're certainly making this up as we go along. I think we started the BCAP program, what, Sandra, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago at most? 2 years, yeah. And you know, thanks to a very visionary chancellor who doesn't want to waste time, neither do we. Our planet is calling, and these jobs are calling. So I thank all of you governors, President, Vice President, Chancellor. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. And believe me, a year from now, we're going to have a lot to report to you on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Derek Kirk. I serve as the Senior Advisor for Economic Policy and lead the Governor's California Jobs First initiative on behalf of Director Dee Dee Myers at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. If I could have squeezed a few more words in that, I probably would have, but it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Over the past nearly 5 years, our office, in partnership with the Labor and Workforce Development Agency and Secretary Knox, have led the investment of nearly $450 million through our Jobs First work to empower regions across our state to design and define their economic future. Our North Star through this work has been supporting the creation, attraction, preservation, and access to good-paying jobs for all Californians, while ensuring we maintain our commitment and focus on the climate and equity. Through our regional planning processes that we've undertaken over the last couple of years, 6 of the 13 regions across California identified the blue economy as a priority sector for their communities, including a few inland regions, I will just add, each spelling out specifically their areas of focus, whether it be things like offshore wind, broader electrification, food security, or another subsector. As such, when the governor released the state economic blueprint that I carry with me and have coffee stained and earmarked all over the place last year at East LA College, the blue economy was included as one of the state's priorities within our working lands and water sector. While the blue economy is technically still considered a nascent sector or one that we would call BET, we know that with more than 840 miles of coastline, we have an opportunity, if not a responsibility, to further bolster an industry that has an estimated $44 billion economic impact in California. And over the next 10 years, we anticipate an increase in business starts of 18% and of jobs of nearly 163% within the state of California. So as is the case with any strategy, a document is really only as good as the work being done to implement it. Thankfully, our blueprint, as well as the master plan for career education are both directly aligned with your Vision 2030, creating excellent opportunities for us to collaborate on our collective goals. The partnership that the Port of LA and Alta-Sea have shared an update with you on today is an excellent example of the work that we need to be doing to align our resources and systems to help Californians, and one that we hope will serve as a foundation for communities from Del Norte to San Diego and everywhere in between. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was very exciting. Vice President Rawlings and I were thinking about coming to visit you, whether we have the formal invitation or not. We'd like to come see you. Tony, do you want to say anything, or are you just standing? All right. Well, at this time, we'll take board comments, please. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? You want to come? Okay,
me too.
excellent. Okay, excellent. We're going to, yes, absolutely. We're very excited to see this.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Member Epstein? Oh, okay.
It's still formulating, right?
Member Haynes?
Oh, I want you to go first. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm interested in a lot of different things that you said, and not all of it's related to job training, unfortunately, because I just have broader environmental interests in that. But one of the slides indicated that they were talking about wave energy, and I'm just curious. That's something that's always been, I thought, fascinating to me, given how much power there is in offshore wind and waves. Is that part of this, an active part of your project, or just something you're looking forward to in the future?
Very much so. So Senate Bill 605 was essentially a study bill to say, could California become a home for this? Is it economically viable? Where could we put these things? And the report shows that the answers are positive in all those things. But like the early days of solar, some work needs to be done to bring down the cost, identify the best locations, and so on. What we found is, and we know already from the installation we have at Alta-Sea, which when you all come, I'll show you how we're turning waves into energy, that, for example, the breakwaters and jetties that are protecting our ports would be excellent sites for this, because they're designed to absorb waves in the first place. And excuse me, so by deploying on those jetties and breakwaters, you can turn all of that into energy that could be used right in the port. You don't even necessarily have to send it to the grid, but the port is trying to electrify, whether it's battery charging of equipment or hydrogen, as I mentioned. So all of that can be used there. I'm also very excited about the equity component of this, because a lot of our communities, I live in San Pedro, and a lot of our harbor communities have been left behind because of automation. You don't need as many longshore workers. You don't need the fisher workers, the canneries and so forth that used to exist there. But all of those trades can now be harnessed, whether it's the fishers and the canneries for aquaculture and kelp, or whether it's the longshore workers and the steel workers and the others for things like offshore wave or onshore wave and tidal energy. All of these workers can now be given a chance to go into these new exciting fields. So we're very excited about the workforce piece of it, but you're absolutely right. It can be a big contributor to our renewable energy goals.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to ask, I'm on the board of the Coalition for Clean Air, which does a lot of work at the port. And we are very interested in electrification of everything. And so you gave us a bit of an update on that. I was wondering, are we, is some of the programs that we're producing to educate our students, are they going to be related to the electrification of all the kinds of, both the equipment at the port as well as the trucks and coming in and out?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're moving forward through our Clean Air Action Plan. That is the name of our initiative to transition cargo handling equipment to zero emission by 2030. And so the idea is to transition that equipment to zero emission by 2030, and then the trucks, the 20,000 trucks that we have that come to a port, to have that transition to zero emission by 2035. Today, as of right now, there are approximately 600 zero emission trucks. So 600 is a lot, but 600 is not a lot when you compare it to 20,000. So we have a long way to go. And for anyone here who has an electric car, you're always thinking about charging and where to charge. And so what does that charging infrastructure for the region look like for the heavy duty Class 8 trucks? And so I think there's a regional effort. The South Coast Air Quality Management District is really leading on some of the regional transition that's going to take place through some of the federal grants that they've received. We at the Port of Los Angeles received the Environmental Protections Agency's Clean Ports grant. Last year, we received a $411 million grant, the largest in the country, to transition our cargo handling equipment to zero emission. And so that, while a very large sum of money, only transitions about a quarter of our fleet. So we're continuing to look at that. And what it means for then the training is that cargo handling equipment that's going to be zero emission, that is going to be deployed at the port, will eventually find its way outside the port. And that's where we think the training will take place, is that when you start to see some of that zero emission equipment, maybe it's by then second generation or even new first generation that's more produced more widely into warehouses and truck yards and rail yards that are outside of the port complex. And so that's what we want to make sure that the students are training for, so when it does show up there, they receive the training.
I would just add some immediate steps, though. We're working with LA Harbor College on this hydrogen safety program, because, again, hydrogen can electrify a lot of this equipment as well. We don't have to necessarily do it all with batteries. And we're also working with Curtin Maritime and others on electric tugboats, some of which will be battery and some of which will be hydrogen electric. And all of that requires completely new safety standards, training for fueling, for even the production of the hydrogen locally.
Member Correll, then Member Williams, then Member Haynes. Oh, did you want to?
I gave up my spot.
Okay, go first, Member Haynes.
Okay, hopefully this will be short. I understand that AltaSeas has an international program. Can you speak a little bit about that? I also understand that there's some relationship with Ghana.
Yes, thanks to the Chancellor, we are looking forward to, I think in August, perhaps going to Ghana as one of our outposts for sharing these technologies and learning from others. We're also in active conversations with the government in Indonesia. In Aqaba, the King of Jordan has helped to fund a program there for 3D concrete printing. There's a company at Alta Sea which, when you come, you will see robots doing 3D concrete printing of artificial reefs that can then restore that natural ecosystem and those natural barriers to more intense storms and so forth more quickly with the Cousteaus and others. In Tonga, we're looking at research for ocean carbon dioxide removal. So each location has a particular focus of its own, but then in Indonesia, for example, they have 17,000 islands, many of which are reliant on 17,000, and they're reliant on $30 a gallon diesel fuel for their energy. So when we come to them and we show them, and they don't have necessarily a lot of space for solar, so when we come to them and we show them the potential of wave energy, they're very excited. And so again, we want to share that and the training for those things.
Member Corral, Member Williams, Member Perry.
Thank you for the presentation. This is very exciting. I'm an aficionado, actually, of ports. So I'm a particular nerd about all this stuff. I'm curious to learn more about how the partnership works, because it does sound so expansive in terms of the kinds of careers and the kind of training that you're discussing, and et cetera. So do you work with, how do you manage your engagement with the various colleges in the region? And then I'm also really curious about how, sorry. And then I'm also curious about how the curriculum development process is happening or emerging in that partnership, because this is highly technical and sounds like very new and cutting edge. So,
yes, thank you for the question, Sandra Sanchez from Los Angeles Harbor College. So part of how we're working with the colleges is through the Blue Economy Climate Actions Project. It's a regionally funded project through Strong Workforce Regional Dollars. And it's 14 colleges that have come together. And what we've done is we've broken out the project into pillars. There are 4 colleges that are pillar leads. Harbor College is leading the clean renewable component. Santa Monica is leading the clean renewable energy, the aquaculture, aquaponics. El Camino is leading the underwater robotics, and West LA is ecosystems restoration. And so each of the colleges that are leading, then the other colleges that are part of the consortium can decide which pillar to join or to join multiple pillars. And within that, we've established a faculty steering committee for the development of a curriculum. And in partnership with Alta Sea, I'm bringing together all of these companies that are building this new technology and bringing it to try to bring it to scale, but at the same time, making sure we have the trained workforce for those technologies as they're being implemented. So it's a very symbiotic relationship with the colleges, the Alta Sea being a key partner, the Port of LA as well, in how we develop advisories for the development of new curriculum, but also how we are bringing the technology into the communities, right? And getting feedback from the communities, getting feedback from employers, and making sure that the faculty are also receiving professional development and learning how these new technologies work. Does that answer your question?
that's fabulous. And I'll just comment, this is, again, maybe a great example back to the prior conversation we were having earlier today on then, as you're looking to maybe increase your programming to say, like, bachelor's related, like how the urgency for us to make sure that things like this don't get stymied in any way by the bureaucracy, because you guys are just, it sounds like you're flourishing so well. So anyways, thank you so much.
Member Williams.
Yeah, similar question. I was just wondering about the time to completion for the certificates versus the AS, and then what's the level of employment a person can receive with the certificate versus a AS?
So currently we have a Associates of Science degree in aquaponics and aquaculture at Santa Monica College. And one of the key partnerships with that, in addition to Alta Sea, is Heal the Bay and CalPark, right? CalPark is actually at Alta Sea as well. And so students they go through the training with Heal the Bay, with CalPark, with Alta Sea. They get the hands-on experience, and then CalPark actually is one of the current employers, and there's several others. And so really what we're trying to do is follow that model of working with the specific businesses and entities that are building new programs, and then bringing the colleges to participate in that, and then co-creating the curriculum. So the technology is new and emerging, so we don't know what we don't know sometimes, and so bringing them, the experts, to meet, to work directly with our faculty as we build curriculum is been a key component of our success there. And one of the other things is, as we're building the curriculum, we're also looking at where are the employment opportunities. So as you know, career education programs have to show demonstrated labor market demand. And so before we're able to put any program before for approval, it must show some type of labor market demand. So, so it's in partnership. Would you like to add anything?
Well, I would just add to that this is another reason that we're here today in Sacramento talking to legislators, because we're trying to unstick the various regulatory problems around putting more kelp farms in the ocean. There's one in Santa Barbara, ocean rainforest, and we want to see dozens of them all up and down the state. Even NOAA has identified where. Otherwise, these kids are going to graduate and they're going to go to Maine and Alaska and New Zealand. You're going to teach them, and they're not going to stay in California. We want them here.
Member Perry.
In spite of the fancy name tags and the big chairs, we're all really a bunch of rabble-rousers, which is why we unceremoniously invited ourselves to visit, which is high praise. But I'm just sitting here in a time when sometimes it feels like the environment is taking a back seat and there's not progress being made. To hear about this and the scope and the vision, the levels of collaboration, workforce, environment, kelp, the port, the city, it's really remarkable. So thank you for getting this started, the persistence and the possibility of all this. It's an inspiring thing to hear about this afternoon.
Well, if I could just add very quickly to that, I know time is an issue, but so Senate Bill 605 passed through every committee with unanimous bipartisan support and got through the legislature with unanimous bipartisan support and signed by the governor. And when I asked some of our Republican friends, hey, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but you guys don't necessarily always vote for environmental legislation. Why did you do this one? And they all said, it's jobs and it's revenue for the state. Why wouldn't we? Senator Jones, we were visiting with this morning, and he's a big supporter of trying to get the kelp farms going again and unstick the regulations. So this is something that can be a national model. I mean, I don't want to oversell it, but to your point, let's rouse some rabble here in the state of California.
You came to the right board, sir. We're all about rabble rousing. Any other? Oh, member Epstein.
Have you considered taking this to the Port of Oakland, Port of Stockton? Is this something that is possible?
No, go ahead. Well, I will say that, not to speak for the other ports, but besides the Port of Los Angeles, the Port of Oakland, the Port of Long Beach, the Port of San Diego, there are 11 municipal ports in the state of California, and 5 of them are large container ports, and they're all moving forward with their efforts, what's best for their port in terms of transitioning to zero emission. The Port of San Diego, for example, I think has looked at some battery electric tugs and moving in that direction. I mentioned earlier that the Port of Los Angeles received the EPA Clean Ports Award. We were one of 5 ports in California that received it. The Port of San Diego, I believe the Port of Hueneme, the Port of Stockton, I think also received it. So just in that one grant program alone, nearly $1 billion has come to California towards the transitioning of our state's ports to zero emission.
And I would just add, I think the Port of San Diego is an example for us. They've actually got a unique kind of permitting authority to be a demonstration zone for some of these things. And Kelco used to be down there, which was a $1 billion industry even back in the days of World War II when they were making gunpowder out of kelp. So we can restore that industry with help from other ports.
And I'm going to add to that, yes.
And I will, to add to your question, this year, Harbor College and Santa Monica College, with our BCAP funding through Strong Workforce, we're hosting our annual BCAP conference. And when we hosted it the first time, the Port of Santa Barbara and the Port of San Diego came to our event. And so those colleges have also sent faculty and administrators to come learn about our demonstration project. And they're also trying to implement some of of these strategies within their local communities with those ports as well. So it is expanding, and I know we've had a lot of conversations with the folks from San Diego as well as the folks in Santa Barbara. So I know that we have some folks from Oakland who are interested in coming this year to our conference to learn more about the work that we're doing.
What a great opportunity for them to come.
Exactly.
It's at Alt-A-Sea. So it's
Yes.
March 22nd and 23rd?
24th and 25th.
24th and 25th at Alt-A-Sea. So make your reservations now.
And we'll see you there.
Yeah. Subject matter. Yeah.
I think it's very on theme to think about how this work is literally and figuratively sending ripples. Because when you talked about developing an infrastructure to have electric container trucks, that's presumably a lot larger than the charging stations for our vehicles. And immediately my mind went over to the Inland Empire in San Bernardino, because I think they have a concentration for logistics and how all these things flow through the rest of the country. So if it's possible, when you come back here, because I accept your offer to come back and report on your progress, I think it would be interesting to see a visual map of how the infrastructure is changing in California, and kind of rethinking how the geography is working and leveraged towards this goal. Because we have to really rethink how we're thinking about the various areas in California, and this is just probably so promising and changing how we're thinking about the land and the ocean itself. So really excited to see that. And again, we will be inviting ourselves over. I hope you guys are open on that day that we come. Okay, wonderful. We'll take public comment now. Alrighty, public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.6 is now open. President Aguinaldo, we do not have any in-person comments or hands raised at this time.
Okay. Well, before we conclude this item, we'd like to sign the MOU with you all. So let's do it. Okay, we are moving on to Section 5, which is our first reading. Item 5.1 is proposed regulatory action awarding credit for advanced placement and other external standardized examinations. Welcome back to your regular seat, Vice Chancellor Todd, and visiting Executive
you.
May. And Fermin Villegas, welcome.
So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, board members. We are now doing a first read of the second part of what are 4 sections for awarding credit. And this one particularly is on advanced placement and external standardized examinations. Not a lot here that we're changing. Let me get my notes up here really fast. I have them. Primarily, there's some alignment with Education Code, Section 79-500. We're also clarifying and making it more poignant that faculty authority is around approval of exams and scores and credit awards and requirements, which is there's some alignment that's also happening between 55 001 and 55002. So what we'll do right now is go through the exact changes that we've made. Ginny will walk us through those line by line, and I'll come back to kind of reiterate the big changes. The last piece as we get into here as well is that we're encouraging that AP, IB, and CLEP and other approved exams have credit to apply towards local GE electives when you don't have a course match. So there is some kind of alignment happening here. So Ginny, if you want to go ahead and go through the line by line, we can go to the next slide to go through them.
Oh, great. Okay. So these changes, these regulation updates, they're not that substantive. They're compliance-oriented as well as updating due to CalGETC. And we did bring them to Consultation Council. We had some great feedback from Consultation Council, and that's why these 2 sections are coming at a later cycle than the first 2 sections you voted on earlier today. So in this area here with the proposed regulations for Section 55052, this involves the advanced placement examination. Back in 2016, then Assemblymember Das Williams authored a bill, AB 1985, which required the community colleges to set up a uniform policy for awarding advanced placement credit, and it was for all of the community college districts. It was signed by the governor in the fall of 2016, and then in spring 2017, the chancellor's office put out guidance to meet this bill. So what we have done in Section A here is incorporated that mandatory language, the statute, replaced may with shall because that is what's in statute. And then in Section B, it just codifies, makes it very clear that the faculty and the appropriate disciplines must approve the courses that are offered. Now, this doesn't mean colleges have to offer every single course for all the AP exams. It's just that if they offer these courses and they're going to offer credit, faculty have to make these decisions in accordance with Regulation 55001. So next slide. These are the next 2 sections from 55052. The substantive change, or it's really compliance change, is replacing IGETC and CSU GE breadth with CalGETC, making it very clear that we have one general education pattern now, so there are no more questions when folks go back to read regulation, which we hope they do often, right? And then in the 4th area there, that it clarifies that a student's transcript must be annotated, that they earned credit for that course through the AP exam.
And I think that was down earlier in the section and it just got moved up from what I remember. So that's not totally new language.
No, this is just cleanup language for the regulation for consistency. One thing we had originally looked at was combining the AP exam language with what you're going to see next, and then it was decided it made more sense to keep them separate because one was statute and one was a requirement from the Board of Governors.
Yeah.
So next slide, please. And this is proposed regulations on other external examinations. 2 examinations are included here. They are IB and CLEP. The section starts out very similar to the previous section. What you see here are sections C, D, and E. That means there are sections A, B, and C. They weren't skipped, and so they're very similar to what's in 55052, but the chancellor, in collaboration with the academic senate, shall develop policy guidelines on the minimum passing scores for international baccalaureate and or college-level examination programs. So it depends on what is the 4-year systems will accept. So CSU and UC both accept IB. UC doesn't take CLEP, so those guidelines have to be written in there and students need to be advised as such. And there's also the ability for colleges to consider other external examinations. We didn't list them out item by item, but that would be discussions that take place at the colleges. Then, let's see, next, it does clarify again, the faculty in the appropriate discipline must approve the IB and or CLEP examination program or any other external examination scores deemed to constitute satisfactory performance according to the processes with their curriculum committee.
And that was just minor changes from what I remember.
Minor changes.
That was, in a lower place in the regulation, it was just moved up.
Right, right. And then here in section C, D, and E, it's very parallel to the language from 55052, the section before, but it talks about IB, CLEP, and external examinations. The goal here is first for credit to be offered for CalGETC, that GE pattern, and it must be compliant with or approved by the CalGETC standards document, which is housed by the Intersegmental Committee of Academic Senates. In those cases where no credit is able to be given for CalGETC, colleges are encouraged to look at their local GE pattern to see if credit can be given there. And then if there is no local GE to be given credit for, then colleges are permitted and encouraged to offer credit for elective units. Some majors have a lot of room for elective units, while other majors do not. In addition, colleges can look at other areas in which they could grant credit. They're not compelled to do it, but they are encouraged to do so, like for majors requirements, and those may have different types of scoring required there. And so, next slide, I think that is it until James does this.
Thank you, Jenny. Great job there on going over the changes. Just coming back to this, just some very simple pieces. We went from may to shall on the policies aligned with Ed Code. We clarified discipline faculty authority. We required the awarding credit for CalGETC. We're encouraging this to count towards general education when there's not a direct correlation. And this last piece was expanding the 55052.5 to include the additional external standardized exams beyond IB and CLEP, which would have the similar processes and that permissive space for faculty to award credit. So very simple, straightforward pieces of this. And we've now got it out, I think, for the 45-day comment, and we would come back for a second reading if this is approved today.
Okay, excellent. We will take board comment after we get through the ceremony of the first reading. So everyone, please bear with me. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to awarding credit for advanced placement and other external standardized examinations. Brace yourselves. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title V, sections 55052 and 55052.5, concerning the awarding of credit for advanced placement and other external standardized examinations is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Wonderful. Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. And now we will take board comment. Member Brown.
So I'm thinking back to our earlier conversation about CPL and high school articulation and some of the things that folks were saying about equitable and consistent awarding of credit. And I think that's a theme that carries over to this particular regulation. First of all, I appreciate all the wordsmithing you all have been doing because this is great. But I want to encourage us, besides the wordsmithing, to move even further along that line of equitable and consistent awarding of credit. I've never really understood, while I understand the importance of local control, I have not understood why a nationwide exam would not be applied the same to statewide requirements. So that's the piece that I'm trying to wrap my head around. So for example, a student at one college may have a 3 on this AP score, and they go take it to a particular individual at that college and say, may I apply this credit? And that person says yes. But a student at another college with the same score for the same AP exam may get no for the same area. So that is an issue that I'm hoping once we get past these regulatory changes that we can work on, because it's absolutely an equity issue. I would like to see, similar to the CSU and the UC, they have public-facing websites that students can see how all of their AP credit applies system-wide to their general education. And I don't see why we can't do that as well. I'm also thinking if it's a statewide structure, such as our associate degrees for transfer, that on our templates, we should be able to also say, where is it appropriate that these AP and other exams that are approved throughout the Cal State, where is it appropriate to apply them? I do know also that some analysis is involved because when it comes to the area of someone's major, that's not the case. Or there could be local programs where that's not appropriate, or as it affects transfer, it might not be appropriate. But when it comes to the subject of CalGETC and the ADT, I think we could find ways to vet this faculty-driven in partnership with the ASCCC, in partnership with our intersegmental partners, having conversations like we already are doing for Common Core numbering and whatnot, because it just doesn't seem fair that I might get a no because somebody didn't have their coffee that day. So I advocate for continuing along this line of not only coming into compliance, but really making it this equitable so that students who take the same exam can receive the same credit statewide. Thanks.
So one thing to notice here in these regulations or in the Ed Code, it says the policy guidelines shall be distributed to community college districts on an annual basis. That's in Ed Code 79500. So I think you're on that page.
Okay, Member Williams.
You know, because what Member Brown is important, because it even happens, especially in multi-college districts. You see inequities where one campus will treat something different than the other campus, and from a student perspective, it's really frustrating because you think, well, they're all supposed to be the same. It's the same district, so that's a really important point that she's making. So it's not just district to district; it's in districts that have multiple campuses.
I do know that we have an annual memo that goes out around this too, and I'll, given your comments, I'll also comb through there and talk with my team to see if there's any places for us to shore up on the communication pieces. Yeah, and I really appreciate the thoughts too on like what else we need to partner with our constituent groups on to make this more methodical and systematic. Appreciate that.
Member Haynes.
So, can you provide a a timeline? What's the process that you're going to have to go through, and what's the timeline for actually getting it back to us so that we can say yes?
To this?
It would be the next board meeting if the.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
very good. Some of you got a chance to meet my granddaughter from Virginia. She has something like 27 units in AP. And while she's aiming for, and she's coming to California, so her parents will follow her back to California. And so, but it may well be that I'm encouraging her to look at community colleges.
Yeah.
But I want all of her credits, all of her AP classes to be
Right.
acceptable. You can pass that along to anybody else at any other
There we go.
college. But thank you.
There we go.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much for the board comments, and thank you to our presenters.
I want a T-shirt now that has you with the gavel that says "Brace yourself." I like that.
We could get that done. Yeah. Really like the gavel. Item 6.4 is the California Community Colleges Gender Equity Work Group report. And while we wait for Vice Chancellor O'Brien and team to come up here, I wanted to first thank Assemblymember Fong for his leadership on this issue. And I will pass it to Member Costa.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. I'll keep this brief because I know we've had a full day, and obviously we'll have Vice Chancellor O'Brien, who has kind of the details here. But I just want to thank my colleagues who served on the work group with me, as well as all of the local college representatives that we had. I want to echo your thank you to Assemblymember Mike Fong, who really put this issue kind of on our radar, as well as his staff. Because I think they, first of all, his consultant, Ellen, had an excellent report on Title IX statewide, and it really grounded my thinking in this topic. If you have time, I highly suggest you read it. It was really quite comprehensive and a great report. But both she and the Assembly member were willing to work with us as a system in recognition of our very unique governance system and structure. And we had, I think, 8 total work group meetings so that we could really understand at the campus level, what's happening or not happening. And I want to make it really clear that throughout the work group, we have many people throughout our system who are absolutely committed to gender equity, regardless of what's happening at the federal level, regardless of what's happening at the state level. But it was also very important for me to look into and ensure that our leaders locally had the resources, money, required to implement some of these changes, because what became very clear is really it was a resource issue in many regards. And so David will walk us through it, but I just want to thank everybody for participating in this, including our consultants who led us through kind of these conversations and developed some recommendations that I think, are really driven by the local level. So I have great faith that they can actually be implemented if paired with the appropriate resources. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Costa, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and board members for those wonderful introductory remarks. I'm David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of External Relations, and we have some slides there. And I just want to show you, if I could take a moment, lest you don't believe we are multitaskers in government relations, I do have the Assembly Higher Education Committee hearing on right now, but trust me when I say you'll have my full attention for this item. Other people are watching that, but just to show you where we are in terms of busyness in the cycle. Good afternoon, and I am pleased to present this item here, which has both PowerPoint slides and paper, which we'll get to in a moment, with the support of Member Costa, as well as Brett Sokolow of TNG Consulting, who is online and here virtually. I'm presenting this item in my capacity as chair of the Chancellor's Work Group on Gender Equity that met from October 2024 to November 2025. In addition to Member Costa, strong thanks to you for leading and championing this on behalf of the board and for making clear from the beginning that this is a priority of our system-wide Board of Governors. I, of course, want to thank Chancellor Christian for entrusting me and the Chancellor's office team with overseeing this critical work. So I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I want to provide some grounding in why we're here and why this item has come before us. So let's go to the next slide, if we could. This timeline could actually be a lot longer. I hesitate to say you're welcome, but please be thankful that it's not sort of the full history here. But if you want to go all the way back, of course, when we talk about Title IX, just to refresh everyone, we're talking about Title IX to the Education Amendments of 1972, signed by President Nixon way back in the day, which was all about prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex in public education. That's elementary and secondary education and post-secondary education. The Title IX is most commonly associated, I think, in the culture or sort of, in the sort of national vernacular with athletics, right, and with promotion of girls and women's sports and equal sports opportunities. But in the context by which it is most relevant to us here in public higher education, particularly as we're looking at things like community colleges, it tends to be more relevant, the portions of Title IX that focus on preventing, responding to, and addressing sexual harassment and sex and gender-based discrimination on campuses, right? So sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and sexual assault are all classified as discrimination on the basis of sex under Title IX, and that is why college Title IX policies encompass how they respond to those things. A further extension of the timeline, if we were to put it here, would take us back to 2011. That is when the United States Department of Education under President Obama issued what's called a Dear Colleague letter, which is just an interpretation of federal law that acts as guidance to schools. That Dear Colleague letter interpreted Title IX as applying to an expanded pool of student characteristics, including sexual orientation or gender identity, which the Obama administration interpreted as being considered discrimination on the basis of sex under the law, as well as requiring an expanded set of protections and processes for investigations of sexual harassment complaints on campus. And that's really what kind of the core of our work in this work group was. To cover as briefly as I can the sort of political football that this issue has become at the national level. I mentioned that President Obama's Department of Education issued that Dear Colleague letter. Towards the end of his first term, President Trump's administration issued a set of new regulations around Title IX. Now, in the sort of hierarchy of things, regulations supersede Dear Colleague letters and interpretations. So those overrode the Obama Dear Colleague letter to repeal most of those protections and go to what many sort of victims and survivor advocates considered to be a much less stringent process in terms of providing protections to those who have been victims of sexual assault or discrimination. The state legislature responded by codifying some of the known best practices from the Obama Dear Colleague letter in state law so that they are reflective of, what state law mandates. And then the political sort of football situation continued at the national level, wherein President Biden's administration issued a new set of regulations towards the end of his term to codify the Obama concepts and interpretations and override the Trump 1 regulations. And then it for now sort of came to a conclusion at the beginning of President Trump's second term when his administration announced that they would not defend a court challenge to the Biden regulations, thus nullifying them for now. All that is to say that there's been this sort of political back and forth, but as Board Member Costa mentioned, the legislature was interested, particularly following some independent audits of some of the other systems of higher education, in seeing whether there's consistency with federal and state law among our colleges, whether there's an adequate set of protections, whether or not we can safely say that, no matter what college or university a student attends or a faculty member or staff, classified staff works at, that there is an equivalent level of protections. And essentially, the report that Member Costa referenced, the call to action report from the Assembly Higher Education Committee, on a preliminary basis found that there was not, and that a lot more work needed to be done to ensure that we were striving to make our campuses, safe, welcoming and inclusive environments for everybody that they serve. And so the legislature responded by passing a piece of legislation, which we'll talk about on the next slide, by Assemblymember Mike Fong. Go to the next slide. Thank you. Assembly Bill 2048, which passed in 2024, signed into law by Governor Newsom, essentially tasking the chancellor's office with delivering a set of policy recommendations to the legislature for ensuring that we are sufficiently, preventing, detecting against, and responding to incidents of sexual harassment on campus, recognizing the unique governance structure of our system, right? So they passed a couple of kind of classic Sacramento-style top-down bills applying to the UC and the CSU, but they chose to, rather than simply just pass a new mandate, they chose to engage with our office and with our system stakeholders and say, hey, why don't you all meet together, get the right folks in the room and around the table, and come up with some solutions on this that you can then deliver to us. And so these are a few of the highlights. I won't go into them around Assembly Bill 2048, but essentially it was look at where those resource gaps are, look at what the legislature's asked you to do over the years, look at what the federal expectations are, look at where your Title IX coordinators and your campuses currently are, and come back with what you would need from us in order to be able to say that you have a consistent and equitable baseline level of protections against sexual harassment and assault across the entire system. So that is what our work group did. Next slide, please. So the work group on gender equity that was convened in the fall of 2024 as this legislation was signed. As I noted, I was honored to serve as chair of that work group with Board Member Costa as our executive sponsor on behalf of the board. And membership of the work group included, among others, representatives of our CEOs in the system, our trustees, our faculty, our students, our Title IX coordinators, our general counsel, left out a couple here, our chief business officers and chief human resources officers as well. So it was a large work group, but we knew that this was an issue that touched upon multiple different areas and was going to require, sufficient input and feedback from a group of subject matter experts. We held a series of 8 meetings, as Board Member Costa noted, and we really were pleased to have our legislative consultant, Ellen Cesareti Monroy, participate in and back up the work of the work group and kind of, help us monitor where we were going with some of these recommendations. I also want to thank our Office of General Counsel, Fermin Villegas, for his strong support. And then, of course, our EEO Advisory Committee, EEO DAC, shout out to Dr. Abdulmalik Boul for providing the framework and structure for our work group to meet. So most of all, though, thank the members of the work group for coming to this space with us, for debating, considering and debating what we know is a sort of charged and very kind of emotional and complex issue, and for always bringing us their honest and candid feedback about what our system needed to do and what we needed to go ask our partners in the legislature for in order to continue improving. Spoiler alert. The report you should have in front of you here today, it looks like this, is a product of our work group's work. But before we delve into the findings and recommendations, I want to turn it over to my co-presenter, Brett Sokolow, who is joining us virtually. Brett, along with his outstanding colleague, Kaylee Baker, is a longtime and deep subject matter expert in this. I'll let him talk about a little bit about his own background, but they are consultants with the Association of Title IX Administrators, which goes by the rather easy and fun acronym ATICSA, part of TNG Consulting, and they served as our research and policy partners in this effort. So I want to move to the next slide and then give Brett a chance to introduce himself, talk a little bit about TNG's role, and then delve into our research findings and recommendations.
Thank you both, David and Board Member Costa. It was an honor to be selected to serve as subject matter experts for this important working group, and really an enjoyable experience as well on a very worthwhile project. So thank you for appointing us for that role. My name is Brett Sokolow, and I serve as chair of both TNG Consulting and of ATICSA, the Association of Title IX Administrators. We're a 20,000 member organization within both higher education and K-12, representing the interests of Title IX professionals in the education space. And our subject matter expertise is specific to both all forms of sexual misconduct and to Title IX compliance, as well as the various California statutes and regulations that are applicable. I think in part we were chosen for this subject matter role because we already have an ongoing relationship with many of the California community colleges. We've worked with them for years. We have a great level of familiarity with their progress, their challenges, and what they've tried to achieve on Title IX and compliance with state law. And we were able to bring those insights to the table with respect to the work of our working group, and those insights told us coming in that there are certain challenges that the community colleges are facing with respect to compliance. We assumed that there would be some resource limitations, but we didn't know that they affected all the colleges universally or whether the challenges were universal. And we wanted to know where the gaps were with respect to the legislature's expectations, federal expectations, and then where the colleges were. So our job was to conduct a study to help inform the work group on the specifics of where the colleges are, what the work is to be done, and at what level compliance exists, and sort of what's the delta between where we are and where we need to be. And so our internal and external research informed the recommendations that you'll be seeing on the slides to come over the course of this year-long plus project. We had an opportunity to survey existing processes at a sampling of the community colleges and districts, to present those findings at multiple meetings of the work group, as you have heard, to solicit feedback from key stakeholder groups on the recommendations we would make on existing structures, on potential barriers, and what lays out a path for us to achieve best practices for all of the colleges, and then to make recommendations for both statutory and regulatory changes that the legislature can use to support these efforts in an ongoing way. We're also tasked with examining baseline standards for policy and procedure, and to evaluate where the colleges were with respect to those efforts. And really, it was a sort of a three-pronged study that we conducted, where we sent out a 100-question survey to the coordinators who were selected to participate from the colleges that were in the sampling. And based on those answers, conducted one-on-one interviews with each of the coordinators to gain their further insights on the answers that they had given, and then also conducted an independent evaluation of the policies and procedures that were in place at each of those colleges, so that we could really have a well-rounded perspective to share back to the work group. You can move on to the next slide if you would. We selected a number of colleges for our benchmarking purposes that would give us a cross-section of the community college system. So we wanted urban campuses, we wanted rural campuses, we wanted better resourced and more limited resourced. We wanted ones that were residential and those that were non-residential, strong athletics programs, more commuter type, really looking at a good cross-section of schools. We also wanted to make sure that we would have districts represented and not just individual colleges. And so you see East Los Angeles College, Orange Coast, Bakersfield, Riverside City College, Shasta College, and then the Foothill De Anza District were the schools that we selected to evaluate. And we had full cooperation from each of those schools, despite the fact that the Title IX coordinators were very busy and inundated with the day-to-day responsibilities of managing these compliance challenges. They made time for us in a number of different venues and gave us critical feedback as stakeholders in the process. You can go on to the next slide, please. The findings should not be surprising. We found a significant level of understaffing. We found funding inconsistencies, and of course, a wide level of underfunding of the initiatives, and a sort of a cry of uncle or aunt or something along those lines from a lot of the coordinators to say, to pass back to the legislature that more isn't always better, that there are plenty, as a matter of fact, California has the most civil rights protections for students of any state in the country, but we don't have the resources to comply with all of these laws and to direct legislative initiatives to ensuring the resources are there to come into compliance with both federal and state standards, rather than to pile on new standards at the state state level. We found that most of the offices tasked with compliance responsibilities are single-person operations, often without administrative assistance, and that there is a lack of dedicated budget funding, that if they need additional personnel, they're getting approval from various other governance structures rather than drawing on their own dedicated budget. And we are, because of both turnover in the field and a lack of good candidates in the application process, seeing that a number of campuses currently have no physical Title IX presence at all as a result of both turnover and the inability to fill open positions. And that's a condition that's not uncommon for colleges across the country, but it's also true of the California community colleges. We also found that Title IX coordinators wore multiple hats, allowing them to see across various programs and how they integrate, but at the same time also meaning that if their roles were shared amongst other responsibilities, that they were dividing their time and not able to put a full focus on Title IX and the California regulations, thereby resulting in both a high risk of burnout and that high level of turnover that I identified just a couple of moments ago. So people who are already strained in their responsibilities, having more and more stacked on their plates, and again, as you see on the slide, with no particular dedicated budget to support those efforts. If there were needs for training, for staffing, for programmatic initiatives of any kind, those were needed to be approved on an ad hoc basis. And as you'll see in the slides to come, approvals for policy iterations and updates were also part of the challenge that a lot of the Title IX offices and coordinators were facing. You can go on to the next slide, please. The policy landscape, as we looked at it, was equally challenging to the funding landscape. All of the colleges had some policies in place to address compliance. Most of those policies were either out of date or confusing because they were overlapping or conflicting. And we also found, because part of our assessment was to look at the practices on the ground versus what was in writing, is that almost all the colleges had a significant delta between what they said they would do and what they were doing in practice. And we heard repeatedly from all of the coordinators that they're sort of drowning in case management challenges that were detracting from some of the other compliance obligations that they had. So again, there was a sort of focus on the immediate, a focus on the immediate cases that were coming in, the reports that were coming in of sexual harassment, sexual violence, dating violence, stalking, but not necessarily an ability to be proactive in their training out on the prevention front in front of the constituencies. And I think a lot of the coordinators showed a recognition that the more bogged down they were with caseload, the less they could be proactive on the front end with prevention. And I hope all of you can understand the intuitive nature of how this works. The less effective you are at prevention, the more caseload you have. So it's sort of a vicious cycle of case management that the coordinators were caught within. On the positive side, and I think it bears saying, there's a lot of diligent efforts that are ongoing, but the coordinators found they did not have the time and attention to focus on prevention, no time and attention to focus on training. They were, I think, generally doing a relatively good job on making sure that policies were in place as best they could up against various governance challenges, and on making sure that the complainants were afforded supportive measures. And I think on the whole, that was one of the shining lights of our findings, is that the human part, the support that students and employees need to be able to focus on their education without the distraction of some form of sex or gender discrimination. The coordinators were doing a marvelous job of making sure that the resources were there for them, but the same token then neglecting some of the other responsibilities, such as updating policy every time a new legislative mandate came down federally or from the state. And we found, of the 7 colleges studied, including that one 2-college district, that no college had a single clear, comprehensive policy addressing all forms of sexual misconduct required by the law, addressing sex discrimination and discrimination more broadly, in a way that I think the California legislature and the federal regulatory authorities have envisioned. So while the schools had policies, they aren't updated, they're not what they need to be. There's quite a distance between what we would consider to be the baseline, what the colleges should meet and where they need to be. And I think more than anything else, our findings were concerning with respect to the management of the caseload and also a fairly dramatic level of underreporting that you'll see mentioned in the next slides. And you can turn to that next slide now if you would. That part of what we were trying to do is to benchmark where the California community colleges are versus expectation versus other community colleges throughout the country. We work with hundreds across the various states. And the follow-up interviews really revealed to us, and it was a great opportunity, and I'm so glad the coordinators were so candid and forthcoming, is that we're all concerned that the perception by members of the campus communities is that the offices are overwhelmed, that they don't have the resources they need, and people aren't coming in the door with the concerns that they have. And part of that is endemic to the nature of community colleges, right? There's a lot of transitory participation in the education process. People aren't always around for a long process that resolves a complaint. And of course, the federal process is a fairly long and drawn out one. So some of the challenges that we found related to caseload are, I think, endemic to the nature of the process. Others are a result of under-resourcing and understaffing and a perception amongst a lot of the members of college communities that even if they reported something, it would not be addressed in a prompt and efficient or effective way. A lot of the coordinators told us they're not always getting the support from senior administrators that they hope to have. They'll put forward policy proposals. They're not acted upon for years at a time, and then it piles up. One of the colleges showed us very clearly that they've been putting forward a series of recommended changes for more than 5 years now with no action taken. Now, when David spoke just a few moments ago, he talked about this pace of change that's happened in our field, that there are changes every 6 months or more frequently than that. So you can imagine with a 5-year time horizon, how far behind a college will get if it hasn't updated its policies and procedures. And then, of course, we're wasting resources because we're using antiquated policies to address a today problem with yesterday's tools and funding. You can go on to the next slide if you would. We wanted to highlight this, and I'll pull it out for all of you as well, that the coordinators feel that they're caught in this reactive mode when a lot of them very much want and know how to be proactive. And I think our findings are very indicative of a group of people who are very dedicated, who are really burnt out, who are trying to do a lot with very little, and frustrated, of course, because they know what programmatic excellence looks like. They believe that the California community colleges should be the shining exemplars for the entire country, and they know that we're not. And the legislature, of course, commissioned AB 2048 specifically for the purpose of understanding how to help move closer to exemplary programs that we all know California community colleges can stand up. One of our findings was that the reporting issues that we identified, this underreporting that seems systemic across most of the colleges, is tied to a lack of training, that those who are mandated reporters, or a majority of community college employees across the system, aren't sure what their responsibilities are. They get only sporadic training, if at all, and therefore the pipeline of what should be a student reporting to a faculty member reporting to a Title IX office, the Title IX office following up, that's being disrupted by people who don't understand on the front lines what their reporting responsibilities are. That's not happening because the training is insufficient. The training is either insufficient because the resources are lacking or the coordinators are just buried by caseload. So it's sort of, do we train people? And if we do train people, then it increases the caseload, but we can't handle the caseload we have. And you see the vicious cycle that we identified as part of our fact-finding process. All of this was then presented to the working group through various iterations of the report that you have in your hands now, which we completed and submitted by the December deadline to the legislature and the working group. You can go on to the next slide if you would. The details on this slide show more information that we found with respect to the barriers to reporting, which I think, in addition to the funding and resource issue, is probably one of the most substantial concerns that we all emerged with from the data collection and studying process. that members of the community lack faith in the resolution process. The slowness of the resolution process impedes remedy, it impedes justice, it impedes a feeling of confidence in the process. That people have heard about past incidents of delayed response, and therefore they seek informal ways to address their issues rather than the formal processes that have been stood up. They're confused by the proliferation of policies and procedures that don't speak very clearly to a unified approach. And yet there are some colleges, including those at the LA Community College District, who've been proactive at addressing issues like underreporting. We found East LA College had an app that it had implemented that increased reporting quite dramatically by meeting students where they were technology-wise. So again, there are some interesting pilot programs that are out there that we can make recommendations to the legislature to consider on a system-wide basis. But we're still trying to understand the extent of the problem. We found that the colleges aren't conducting climate surveys on a regular basis that would give us that baseline data to understand some of the underreporting and its causation. And again, our recommendations to the legislature will focus on that data collection need as well. Please go on to the next slide. David, I want to turn things back over to you to talk about some of the recommendations to the legislature. If you'd like me to chime in further, I'll be happy to talk about some of the things that came out of our reporting.
Thank you, Brett. Board members, we know it's been a rather long day and you've had a lot of detailed items. So the slide in front of you summarizes, but it is an insufficient summary, in my opinion, of these several pages of recommendations, which I will now read verbatim. Just looking to see if anybody's paying attention. But a summary of the basic recommendations include, pursuant to the legislation that asked us for this report, developing baseline standards for policies and procedures. You heard in Brett's summary of some of our consultants' findings. It's just wildly inconsistent what goes in those policies and procedures. And it sounds like a bit of an abstract concept, but please keep in mind that for a Title IX coordinator, the policies and procedures are everything. That is the one and only checklist they go to when they go through their process. So it is really, really critical that if the legislature is interested in baseline standards, that they enact those. You'll see as well consistently throughout, woven throughout our recommendations and included in a really critical epilogue to the report is that we are not seeking to impose new unfunded mandates on the system or on the chancellor's office here. That's not to say we're waiting for the legislature to act either. We're already working on how we can set up some of these oversight and support processes at the chancellor's office with the limited resources we have. But ultimately, if we're going to move forward with recommendations like greater reporting protocols from the colleges, like structural models for what Title IX offices need to include, including perhaps staffing minimums, which is an option we recommended the legislature consider. We are clear in the report that those need to be resourced appropriately. One of the more innovative recommendations that came out of this report after some discussion was about how we can support colleges, particularly with resolution, right, with investigation and resolution practices around Title IX, which is one of the most workload intensive and resource intensive functions of a Title IX office. Many colleges outsource that now, but because that process is distributed across 116 colleges, it's not being done ultimately in a very cost-effective way. So our report recommends that the state consider establishing, perhaps on a pilot basis, some sort of external resolution authority, which would be a state chartered entity that could centralize some of these functions. Not the chancellor's office, certainly not, but something, some sort of other entity with subject matter expertise and that partners with attorneys who can help provide these functions of investigation and resolution to colleges. Lastly, two things I would note as well in the recommendations: centralized and standardized access to training for Title IX professionals through the Chancellor's office, which our report recommends could be established through a full-time Title IX system liaison or director, which our office currently does not have. And in fact, our report goes a bit further and recommends the legislature consider funding and establishing an Office of Civil Rights within the Chancellor's office. That is a fairly standard unit in a lot of other higher education system offices, including the UC Office of the President and the UC Chancellor's office, but our office does not have it. Lastly, I just want to say a quick word here about prevention right? This came up repeatedly in our work group, the idea that we're talking a lot here about response to incidents of sexual harassment, assault, and so forth, whereas what are we doing about prevention? And that is, it's woven into our report. It's also acknowledged that that is something that's by nature maybe a little bit harder to legislate or fund through the budget, but that can be provided through some of the support, through things like training that the Chancellor's office could provide were some of these recommendations to be implemented. So let's move to the next slide. And actually, Brett, just real briefly, go back to the previous slide, apologies. Anything on the recommendations you want to note before I close this up?
I think it's worth noting to the board that we recognized in our recommendations that Title IX does not function in a vacuum. It's not only intersectional with state law, but with other federal compliance imperatives that are a high priority for the current administration, such as Title VI, and that as we look to solutions that help to improve Title IX compliance and resources, that we need to be looking at various forms of discrimination and equity across the colleges, not just gender equity.
Yes, thank you, Brett. And I want to actually just quickly reinforce that and note that you will see that we very intentionally don't call this the Title IX report or refer to it as the Title IX work group. That's kind of become shorthand for the work that we're doing, and we do still use that conversationally and text messages and emails and so forth. But officially speaking, this work group was charged with addressing all forms of sex and gender-based discrimination, including federal and state laws, and how we can better align practice to what both legislators expect of our system, but also to what our students, faculty, and staff need out of our campuses. The next slide is the last one here, I promise. I just want to note a couple of next steps. So having now presented this to the Board of Governors and submitted to the legislature, our report is final. However, again, the work doesn't stop there. We've been in communication with legislative committee consultants and member staff. We know that there are a number of bills under consideration for introduction this year on this topic, so we will stay engaged with that. Government Relations will, as well as our Student Services Office, Vice Chancellor Shears, and our Institutional Effectiveness team led by Dr. City Martinez. We're all kind of monitoring this together and working through it. And then our system budget request did include funding for Title IX and gender equity work. It was not included in the governor's January budget. We know that it was kind of a tight budget, but we do intend to continue sort of with this theme with the legislature that if there are going to be additional new mandates or workload, we really strongly urge them to include resources to do that, because it's simply been something that has been kind of layered on top of our system for a long time without those resources. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your patience and attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, David and team. And it's an incredible amount of good work done in a very short amount of time. So very high intensity there. Member Carell.
Hi, David. I just had a quick question around the timeline of implementation, and in some ways, given the Supreme Court hearings even this week, how do you envision the timeline for these kinds of steps, given that we know there's so much potential volatility at the federal level? And is it best for us to just kind of incubate ourselves from all of that by advancing on these recommendations quickly and swiftly?
Yes, that's an excellent point. As I think Brett mentioned, one of the things that tends to hold us back, our colleges back in terms of this, is the fact that it can take so long to put a new policy in place that by the time some new policy is in place or some new office has stood up or whatever, what have you, the federal policy has changed, or there's been a new court ruling, or there's been new regulations or a new state bill. So part of what we're imagining that having dedicated centralized support for the colleges at the Chancellor's office could do is help them navigate those minefields, right? If we were to have, say, a Title IX director, which was, I will say, in our work group meetings, we had a total of 4 different college Title IX coordinators represented on the work group across the life of the work group. And the most unanimous and popular option among those Title IX coordinators was the prospect of more support from the Chancellor's office in terms of training and technical assistance. They all wanted to see that. They were all very enthusiastic about that. So we'd like to think that that could help, help colleges navigate that and look at a federal landscape that's constantly changing, and fundamentally provide recommendations to continue to stay on course in terms of, providing adequate protections for students and campuses.
Member Brown.
So I just wanted to say kudos to the team and also thank you to the consultants because I think they did really excellent work. I actually think a lot of what comes out in this report, while it does apply specifically to gender equity, points to structural issues we have with all kinds of topics. So admin burnout and turnover, risking liability and eroding trust, people being discouraged, a need for consistent training. One line I'd like to point out is that low numbers does not mean low incidence. It actually probably means low trust. And so rebuilding that trust, rebuilding our systems so that we can get a better handle of what's really going on is critical. Having an expectation that our numbers are going to go up at first while we figure out what's actually been going on and pulling ourselves into compliance before we can get more into the intervention prevention space. And some other themes that I think apply to all of our work is we are moving from reactive to proactive. We're moving towards minimum staffing because if we don't have adequate staffing, we can't get things done. Standardize and centralize access to training, and then having a centralized administrator point person here at the state level. This actually relates back to my last comment about AP scores. If it's a state law, why do we have over 70 interpretations at every district of it? That doesn't make sense. If it's a federal law or a state law, we as a state should decide this is what the baseline is of how we're going to implement this. And having the experts do that and not putting it on an administrator that just got that job title added on last week because someone retired. So it's really unfair, right, to our staff. And again, it's not because of a lack of caring or wanting to do the right thing. It's just really confusing. And I saw the words in here, compliance maze. And so we don't want it to be a maze. We want it to be a direct path. We want people to have a direct point person that they know is up to date on the most recent things that are happening, as this is a moving target. And I'm really, really proud of this work, and I was glad to be a part of this work group. So thank you.
Member Costa.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're at the end of the day, but I do think it's important to know, kind of to Trustee Brown's point, that I think there's a kernel of a model here. We're living in extraordinarily difficult times where many people don't feel safe for a variety of reasons. And I think as a board, we're all aligned. Our campuses must feel safe for everyone. And so although our lens was gender, I actually think that, you know, we have a potential model. As David mentioned, a lot of these programs are very siloed, where we can really provide some of the support that our campuses need to ensure, because that's the ultimate goal, that our students, our faculty, and our staff enter our campuses and feel safe and know that if something happens, they have recourse, real recourse, and that the situation will be resolved expediently and fairly.
Thank you very much. Public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. You will have 2 minutes, and I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have one, Wendy Browanku.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Wendy Browanku, past president of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. And I was honored to be a participant on the Gender Equity Work Group over the past year. FAC appreciates the collaborative process and the opportunity to provide input into this critically important work. FAC is highly supportive of the work group's recommendations to strengthen Title IX compliance, improving reporting processes, and better support colleges in promptly and equitably resolving gender discrimination and sexual harassment complaints. The proposed external resolution authority and increased support from the Chancellor's Office will help ensure our faculty and students have fair and accessible reporting options and build trust in our system. However, for these reforms to succeed, they must be backed by adequate state funding. Our colleges are already struggling with limited resources and cannot absorb the cost of these additional mandates alone. FAC urges the legislature to provide dedicated and ongoing funding to support the hiring of Title IX staff and the creation of the External Resolution Authority and the expansion of the Chancellor's Office capacity to build technical assistance and support. Furthermore, we emphasize that response and compliance, while necessary, are not sufficient on their own. Truly achieve, tired, end of the day, right? To truly achieve gender equity, we must place equal priority on prevention. As a faculty organization, FAC knows firsthand
30 seconds.
that educators are often on the front lines of this work, but lack the time, training, and resources to implement effective prevention programming. FAC looks forward to partnering with the Chancellor's Office, the Legislature, and the Governor to secure the resources needed to support holistic, robust approach that our students and colleagues deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I will now hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We have two hands raised at the moment. Erica Androjonas, you have control of the mic and can address the board.
Great, thank you. I'm Dr. Erica Androjonas. I'm Superintendent President of Santa Barbara City College. I also was the CEO appointee to this to the gender equity work group, as well as I'm here in my capacity as being part of the CEO board. And while I think that there's a lot of positive progress to be made with the results of the report, I do want to echo at least something that Wendy just said, and that is dedicated funding. I actually have a full-time Title IX coordinator who does not have other tasks, but I know a lot of my colleagues do not. And because it sits on the wrong side of 50%, a lot of my colleagues at colleges across the state cannot afford this. And secondly, there is a proposal in there that there need to be model policies. And I want to really encourage the Chancellor's Office to partner with the Community College League of California, because they have an amazing policy service already in place. And so while it is true that there should be somebody in the Chancellor's Office who's dedicated to this role and can provide leadership, I really encourage the state not to spend separate money or separate effort creating an infrastructure for model policies when we already have an effective entity that does that
30 seconds.
in the state. And I also want to really call out the need for greater prevention, and I really appreciate that focus in the report, and it was an honor to be part of the work group. Thank you.
Next, we have the username is L Rose. You have control of your mic, can address the board.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be anywhere near as elegant as most of you. I am one of the instructors in the California community colleges and one of the more than 75% of us who are adjuncts and work from term to term, course to course. First of all, understand that Title IX, great, but this is the state of California, and the Fair Employment and Housing Act actually covers the area of harassment, et cetera, and that threshold is different. I really encourage the chancellor, the board, to really start paying attention to that difference. And finally, to say that the individual who mentioned trust, right on the money. I know for folks like myself who often are not represented by the union because we're only active while we're teaching that term, this is a big reason why we do not report. We know that the person we're reporting to is being paid by the colleges, by the college we are employed by, etc. Yes, we generally do not trust that person to whom we might be filing that report. So I'm glad to hear that was brought up as an issue. And just once again, you need to be looking at FEHA, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, and understanding the legal threshold here to really get a grip on this. Thank you very much.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. Thank you again to the work group for the excellent work. We will keep, where did he go? We will keep Vice Chancellor O'Brien in his chair to move to 6.5, for the 2026-2027 Governor's Budget and Legislative Update, and he is joined by Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez.
All right. We'll start off with a quick overview of the governor's budget. I'm going to try and not go through all of the investments that the chancellor already mentioned earlier, but I'll add some of the broader context. We will add some of the broader context, so I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Well, we have it organized as a state legislative update. We'll go over the budget and then federal. I know that this is a lot, and it is towards the end of the day. We'll be quick with our updates, but we'll be happy to answer some questions that you have. So if you go to the next slide, and good afternoon, board members, Chancellor Christian. This first slide gives you an overview of some of the key dates that we want you all to be aware of, because by the time we present to you again at the end of March, a lot will happen, including bill introduction. We'll have a better sense of the bills that we'll be tracking this year. Bills will be hopefully scheduled for the first policy committees. Already I can tell you it's a slow start, as any typical college student will do, is they may wait until the very last minute to submit the assignment. That typically happens with legislation too. We've got most of the bills submitted towards the end of towards the deadline of February 20th. But already, based on our conversations with the legislature and stakeholders, we can tell you that there remains to be a strong interest in pursuing legislation around basic needs, affordability, and pathways to baccalaureate degree, as you heard from Assemblymember Alvarez today. So next slide, I want to share some exciting updates with you all. Exciting changes here in California with the new Senate President Pro Tem, Monique Limon, who is the first Latina and first mother to serve, to lead the California Senate. She represents the 21st Senate District, and that includes Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Luis Obispo counties. She brings a background in education and advocacy working families. A picture to your right is from 2022. Senator Limon authored legislation that the community colleges sponsored that expanded access to AB 540 for more of our students, and I'm happy to share that that bill was signed into law. So we are very grateful for her leadership, and we look forward to working with her in her new capacity as President Pro Tem. So next slide, very briefly, other announcements. We expected with the new leadership that there could be some changes in other committees, other major leadership roles within the Senate. So Senate Education Committee makeup has not changed. We still have Senator Sasha Renee Perez as chair and vice chair Senator Ochoa Bogue. But some new changes is Senate Budget Sub 1. Both of these committees play a critical role in shaping higher education policy. New chair, and Senator Lina Gonzalez, who represents the Long Beach area, Vice Chair Ochoa Bogue, representing the Inland Empire, and Senator Sasha Renee Perez. You'll notice that all three of them serving in Sub 1 also serve in Senate Education. So really good overlap in having some champions, all of them champions of education. Next slide. No changes to Assembly Higher Education Committee. GR team is pulling double duty. Half of our team is monitoring Assembly Higher Ed and monitoring the Board of Governors. You are probably familiar with some of these members, or all of them, including Assemblymember Mike Fong, who previously served as a trustee for the LA Community College District. Next slide. Additional updates, no changes on this. Assembly Budget Sub 3, we have Assemblymember Alvarez. All of these members, I'm pleased to share with you that we work very closely with and are strong champions of education and expanding pathways for our students to earn a degree. Let's see, next slide. Around this time of the year, we present to you our legislative principles. The Board of Governors standing orders guide the Chancellor's Office advocacy before the legislature, and the standing orders authorize the Chancellor to take legislative positions on behalf of the board. But because we're tracking hundreds of bills, and bills are amended frequently along the way, And the timing moves very, very quickly, and the board only meets every other month. We present to Consultation Council every month, so we rely on a set of guiding principles. It helps shape the way that we weigh into legislation, the way that we provide feedback and engage with offices, and also provide some consistency in how our staff are analyzing legislation and make sure that they're strategic and aligned with Vision 2030. So as we take positions, as we consult with the legislative offices, we really are calling for and are pushing for legislation that strengthens our ability to meet Vision 2030 goals, advances our priorities established in our annual budget and legislative agenda, and are consistent with prior statements of our board policies. I won't read everything word for word, but this just gives you an insight of, again, our lens to engaging in legislation. And before I move on to the last slide, because I mentioned Assembly Higher Education and Assemblymember Alves was before you here to talk about AB 664, the bill did pass out of the Assembly Higher Education Committee. I would say unanimously, but one person did vote no. But the bill received some strong support. And because of the fiscal impact, we do anticipate that it would be referred to Assembly Appropriations Committee, and we'll be tracking that bill closely. Our team was there to provide a comment and support as well. Next slide. Just last announcement is to share with you that we have a date for our annual statewide Community College Advocacy Day, which will be on April 7th here in Sacramento. More details to come, but as always, we do shape our Advocacy Day to center on our Vision 2030 goals and our annual policy, budget, and legislative priorities.
Sure. Next slide. So as we transition into budget, next slide. On the high level, it is a fully balanced budget at the moment. However, it does show in the out years that there are some, challenges that need to be resolved. And what I would say is finance is very clearly, articulating, the Department of Finance, that is, that come May, they want to solve for the out-year deficit that's a little over $20 billion. So they are attempting to take a multi-year look with the intention that, we have an ongoing structurally balanced budget, one that resolves, any conditions that we're seeing, one that, accounts for any impacts of, federal policy that may be inevitable and coming down the pipeline. However, on the plus side for K-14 education, the Proposition 98 guarantee is based on revenues. So we don't have the same impact on the expenditure side of the general fund ledger. So for next slide, for Prop 98 overall, the growth in the guarantee is around $22 billion over the 3-year window, after accounting for some structural repayments as settle-up funding. So they provide $1.9 billion to retire last year's created settle-up, and then they create another $5.6 billion in new settle-up. So the net is there's about $18 billion in total resources that become available, with $4.1 billion being provided to support the K-14 Prop 98 Rainy Day Fund. And that leaves a net of around $2 billion to support community colleges. Just some very high-level structural comments. As we head into May, the overall structure of this budget provides a lot of flexibility to accommodate revenue changes or expenditure changes between now and May. So it's much less likely that we would see the scenarios that happened last year where there were significant declines in revenues that resulted in significant adjustments to the proposed budget package. So it's a very strong, package overall. There are a lot of levers available in K-14 education to maintain the core investments that had been proposed. So what are those core investments? Next slide. Within those core investments, there's roughly $271.2 million to support a 2.41% cost of living adjustment. Of that, roughly $240.6 million is attributable to the student-centered funding formula. They do propose $85.7 million to support 1.5% growth. Of that 1.5%, 1% actually starts in this fiscal year and rolls forward, and 0.5% starts in next fiscal year. This is actually a large benefit to our system. This is a relatively new phenomenon of being able to support growth starting in the current year and seeing that roll forward. If that is an approach that is sustained long-term, that is an excellent approach for our system because we serve all students that show up on our campuses. So there can be variations from one year to the next in terms of overall enrollment growth. They provide a caseload adjustment to support related and supplemental instruction funding. This is to support our apprenticeship programs. Next slide. They also provide $38.1 million ongoing to support Calbright in achieving its statutory mission, which is to support the rapid upskilling and reskilling and retraining of adult learners. Provide $14.3 million to support the Healthy School Food Pathway Program, which is also known as the Chef Ann Program, which is an apprenticeship type program, very, very successful to date. Provide $100 million in the K-12 side of the budget to support dual enrollment programs and dual enrollment opportunities for high school students, which, as you may be aware, is a strong goal of our system. With the net being, we are hopeful that every high school freshman can take 12 units of college credit, which effectively means they start one semester ahead and can complete one semester faster once they arrive at one of our institutions or one of our partner institutions. Next slide. In terms of removing barriers for our adult students and for working learners, the budget does include $36 million one-time and $5 million ongoing to support the Common Cloud Data Platform project, which provides a near real-time view of student data across campuses. We've been piloting this the last couple of years. There have been incremental investments. This is absolutely aligned with our budget request that we put forward in September. Similarly, there's $35 million one-time and $2 million ongoing to support the Credit for Prior Learning initiative. Again, absolutely aligned with the budget request we put forward in September. Next slide. From there, they do provide $120 million to support deferred maintenance and $100 million to support a student support block grant to enhance existing student support programs. We won't see the language on the student support block grant until later this month, but it's our expectation that it's likely going to be strategically aligned with language that supported a $60 million block grant for a similar purpose this year. And the net of what they're trying to do here is to provide support for our students for ongoing services that may be being impacted in any number of ways. Next slide. In terms of our office, we do receive, and we are very thankful to the administration, support for the chancellor's office and in the terms of 4 new positions, one being an attorney for that would focus on federal issues for our office, and then 3 staff that would focus on contracts and returning to a more centralized contracting process today. It's somewhat decentralized with program staff. And our goal here is to help mitigate any potential risk that comes with having a decentralized approach because contracting can vary when it's decentralized. Next slide. So we have this up on our website now, and it is available for all the joint analysis. We do expect this to, remain a very good year for our community college system, and what we will be monitoring as we move forward and working on is, all of the other investments in our September ask that were not included in the governor's budget will remain supportive. We'll continue to advocate for those investments, as well as, one that I will highlight from that ask, and that is enrollment growth. Once we know what enrollment growth looks like come P1 next month, we'll be sure to relay that information to the Department of Finance for consideration in the May revision. And with that, I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor O'Brien.
All right, thank you. We're almost to the finish line here. The third leg of our 3-legged stool is federal policy and a federal update. So we do have a brief update for you here today. Chancellor Christian covered some of the high level or big ticket items in the chancellor's report, but a couple on the next slide that we wanted to just to update you on. So as it relates to Congress and the appropriations process, which is just another term for the federal budget process, I only mention that because if you're familiar with the California legislative process, appropriations means something a little bit different. But the federal appropriations process, which is how they develop their budget, is ongoing now. Recall that federal shutdown a few months ago. There is a chance another one may be on the horizon in just the next few weeks here. That, of course, was a partial government shutdown, and they passed a continuing resolution to fund the government through this January 30th. Yes, the one that's 17 days from now. However, I want to just note kind of one of the complexities of this process is that they don't actually pass a single federal budget like we do in California, where there's one big budget bill that funds every single department and program in it. They pass a series of appropriations bills. I believe it's 12. And if at any time they reach agreement on one of those appropriations bills, they can pass it for the year. And what that means, if there's then a government shutdown of the other departments they didn't reach agreement on, the one that they did fund, so like usually the military, right, the Department of Defense is almost always fully funded, that stays open. So that all that is to say that we are cautiously optimistic that there may be an agreement that funds federal education programs. It comes through an appropriations bill called Labor, Health and Human Services, and other related agencies. So if you want to know where education falls sometimes in Congress's spending priorities, it's an other related agency. But the Labor H bill, as it's known in Washington, D.C. parlance, is one of the ones that I think there is an effort to try and pass before January 30th, meaning if there is a government shutdown, it won't affect those agencies, including Department of Ed, Department of Labor, et cetera. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, we are monitoring that as we speak. As it relates to our advocacy, and we're gearing up now, we'll have an update after the fact, I think, for you, but we're gearing up for our federal DC fly-in that coincides with ACCT's National Summit. And as it relates to the appropriations process, among other things, we intend to continue advocating for full funding of the newly established Workforce Pell Program, which I'll have a brief update on in just a moment. Continued advocacy around fully funding workforce investments like WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, among others, Perkins and so forth. And then restoration of funding for the HSI, MSI, and APESI and other grants that were put on hold and they're currently undergoing a legal challenge. Our advocacy is sort of avoiding the questions about the legal challenge and just urging Congress to please restore that funding and hold the administration accountable in ensuring that it gets spent as appropriated. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on the federal update here. Just an update on the administration and the Department of Education. The Chancellor gave an update earlier on some of the agreements that they continue to sign to transfer functions of the department over to other agencies, which is a controversial and contested process that is nonetheless continuing. Even as the administration sort of works to kind of dismantle the Department of Education, there are some policy, changes that the department is still making. So the Workforce Pell Program, which you may recall was newly established last summer in H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that is intended to go online later this year, fall 2026. It is a brand new program with its own complex set of criteria, and the Department of Education is preparing to issue their final draft regulations for how that program is to be implemented by states, including the role of state governors. So we're monitoring that process. We're in very close coordination with our partners at the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, the Governor's Office, and others, but we will support our colleges in that rollout as much as we can. Next up on the administration's list that we will be watching, sorry, I said next, I know. Next up on the administration's list that we'll be watching and monitoring very closely is they've announced their intention to seek significant reforms to the accreditation process. What that means, we don't know at this time. We've heard some sort of political rumblings and rhetoric that flies back and forth about the current accreditation processes and how the department recognizes accreditors, but we don't have anything concrete in terms of a proposal. The last piece, just to close us out on something positive, a recent win, is that one of the things that seemed relatively minor in terms of generating headlines that was poised to present a significant new workload and data privacy concern for us was a proposal for new IPEDS data elements to include some very specific data about students admitted, including by race. This appears to have been part of an administration attempt to get at whether, in their view, institutions of higher education are what they believe are illegally discriminating on the basis of race. Our national partners at AACC advocated strongly that community colleges be exempt from this, largely because as open access institutions, we don't have competitive admissions for the most part on which, a racial charge could be made, could be leveled against our institutions. And so to their credit, the administration, the department did listen to that concern and announced that all community colleges or institutions that it will only apply to institutions that primarily award bachelor's degrees or higher. The concern was they said it would apply to any institution that awards baccalaureate degrees, which of course includes some, 44 of ours now, but they said no, okay, it will only be if you primarily award bachelor's degrees or higher. So that does not apply, and that is an advocacy win for our national partners in our system. That concludes our update. The next slide is just the final slide, and thank you very much, and we're happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you very much to the three-legged stool for your continued advocacy for our office and our system. At this time, I'll take any comments from the board members. All right. There's a mic drop of sorts. Thank you very much. Yeah, nice job.
We listen to our time is now, so this budget aligns with our vision, and we will make it happen.
Absolutely. It's a very strong budget, and we thank the governor for his
The public
generosity.
comment period on item 6.5 is now open.
Oh, you want public comment? Okay.
I got some.
We'll take public comment.
Here we go.
I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have three, Sarah Thompson, Cabria Payton, and Larry Galizio.
Good afternoon, Board. I am Sarah Thompson, President of FAC. We are encouraged that the governor's proposed budget recognizes the importance of community colleges. However, we still have some concerns about the in-house funding allocations. While we appreciate that a 2.4 cost of living adjustment is included in this budget, we are concerned that it is limited to colleges funded through the student-centered funding formula and stability only. Without a COLA, colleges on hold harmless will be forced to cut classes and student-facing resources simply to keep pace with rising costs such as utilities and healthcare. These districts, like others across the state, are experiencing enrollment growth. And so these reductions make it significantly harder for their colleges to improve outcomes and ultimately reach the benchmarks needed to benefit from the SCIF formula. For these reasons, we strongly urge that a COLA be provided to all districts, as punishing districts with budget cuts prevents the necessary investment in our system's students' access and success. For example, Contra Costa Community College District, which was funded through stability last year, has dropped this year onto hold harmless. They are facing 6% in cuts while also experiencing a 3 to 4% enrollment increase from last year. Like most districts facing sudden budget decreases, their primary strategies for compensating are to freeze classified positions
30 seconds.
And to lay off part-time faculty, decreasing the number of classes and support services they can offer students. Contra Costa is the Bay Area's largest district, serving more FTES than any other district in the region. The nature of our funding formula makes long-term planning difficult, as Contra Costa now has to project how many years of budget cuts they must endure before they can possibly make it back onto the SCIF. And all of this is occurring in a good budget year. We look forward to working with the system leaders to find a solution for the hold harmless districts so they can share in the system's prosperity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, Vice President Rawlings, and members of the board. Cabria Payton, on behalf of Ed Trust West, a research and advocacy organization committed to dismantling racial and economic barriers embedded in our education systems. While there are many items to celebrate in the governor's budget, I would like to use my time to elevate our support of the $100 million to strengthen and expand student access and participation in dual enrollment courses. This investment would allow a historic number of high school students to take classes that both count towards high school graduation and provide college credit. Vision 2030 rightly highlights dual enrollment as a proven strategy for closing equity gaps, accelerating degree completion, and increasing college-going rates, especially for students from historically underserved communities. The number of dual enrollment students increased to roughly 285,000 students last year. With this new funding, dual enrollment can be a reality for even more California students. The proposed funding for dual enrollment expansion will be transformative, enabling the development of statewide infrastructure to ensure equitable access to college-level coursework for all high school students. Lastly, I want to extend our gratitude and appreciation to the Chancellor's Office and you, the Board of Governors, for your partnership, leadership, and unwavering commitment to equity. We look forward to partnering with you all to protect this proposed budget proposal to ensure this investment helps our students. Thank you.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, very tired members of the board, I would imagine. You just want to get to food. So first, just on the dual enrollment point, what we're hearing, and our board hasn't met yet, so these are kind of sort of unofficial, but what I'm hearing from some of our CEOs and trustees, the immediate reaction was, glad I live in California, number one. And when I talk to my counterparts in other states, a lot of other states are having real issues. But still, we have challenges. We have challenges. But what I'm hearing is concerns about access and capacity. So dual enrollment, it increases, but we have to have the capacity. And so we have, you've heard college presidents and chancellors and others say that they have their K-12 districts coming to them and saying, hey, we want an MOU, and our CEOs are having to say, sorry, we just lack the capacity. So it's great to see the growth money in there, but I think we need more growth dollars. And as Vice Chancellor Ferguson talked about, they're going to have to monitor that. So that's really important. Another thing we're hearing is, sure, we always urge extension of COLA to all categoricals. It's kind of silly that we don't have COLA for categoricals. I mean, these are programs that are serving students. They're effective. They're important. And this is especially with this federal government. We need COLA for the student equity program. Some people call it C. Some people call it SEEP. That is absolutely essential. And those flexible dollars are really important, especially with this federal government and the concern about MSI and HSI funding going away.
30 seconds.
Also, strong support. It was wonderful to see deferred maintenance in there, and we hope that that's not used for and diverted to something else. There's over $2 billion in deferred maintenance needs throughout the state. And so even though it's, I think, $100 or $120 million, it needs to be more, but at least it's in the governor's budget. Bottom line is, it's going to be tough to hold some of these items, but we think working with all of you and our colleagues elsewhere, we can hold the line and help serve Californians with great capacity at our institutions. Thank you.
We have no virtual hands raised for this item.
Great. Thank you very much. Team, we are in the home stretch of this board meeting. We have one big item left and then two smaller items. But before we get into item 6.8, I wanted to give a shout out to another alumni of our Board of Governors. Colin Fitzgerald is over there saying hi to us, so welcome back. All right, item 6.8 is the AI Educational Workshop Series Play Lab Pilot. And for that, I welcome Vice Chancellor Hayward and Senior Advisor Davies Rougeau.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Now let's have some fun. It's my pleasure to bring to you the latest in the series of the AI educational workshops, along with Senior Advisor Dave Rougeau, who's been running point on this project that we're going to share with you, PlayLab AI. Before I turn it over to Don, I'm going to share with you a little bit about my experience with PlayLab, which is more as a fan and a participant. Way back in the hazy days of fall of 2024, which is really like ancient history in AI time, I was a member of the first cohort of the PlayLab and had the opportunity to build my first custom GPTs in that community of practice. From there, I've been having continued interactions with other members of our extended community in the California Community College system who have built their own GPTs to do things such as to help our students understand how to appropriately integrate quotes into their own work with a guideline, so you're not copying and pasting or plagiarizing from AI. In addition to the opportunity to create these fun bots, there's that technology, there's also a very large and dedicated community of other innovators that you'll be hearing from today. All of this is to say that you're in for a treat today. And so without further ado, let me turn it over to Don Daves-Rougeau and invite Dr. Kuo to come up to the podium.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to be here today to share a little bit of some of the fun we've been having out there in the field. So I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and the entire Board of Governors for your leadership in advancing Vision 2030 and your commitment to innovation across our system. This creates the foundations for partnerships like the one you're about to hear about today. What you're about to witness is a powerful example of what becomes possible when forward-thinking, innovative community college faculty partner with thought leadership in the field. Today's presentation showcases PlayLab, a nonprofit AI technology company, which many of you are familiar with, having built your own bot briefly when we were down in Santa Barbara. We've been working alongside UC Berkeley and California Community College faculty, particularly Fabi Torres and Scotty James, to provide actionable innovation through high-impact, low-cost, accessible AI tools for faculty, staff, administrators, and students across our colleges. This partnership exemplifies the power of UC Berkeley's commitment to the California community colleges. UC Berkeley's Graduate School of Education under Dr. Serrano's leadership brought PlayLab to the California Community College system as one of the first tangible examples of this growing collaboration. Additionally, UC Berkeley, I want to take a little bit of just a moment here to kind of highlight our larger partnership with UC Berkeley, and then I'll get back into the PlayLab work. Additionally, UC Berkeley has been convening hundreds of educators around data science and AI, not only sharing resources and best practices, but directly partnering with community college faculty to develop interactive curriculum and infrastructure and student pathways. Through this collaboration, dozens of community colleges now provide students with access to interactive computing, and we're thrilled about the growing set of articulation pathways currently serving 25 colleges and expanding. UC Berkeley and our faculty are even co-developing new introductory courses that include computational social science and the impact of large language models. Now, back to PlayLab. So our PlayLab partnership has evolved strategically in two phases. Phase one launched as a no-cost pilot, sweat equity, I like to call it, that provided widespread access to PlayLab professional learning community trainings across the entire system, delivered at the speed of AI. Building on that success, we've made a modest financial investment for phase two, which will provide additional PLCs for first-time users, refresher training for previous participants, and a train-the-trainer model to continue improving and scaling this work, with particular attention to classified professionals and emerging concepts in agentic AI. Grounded in the PlayLab Scaling the Model framework, this approach examines three critical shifts in AI adoption: moving from one-time training to implementation and reuse, from individual experimentation to shared infrastructure, and from centralized delivery to a distributed leadership through the train-the-trainer facilitation model. To share this work with you today, I am honored to introduce two exceptional leaders. Dr. Christina Serrano to my far right, known as Dr. C. Sir, also a really notable track and field athlete, which I found out earlier today. Holds a few community college records out there. Dr. C serves as the head of community learning and growth at PlayLab and teaches as a Berkeley Changemaker professor at UC Berkeley. Working at the intersection of education, industry, and AI, she supports professional learning communities and cross-sector partnerships that explore how AI can strengthen teaching, learning, and workforce preparation. At Berkeley, her courses on AI, innovation, and critical pedagogy invite students to see themselves as changemakers, integrating AI into reflection, research, and teaming, while emphasizing the 3 C's: critical thinking, communication, and collaboration as enduring human skills that complement technical AI literacy. A frequent speaker and facilitator, Dr. C advocates for approaches to AI that don't just adapt to technological change, but harness it to amplify human creativity, empathy, and purpose. And Dr. Tiffany Kuo, professor of music at Mount San Antonio College and the 2025 recipient of the College Champion Burning Bright Award for her commitment to innovation and equity. Dr. Kuo leads an 18-member project team dedicated to the strategic integration of generative AI. This work is deeply rooted in her past leadership as data coach coordinator, where she managed a team of faculty and researchers to increase campus-wide data literacy. Her work in disaggregating data to identify and close equity gaps shaped her present commitment to ensuring emerging technologies are implemented through a lens of digital equity. As a musicologist, her research interests integrate labor relations, economic inequality, and philanthropic patronage with contemporary music-making cultures. Outside of Mount SAC, she's a frequent lecturer at the Los Angeles Opera, the Los Angeles Philharmonic, the La Jolla Music Society, and the Colburn Conservatory. Tiffany is a Taiwanese native and a proud Angelino of 30 years. So with that, Dr. Serrano, Dr. Kuo, the floor is yours.
I have a quick question for Dr. Martha Garcia. Can we have Tiffany in the chancellor's office? Anyway, thank you. Back to the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Craig, and thank you, members of the Board of Governors, President, Vice President, and Chancellor Christian. We'll go to that slide if we can.
First slide.
Okay.
Coming right up.
Thank you. So this opportunity to share the ongoing innovation with PlayLab at Mount SAC, and this presentation really highlights our journey. And actually, I want to say it's funded by the Chancellor's Office grant. So, thank you again. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge what a privilege it is to serve the people. And when I say the people, I mean more than 77,000 students that came through Mount SAC last academic year. And as the largest single campus California Community College, we are well aware of the responsibilities and the opportunities when introducing emerging technologies. So in this first slide I have here, it shows the journey in building AI literacy at Mount SAC. And this journey is depicted here as a roadmap with 2 phases. The first one, titled Foundation and Early Wins, began in late '24, just like Craig Hayward. I was in that first PLC statewide one, professional learning community. And then thereafter, those of us at Mount SAC who were in that PLC said we have to bring this model on campus so that we can bring about this local adoption. And that would be the first phase. In the second phase that we're currently in, that's titled Scaling and Strategic Planning, we continue to scale up, and we do so with a focus on integration. And integration entails ensuring equitable access and training of these tools for faculty, staff, managers, and students. And so we're systematically evaluating these cases, the usage, we're looking at the equity gaps, and we want to close them. So now I'm going to elaborate on each of these squares. Next slide, please. So the adoption of PlayLab was really quick with Dr. C and engineer Ethan Castro. So they hosted 3 PLCs with my local team. We onboarded 137 MountSAC users in that first semester through these PLCs, as well as flex day events and department meetings, and we just wanted to share out. And we hosted our first AI Summit. And this AI Summit was so fun that we're hosting another one next month. And the one next month, we're going to include a hackathon. And that's about students, bringing students together to learn more AI tools together. And so from that survey, we had 94% of them saying they are going to implement a new AI tool. And I wanted to say that is such a testament to the user-friendliness of PlayLab as a tool and to their ability as engineers to be educators. Next slide. Here I want to highlight the various areas and disciplines in which PlayLab apps have been deployed. And here I'm just highlighting the really high traffic ones. And in each of these cases, I also love to learn from how they have deployed, how our faculty have deployed these student-facing apps. And so through the surveys, we learned that they have helped supported diverse learning needs, which is really important because faculty can build apps to avoid cultural biases. We can use apps that are user-created with user-created adaptabilities. Students can input personal and cultural interests and experiences and really meet where the students are. And so an example is on the next slide. And this, yes. And this one is really incredible. We want to showcase here a suite of bots made by chemistry professor Dr. Rami El Rouhani. So he created 8 PlayLab tools for his students for custom studying, to practice exams, for lab prep, and he teaches chemistry. And he shares the suite of apps with everyone he teaches at Mount SAC, at Citrus, at San Bernardino Valley College, and it's available on his Notion webpage. So this last semester was the first semester that he deployed all these apps, and I'm working with him to track the data. And the data I want to really track is that we found out in chemistry it has the largest gender gap, and so we want to close that one, and figure out how best to employ these apps to do so. In the next slide, here I want to highlight the scaling adoption at Mount SAC. So by end of December, just last month, we have 354 user accounts, 428 custom apps built by Mount SAC employees and students. So they're more than just student-facing ones. There's faculty, there's staff, and they can help us with a variety of administrative duties. And we like to create them to actually help onboard colleagues, and they've been a really great tool for that. Next slide. In the second phase, this is where we really began to expand and think more broadly about the impact of AI on the institution. And so we decided to take part in this AAC&U AI Institute, and that's the American Associations of Colleges and Universities. And what this institute is a year-long series of webinars hosted by various AI experts across the nation, and each team works with a mentor, and we formulate an action plan, and then we execute it. And so this is where the 18 members are, and we're divided into 3 buckets of targets: curriculum integration, student AI literacy, and policy and governance. Next slide. And so with this group, we created sort of this action plan, and it looks like the common theme that we all have in these 3 groups is really, understanding what does AI integration look like, because we don't know, right? This is the unknown unknown. And so to answer this, what we did was we really want to assess our current situation. So we've been doing these gap analyses. And an example of one that we just completed, next slide, pertains to tutoring. And so we looked at what the impact of AI is on tutoring and tutoring centers, because they really sit at that intersection between faculty and student. And so in here, we can see that we surveyed more than 70 tutors on campus. They told us what the current landscape is, what the usages are, what the challenges are, and then they told us what it is that they need to succeed. So there's that gap. And then with this information, we can now plan ahead with our action plan. And so this information is incredibly important because next month in our summit, in our AI Hackathon and Summit, we'll have a panel of discussion and we'll then plan out what to do next. And so to conclude in our next slide, what is this? To reiterate Dawn's point, we're transitioning from this individual experimentation with AI tools to a coordinated institutional ecosystem. And so that's a snapshot of what's going on at AI at Mount SAC. I'm going to hand the mic over now to Dr. C.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Dawn. And thank you to the board here, Chancellor Christian. It's an honor to be here. I am a proud community college graduate, and so today feels very full circle because I transferred from Hartnell College to UC Berkeley, and I was recently for 3 years at Stanford in the Graduate School of Business, and I quit to join PlayLab in order to serve this particular project because it was so meaningful to me. And Vision 2030 in particular is a mission that I wanted to be a part of. So I join you today, next slide please, to talk about at a high level what PlayLab contributes to this partnership. And it's a way to build AI literacy as infrastructure, not just one-time training. So we focus at PlayLab on 3 literacies: technical, which is how people can work with these systems and understand how to prompt them; the ethical literacies, how is that data acquired, whose knowledge gets to count, how do we ensure protections and that there's no harms when we're using these tools; and governance. We want AI to be shaped by our educators and our learners. It should be driven, the future of education and AI should be driven by the people who are in classrooms and who are learning to use them. So we want to give that governance capacity to these groups. And together, these are what allow colleges to advance Vision 2030 in a real local ways across access, success, and support. Next slide, please. So our proof point was fall 2024, which Dawn talked about. I have a course called the Berkeley Changemaker Critical Studies in Education in the School of Ed, and we partnered with the Chancellor's Office, the School of Ed, and PlayLab in order to deliver this professional learning community. And we heard about 400 faculty and staff participated, and what we saw was a shift from AI as something that people were unsure about, really nervous about, to people seeing themselves as creators and stewards and drivers of this future. Next slide, please. So from that, we are scaling this model. So in fall 2025, we picked it up by having a series of trainings from Train the Trainer, where we certified about 75 faculty and staff who will now go to their respective colleges, much like Tiffany did, in order to expand it further and to ground their work very contextually in the goals of those communities. And also participants in the 101 and 201 series had projects that they had to do. So they had to say, this is where I want to impact or participate as a change maker in Vision 2030, and this is what I'm going to build. And so it is various levels of scale where we are saying everyone can be a change maker, and you can do this in your classroom by developing student AI literacy. You can do it at the institutional level in order to advance more access, equity. And this is where we move from experimentation to system capacity, from centralized delivery to distributed leadership or distributed change making. Next slide, people. Or slide, people. Sorry. People powering this vision. So this model works because it does treat people as change makers. Faculty and staff are building tools that address instructional needs, student support needs, and operational needs in their own context. What we're seeing here is only a fraction of what's been happening across the system since we first brought PlayLab into the mix. And I want to introduce you, next slide please, to one of our classified professionals, Wanda Butterly, or I like to call her Miss Butterfly. This is one concrete example. She's an instructional technologist at Las Positas College, and she is also one of our now certified trainers. And she's gone through multiple trainings and is now helping lead this work locally. Next slide, please. She has a bot called ComplyBot. And she built ComplyLab because she saw a real problem. Not everyone knows how to make online content accessible. So this tool helps faculty and staff remediate Canvas content to meet accessibility standards, embedding universal design for learning principles along the way. And to me, this is Vision 2030 in practice, equity showing up in daily work. So from that, I think what's important is that Wanda's work doesn't stop at one campus. Her app enters what we're calling the AI Solutions Studio, where other colleges can pick it up, remix it, and adapt it to their own context. And what I'm floored by her bot is it literally can take content and then create all the HTML needed to put it into Canvas and have people work with it. And so Wanda is now also a part of our team, helping build asynchronous versions of our training for greater scale across the system, which we are also working with California Virtual Campus on. Shout out to Garrett Grace, Director of Professional Development, and Mike Vaught, Director of Strategic Planning and Operations at @ONE, who helped us badge and centralize course content in California community colleges. They helped us really get a centralized course site to train all these change makers, badge them, and continue to drive the impact of work. This is how we move from individual projects to sustain system-wide capacity. And next slide, please. When you have a chance, feel free to look at the link or the QR code. I asked a group, I sent out an email and said, what would you like the chancellor to know about what you're doing, what impact you're having, what you're excited about when you do get to do this work. And so you'll see a lot of their comments and questions and hopes for the future in that slide. Thank you very much.
I'll just kind of just wrap it up with one little note. So when Christina and I first started talking about the PlayLab partnership, we were just launching our AI Fellows. And as you know, as a result of that, we had a large number of applicants, which we then sort of dubbed AI Changemakers. And that was intentionally designed to connect to the changemaker work that was in place at Berkeley through their changemaker curriculum, thinking downstream when we would have the opportunity to connect those two efforts and those individuals. So here we are for the first step of that. Any questions?
Member Corral. Sorry, I just have a question around the overall strategy. I know we've seen the Play Lab. So one, incredible work. I should start there. Just really exciting and great presentation. And I think the question I sort of wanted to ask, it's late in the day, sort of step back is, I know that we've seen this model, and then we have also heard about the Nectar model. And so in some ways, are we hoping, and maybe this is a question for, not for the PlayLab team, but are we sort of hoping to see which approach, these various approaches sort of play out across the system and then see how they take hold? And I'm seeing a nod of yes, so that's great. Okay, wonderful. That was my question.
I'll just add that they're complementary, Nectar and PlayLab. And PlayLab,
Oh, that's great to hear.
Oh, I'm so sorry if I'm not supposed to. Okay.
No, please do. That was,
sorry.
That would be a next question, but my brain, sorry.
What I love about PlayLab is when you build something with PlayLab, when people use it, you actually look under the hood. You can see the interactions that people are having. There's an assistant built in that you can then say, I don't quite think this interaction is working. Help me adjust my system prompt in order to better serve whatever audience it's targeting. And it's very custom, whereas Nectar has a very specific objective. The objective is driven by the actual creator for their specific local context, where they're saying, I have this problem and I'm trying to uniquely solve it. So whereas Nectar is more of a broader solution, PlayLab becomes very much like a custom solution where it's meeting everybody where it's at, where we're really giving the power to educators and even students to design for solutions that are really meeting the problems that they're addressing in their very specific context.
If I could just quickly. Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. I hadn't taken my question the next step further, but I did kind of think about it that way when you talked about the solutions, almost like lab, the set of solutions that once you build a GPT or so forth, and then you share it out. It seems like at some point the entire system could get to a place where you would have, under this kind of model, Nectar, all of these GPTs, et cetera, and I'm imagining some level of interoperability amongst all of them. So So anyways, yes, that sounds great. And I know it's 5 o'clock. I just see the nodding head, so I appreciate it.
Thank you for your question.
I have a question. Could you explain your shirts, please?
Oh, go for it, Tiffany.
Yeah.
I was proudly demonstrating.
So as part of the first AI Summit, we always encompass as many people at Mount SAC to put on a show. And we have this incredible design team called Studio 13. It's led by a faculty member as well as a staff. And they design an entire program. We give them what we want, and then they create all the merch, so to speak. And so, yeah, this is one of the merch that was created. And you can see here, these are called what? Computer boards. I'm not a CS person, as you know. I teach music. Anyway, it's got tech as well as, it's a beautiful design. Yes.
And says the
Indeed,
heart
and
behind
from
AI.
way far away, they actually look like music notes, or they could be music notes.
Oh,
so,
okay.
ideas for a second iteration of the graphics. Yeah. Thank you. Any other board member comments? Member Epstein.
Yeah, in the slide there was a description of how the tutors were dealing with students, and there's the skepticism about it.
Yeah.
What did they do to kind of resolve those issues, and how did they, make sure it was accurate and that students were becoming, responsible with it and faculty was becoming comfortable with it?
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. So that's the first gap analysis we just completed in December. And in fact, it's the entire tutoring center who did all of that analysis. And so we are just beginning to look at that data. And in fact, the tutoring center and all of the directors are meeting about it in 2 weeks, and I'll join that meeting. Additionally, we're going to have that as a panel during our AI Summit so that we can have a broader discussion with faculty, with staff, with managers, and everyone to discuss what is our next step. How do we educate our tutors so that, well, first and foremost, actually, how do we educate our faculty members so that we're transparent, right? Because not everyone has the same type of assignments. Some faculty are pros, some faculty are sort of, we say non-adoption right now, and that's all fine. You don't have to adopt AI, but that transparency so that the tutors know what the instructions are, and so that they can help the student understand how to complete the assignment.
Member Corral.
Sorry, this is an area that I love, so I hate to belabor this at this part of it. I think I've mentioned this before, but if not, to this point of adoption, I think our system, one, just by the breadth and size of it, and then the way that we've invested so much in experimenting with AI, really is in a unique position to collect a lot of data around levels of adoption. I spent a lot of conversations in the fall with turned out to be young people, which unfortunately I don't get to talk to so much, about AI or the adoption levels that young people were having with AI. And it was really surprising for me to see that some of the perceptions or the narrative that they are just adopting like gangbusters and using it to cheat and using it to do their homework, it may actually be not quite that. That it may not be like that. And so I just think it would be really interesting for us as we're doing all these experiments, and you probably already are doing this, if we could collect that data and really, we could be a real source of information and wealth to, I think, not just our system, but also just a lot of different sectors. Because I actually think that young people are being very cautious. I mean, I think there's a lot of widespread use of ChatGPT, but I think the way in which they engage with it, I'm just consistently seeing at different levels of the young people age continuum. And I would say, the conversation around high schoolers versus, four-year university versus graduate students, I just see such a variation in their interest and willingness to adopt that I think we could, with all of the work that you're doing across the system, it would be a huge resource to so many people to understand what is adoption, what does adoption actually look like, and what is the perception or the feelings that are out there. So, sorry.
Yeah, I think what we're sensing is that there is a variance out there and that we don't want to get caught into that trap where all students are leaning in heavily to AI adoption. I mean, there are some who are very much concerned about being accused of cheating, and so they're not using it. There are others who are very much concerned about the climate implications of AI, et cetera. So I know we are doing a survey, a student survey that's going to be rolled out across the system very, very soon with SSCCC. I know San Diego Community College District already has done a survey of their students, so we can capture that information, get at least a snapshot of that one district to get a sense of where students sit in that space. So very mindful of that.
Great. Just a personal anecdote for me. I had the opportunity last fall to teach, and it was a very interesting experience to, again, to Member Corral's point, to talk to young people, because I too don't have the opportunity to have deep conversations with folks in that age range. It's usually like 7 and below. Yeah. So my personal perspective on this is, if you're going to use AI as a student to help you digest the reading and the material, you better demonstrate a mastery of it that goes above and beyond just reading it without the use of these tools. So if you are at the assessment stage and you are demonstrating mastery in that assessment, then by all means, I think we're doing a good job. It becomes the professors or the instructors' role and responsibility to design that assessment in a way that adapts to that type of learning and processing. So does this help inform the way that those assessments are designed, and what kind of learnings are we getting from all of these like trials, sometimes by error, to get to an assessment type that really can gauge mastery?
Yeah, wonderful question. The AI Institute, we just spent last Friday looking at how we're going to have to completely rethink the way we do assessments, right? From outcomes. I mean, it's an ongoing question, and that's one thing that we are definitely tackling. We have to really completely dismantle, I guess, the way we teach and we think and what that assessment looks like. So yeah, it's an ongoing process.
And I can just add that, one of our AI fellows, Rachel Tatro Duarte at Porterville College's English professor, who's working on developing assessments and evaluations in the English and ESL fields. So we are just, she's doing that in partnership with Scotty James, another AI fellow from San Diego Canyon College. So very excited to get their work and get some report out to the board and to the field around what's happening in that space. So, and I would also add that Youssef, the co-founder of Play Lab, and I spoke, I don't know, months ago now, but he's been a very good thought leader for us in this space. And he and I had our very initial conversation around the implications of agentic AI, kind of put me onto to pay attention to that long before it became kind of the normative conversation in this space. Started to think about that as we begin to roll out the next phases of Play Lab and the work that they're doing across our systems.
I'd love to talk your ear off about my experience with this, so please, keep your phone on. But I think that the high-level takeaway from my experience was that students are phenomenal. They are amazing, and the minute you give them something to learn that they really want to learn, they will go at it. So it was just a really fulfilling experience. So thank you very much for your presentation, getting us excited about AI, agentic AI, and all of the different iterations of it. Before I get too excited and move on to public comment, I'll call on Member Del Fuente.
Everybody, yeah. So I see a lot of students using AI, and I think when the professors, I've noticed in the classroom setting, when they embrace it and they use it as a thought partner, it's just a very transparent, open conversation. And the other thing, I've been spending a lot of time in San Francisco, and everyone's hyped about AI. And I looked at this beautiful chart, and it was saying the top 5 uses. They generate ideas, they have therapy and companionship. So that mental health thing, people are saying, well, it's faster, it's immediate, and it's cheaper than going to a therapist. So one of the surprising uses I didn't know people used is AI for therapy, because it's like that friend, and they build chatbots. And I even saw an AI use case for the elderly, just to to combat loneliness. And there's a lot of advancements that also can add in voice and everything. So I'm wondering, is PlayLab doing anything with the therapy or the mental health component for the students?
This is a big can of worms you're opening. So Stanford actually recently did a
That's
study.
why I'm here.
Yeah, that's great. Stanford recently did a study about the harms that come from using AI in this way, and the ways it's further sort of disconnecting us from one another and serving those resources. There's a nonprofit called the Rhythm Project, which really focuses on people's, or young people in particular, how much they tell secrets and engage. Like between the ages of 13 and 18, they're talking to AI in ways that they wouldn't even talk to another human being. So there's a problem to solve here in terms of like, how do we support young people in getting the kinds of connections they need and the supports they need, and building out our mental health infrastructure. I think AI has a big role to play. I think it is very supportive, but right now it's unclear, right, in terms of like what is the most appropriate way. So we do not personally, PlayLab does not personally build mental health bots, but we do have students. Like I onboard at least 1,000 students every year because I teach 3 different classes at Berkeley, and they build changemaker chatbots. And there's always students who will build a mental health supportive chatbot, or even just getting like things like food health pantry or medical. Like it's amazing the kinds of like basic needs that students are building, which I think reflect the kind of gaps that we have in terms of what we're giving human to human. And I think, again, AI has a role to play, and there's also like lots of things that happen where young people are truly harmed, or the interest at play, which is why I'm proud that PlayLab is a nonprofit, because our mission is in full service to public good. And it's all about how do we support ensuring that people have ownership and the governance to be able to say where this goes and where it's not okay and where it is okay. So the interest at play with larger models or other, that's more commercial, those are more private interests at play. And so we're competing kind of like, how are we as public institutions supporting our young people who are using these tools? And then these tools, or these companies that own these tools, have different drivers than what we might have in terms of equity, access, equity, support. So it's an important question, and one that is to be determined, but hopefully we can drive it in a particular direction.
Member, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a quick thought on that. I think what you're referring to, especially in terms of the studies that showcase that it's not beneficial for mental health, I've seen that a lot more, being close to a lot of youth. And I agree that while we can use AI as a tool to help us, I think it should bridge the gap, as you said. While I don't think that AI should replace that human connection, if youth are more anxious, for example, to share with and develop relationships, then maybe the AI should be helping young people develop their goals, like their goals of creating more relationships, overcoming their anxiety, right? And I think you bring up a really good point of like PlayLab being nonprofit driven, because we're seeing a lot of these issues come up with youth relying on mental health within the AI space in private sectors. Within those sectors, their incentive is to keep people like using that chatbot. So we see how it kind of like it's led to a lot of youth kind of perpetually being on there and worsening their mental health state, because like these tools kind of perpetuate that, because they are once again for profit. And yeah, I'm not sure if I articulated that the best, but once again, I recognize that there's a level of nuance to what's happening here, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Just to clarify and add a little to the mix, I like that you are not focusing on mental health, and I do think that some of the research that Member Blaze refers to actually talks about, it's not just the for-profit nature of the companies, but the technology itself is not designed for that level of continuous engagement, right? And so past a certain period of time, the LLM starts to actually have very negative negative conversations with the individual, and that's what we have seen play out in cases where individuals, especially young people, have harmed themselves, right? It's been that ongoing engagement, multiple hours, continuous hours, that then leads the bot to go haywire, for lack of a better term, and then start to provide really bad feedback to the individual engaging with it. So I'm glad that you are taking a slow and steady approach there. It does seem to be so much benefit, and just the wisdom and slow and steady is always good.
May I just add to your point? Why PlayLab is built? It's built by educators for educators, and so we have strong moderations, and builders have the moderation capacity. So when I build a GPT in like ChatGPT or a Gem in Gemini or Project in Claude, I might be able to see how many people are using it and the ratings they have, but I can never look at those conversations. As an educator, when I build a tool and I have it interact with students, it will flag and moderate, but I can look at those conversations and I can see exactly what's happening, and if it's not in alignment with my learning objectives or the function I want it to play, I'm able to adjust it and manage that. So the visibility, transparency is all a part of our built-in trust and safety, and just keeping our young people safe as much as possible.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.8 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Colin Fitzgerald.
All right, bear with me. It's been quite a while since I sat here. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor, and members of the board. My name is Cullum O'Reilly Fitzgerald, and I'm speaking today as a former student member of the Board of Governors. When I served on the board, we talked constantly about access, equity, and workforce relevance. Artificial intelligence now sits at the center of all three, and that makes it a community college issue whether we choose to treat it as one or not. AI is not some distant future. It's already shaping how students learn, how faculty teach, and how employers evaluate applicants. For many Californians, especially first-generation students and working adults, the community college system will be the only place they receive structured, ethical, and career-relevant exposure to AI. If we underinvest here, we risk turning technological change into another equity gap. This isn't just about job training. AI affects privacy, labor rights, healthcare, criminal justice, and democratic decision-making. Community colleges have always been about preparing informed citizens as well as skilled workers. Helping students understand how AI works, where it fails, and how it should be governed responsibly is a part of that mission. I also want to be clear that investing in AI does not mean replacing faculty or diminishing human instruction or human-to-human contact in any way. It means empowering faculty with the tools, training, and guardrails, and students to help engage critically and ethically rather than leaving them on their own to figure it out.
30 seconds.
California's community colleges have led before in access, in workforce responsiveness and innovation, and continued intentional investment in AI education and infrastructure is simply the next step in that leadership. Thank you for your time, for staying awake this late in the meeting, and thank you for ChatGPT for helping me write this.
You didn't miss a beat.
With that, we'll move on to virtual remarks.
We have a few hands raised. Let's start with Omar Zavala. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, and hi, Dr. Kuo. Looking forward to the hackathon. But I hope you could help me address some concerns with PlayLab. Another service that probably will try to identify me. If you look at the privacy policy, it talks about collection of prompts, filed uploads, student data, including grades. Under trust and safety moderation policy, it talks about how all chats are stored securely, but admins can export or delete conversations at any time. Why not delete everything and keep no logs? Privacy by default protects marginalized groups that may need privacy for their safety. Privacy builds stronger communities and helps our neighbors. people will be engaged in real-time quick conversations, and they might reveal intimate or sensitive details in AI software. We should have privacy by default. Also, outside of PlayLab, can we just get access to the servers that we need to train and learn how to develop AI models ourselves? I need the hardware. I need to learn how to implement features, fine tune, quantize, so I can easily share or run on my own devices, because I can't run larger models on my computer. Please, like, it'd be nice to learn about AI on my own terms. Thank you.
Next, we have L. Rose. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. I had no idea this was going to be on the agenda today, but just want to shout out, thank you so much for this little bit about AI. I am a professor working in cognitive science and the entertainment arts, and I have been using AI for a long time, longer than it's been in the public conversation, and I really appreciated seeing this today. I will tell you that at CCSF, I brought a demo there where I did a whole bunch of stuff on storytelling, screenwriting, illustrating, collaborative use of AI, including connecting it to token use and the environment. And the chairperson told me that the faculty, quote, thought AI was bad, unquote, and there was a conscious choice not to utilize it at that time. I don't know if that's changed or not, but I want to echo what the student has said here. It's happening, it's out there, we're using it in industry. You're either going to learn, grow, or die. That's it for me. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. We have 2 items left, and we have 3 minutes to do it in. So, board members, we could do it. Item 6.9, our board member reports. I wanted to give the first opportunity to speak to our newest board member in case he wanted to say any other comments to let us know more about you, Jesse.
Yeah, I prepared a 20-minute speech, so bear with me.
Go for it.
Not at all. No, I'm really excited. I have a lot to learn, so you know, I was taking a lot in today, but just really appreciate everyone's help, particularly the chancellor, Christina, and others on staff who've made the appointment and the transition really seamless. So appreciate you all and the warm welcome. Look forward to getting to know each of you and serving the people and students of California. Thank you.
We are so very glad to have you. Any other board members want to share a little bit more about their activities since the last board meeting? Hearing none? Okay, great. 7.1 is public forum.
The public forum is now open. If you're calling in, press *9. You have 2 minutes. I see a few hands raised, so I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Well, Rose, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
I swear to God, this is my last comment to y'all. Thank you for everything you do. I am very, very grateful for the board's existence, and I have called upon your help many times and probably will be doing so soon again. I just want to quickly note that I would strongly suggest as a UX person that you consider turning the chat here to at least enable the public to communicate with the host or co-host, because that's the only way you are going to learn whether you're having technical problems virtually. Thank you.
Next, we have Omar Zavala. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Governor Brown talked about how low numbers can reflect low trust. My cousin has come to the California community colleges, shares the same views as me, but doesn't believe the college will change by listening to students. I want to talk about what I've seen in requests from Canvas. There is lack of basic encryption where we own our own keys. If you know apps like WhatsApp, Signal, that have end-to-end encryption, or even Rich Communication Service, RCS, that's now on our text messages. This is something that all of you use every single day, but these basic rights to privacy and security are denied to students. We should have encryption on Canvas with our own keys for all of our communications and file transfers. We are being kept in the dark and ignorant about how these companies are operating. We aren't told how to protect our rights from these corporations that you're contracted with. There's no list of corporate databases that we're on. Let's list them. Let's see where all student data is. When I make records requests at my school, Mount Sac, they deny manuals of their surveillance technology. I can't learn how they work. Neither can our student representatives. Our CCPA right to know requests are denied in violation with the contracts that you guys have at the foundation. This corporate malfeasance keeps us ignorant, makes enacting justice near impossible. And you started with a pledge of allegiance to justice. There is a corporate hiding strategy pioneered by Google.
30 seconds.
Written by Professor Emerita at Harvard Business School Zuboff. Google's invention depends on the secret invasion of one's private human experience to implement a hidden tracking without asking. This is the model that our contractors are working under. I'm asking our leadership to please restore student rights.
There are no other hands raised.
Great. Thank you very much. Before we adjourn, I want to take a moment to thank the staff and our behind-the-scenes team, especially our AV team, for making this meeting run so smoothly. And that's it. We've reached the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 5:01 p.m. I am pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.